Li Rushuang had elders standing on each side of her. One of them was a senior from the Celestial Swordly clan, who had been the unblemished saint out to cut Yi Futian down back then. The other elder was wearing a tight-fitting long robe and looked to be over 50 years old. His eyes were narrowed and rather eerie and gave the impression that he was unfriendly. He stood with his hands behind his back, and those narrowed eyes of his looked rather cold. He seldom appeared in the region, so there were few who knew of him. A group of mighty ones from the Yun clan were there. The one who took the lead was named Yun Chong, who was Yun Tong's brother. His bearing was calm and steady as he looked at Li Rushuang. Yun Chong actually spent more time eyeing the long-robed elder beside Li Rushuang. He was suspicious of that person's identity. From his perspective, the Celestial Swordly clan was the enemy, and they had a lot of scores to settle with each other. Despite Li Rushuang's forceful temperament, they should not have dared to demand that the Yun clan hand anyone over. That elder was probably not someone from the Celestial Swordly clan. You do not look familiar. May I ask where you train? Yun Chong asked in a probing manner. The elder with narrowed eyes seemed to have turned his eyes into slits when he looked at Yun Chong. His eyes seemed plain and uncaring, not bothering with unblemished saints from the Yun clan of Luo City. He did not even bother responding. That made Yun Chong feel rather heavy deep down. If that person dared to ignore him like that, he must really be someone formidable. Li Rushuang shot a sarcastic look at Yun Chong. Yi Futian had killed 2 saints from the Celestial Swordly clan, and the Yun clan was actually still covering for him. Other than for revenge, she was there at the Yun clan to have those on the other side offend the people at her side. So long as the Yun clan refused to yield, it would naturally offend that elder. She wanted to see how the Yun clan would react to it. Yun Chong, do you know that Renhuang mural back then was something that Ms. Rushuang intended to take and present to the Zhuoqiu clan of the Imperial City? It was fine that you didn't want to do anything about the mural being destroyed, but you people of the Yun clan actually covered for him. How do you suppose we settle this then? Li Ku, who stood beside Li Rushuang, asked. Yun Chong felt rather troubled hearing what he said. He took a serious look at the one at Li Rushuang's side. The Zhuoqiu clan of the Imperial City. The Zhuoqiu clan had come to fame and gained status due to the current clan leader having served as a bodyguard for Emperor Qi once and training with the emperor, going through thick and thin with him. The Zhuoqiu held incredible sway over a vast region and were of very high renown and status. Many legendary people had gradually emerged from the clan, and the clan had continued to grow strong. They were of extremely high status in Emperor Qi's territory, and they were one of the most powerful clans around. They held so much sway that they were even able to affect how the emperor made decisions. For instance, Emperor Qi chose geniuses from his territory to pass on methods of cultivation, but there was no way he could attend to everything. As such, he delegated a substantial amount of responsibilities to others, and the Zhuoqiu clan was one of those at such levels, commanding incredible influence. It was clear by then that Li Rushuang did not intend to fight for that mural left behind by a Renhuang in order to present it to the royal court. She intended to gift it to the Zhuoqiu clan, which was serving the royal palace instead. She intended to use that as a stepping stone in order to get closer to Emperor Qi and allow their clan to rise by leaps and bounds. Li Rushuang had always been of considerable talent herself. If she were to be instructed by Emperor Qi and acquire stronger cultivation resources, she would definitely rise to prominence in the future. The key was that the woman herself was very good at such machinations. If that were the case, we of the Zhuoqiu clan would have been willing to give it away if we were to be the ones taking it. However, we never knew any of this when we last fought, Yun Chong said. It was apparent that while they were the ones at a disadvantage in the squabble with the Celestial Swordly clan, handling it was still within their capacity. But if they were to make enemies of the Zhuoqiu clan, things would become difficult for them. In truth, the Yun clan had always attempted to establish connections with the officials who were close to the emperor, but they had never had any good way to do so. Those officials simply scoffed at them. Li Rushuang was apparently connected to the Zhuoqiu clan. If the Celestial Swordly clan were to be able to use such a connection to their advantage, it would definitely be a very bad thing for the Yun clan. Things would look dire for them. No point talking about any of that now. Hand the man over, Li Ku said plainly. That mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan remained silent. He was only there as Li Rushuang's escort. He had examined her talents and found her to truly be a rare, talented cultivator. She was still young, and she was already a saint of true self. She had an unyielding spirit in seeking the great path, and furthermore, she was willing to pay. He intended to first send her to learn at the emperor's side, and she would one day be married into the Zhuoqiu clan as well. As such, he did not mind that Li Rushuang borrowed such a connection to her advantage. They would be family sooner or later anyway. Yun Cheng instructed his men to bring Yi Futian. He turned around and saw a group of people coming closer. Yun Tong, Yun and I, Yi Futian, and a group of people came over. That was not all. Many mighty ones from the Yun clan came as well. They felt heavy deep down after knowing that the elder had come from the Zhuoqiu clan. Yun Tong heard people talking when he was on his way. He was feeling troubled, as he knew that there was a huge mess to be dealt with up ahead. Li Rushuang was actually connected to the Zhuoqiu clan already. What is actually happening, Yun Tong? Yun Cheng asked Yun Tong, who was about to reach them. Yun Tong looked at him, and then at the elder of the Zhuoqiu clan at Li Rushuang's side. He said, "The case of the three forces fighting over the wall has nothing to do with the Zhuoqiu clan in the first place. Li Rushuang, this is between us of the Yun clan and the celestial Swordly clan. What is the meaning of dragging someone from the Zhuoqiu clan into this?" Li Rushuang shot a glance at Yun Tong. She was not there to reason with Yun Tong. To her, the only thing that mattered was the result. Is the Yun clan going to hand over the man or not? Li Rushuang was just as cold as her name implied. She had only asked if they were going to hand over the man and nothing else. There was no need to explain anything. The place was silent. Yun and I and Yun Xianyue, who were standing behind Yun Tong, looked coldly at those from the celestial Swordly clan. Yun Xianyue was strongly fixated on surpassing Li Rushuang in the future so as to avenge her father. Yun Tong, we're not in a position to offend the Zhuoqiu clan at the moment, Yun Cheng said to Yun Tong telepathically. The way he saw it, Yi Futian was but an outsider, and he was not worth the trouble. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Calm. Can't you see that handing the man over would still be pointless? Li Rushuang is doing all this to establish a connection with someone higher up. If they are already in league with the Zhuoqiu clan, it will only be a matter of time before they find other excuses to get rid of us. What is the difference between handing our guest over or not handing him over? Yun Tong retorted telepathically. At the very least, it would prevent the Zhuoqiu clan from having an excuse to take us on for the time being. We need time, Yun Cheng said. They were also fighting to establish a connection with a force comparable to the Zhuoqiu clans as soon as possible. Yun Cheng's son was also extremely talented in cultivation, and so there was a chance for the Yun clan as well. It was extremely unwise to get on the Zhuoqiu clan's bad side at the moment. Though Yun Tong understood what his brother's thoughts were, he insisted nonetheless and said, "No way." He had already made that compromise once. That compromise had left lasting psychological trauma on his daughter, Yun and I. You can't understand the gravity of the situation, can you? Yun Cheng replied telepathically in a rather severe tone. He did not bother with Yun Ting further and turned to Yi Futian instead, saying, "Sir, this was between you and the celestial Swordly clan to begin with, and Yun Tong has already done all he was able to. It is in our best interest not to get involved further. You are not one of the Yun clan, and I hope you understand that." Yi Futian appeared calm and without any hint of resentment. It was entirely sensible for Yun Cheng to make such a choice. There was no need for him to take such risks for a stranger. He's not a member of the Yun clan? Says who? Yun Xianyue asked. I've already taken Sir Yi as my teacher. The celestial Swordly clan is an enemy of us of the Yun clan. Are we really just going to hand someone over just because they tell us to? Furthermore, you're the eldest descendant of the clan, as well as a teacher and example for members of future generations of the clan. I'm afraid what you're doing now will only cause others to feel disgust. Yun Cheng frowned and looked at Yun Xianyue, finding her standing in a composed manner, her eyes determined. There were many mighty ones in the Yun clan, and he did not think there was a need for Yun Xianyue to take Yi Futian as her teacher. Furthermore, Yi Futian had not been around for long, and he saw that only as one of Yun Xianyue's excuses. Yi Futian understood that he had not agreed to take Yun Xianyue as his student, but what Yun Xianyue had said made him feel warm inside nonetheless. Xianyue, Don't go letting your emotions get the better of you now. Yun Cheng told Yun Qianyue off in a low voice. I'm simply telling the truth, Yun Qianyue said. It's almost time to head to the Imperial City. That mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan, who had been silent all that while, finally spoke. He swept his narrowed eyes over the Yun clan and continued, Make up your mind already? Li Rushuang looked over the ones from the Yun clan as well. Yun Cheng's expression suggested that he was feeling very pressured. That man from the Zhuoqiu clan had finally said something. Hold on, Yun Cheng said. He looked at Yun Teng with a severe expression and said, The clan's interests precede all. Hand the man over. Yun Teng stared at him unflinchingly and said, I've made a compromise for the sake of the clan once. I'm not about to do the same again. I was the one who brought him here. If he wants to take my guest away, then we fight. Yun Cheng looked very unwell hearing what Yun Teng had said. That mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan, who was standing across them, said plainly, Will do, then. He then began walking away and left altogether, seemingly tired of the charade. Li Rushuang did not say anything else, and she followed suit. She, however, shot a sarcastic look at those of the Yun clan. You people want to send someone to train under Emperor Qi, huh? The look seemed to say. Well, you can stop dreaming now. The group left en masse and disappeared from sight soon after. Yun Cheng looked glum. His plans might have been broken because of what had just happened. People from all over the place were about to gather at the Imperial City, and there was no one who did not want to train under Emperor Qi. Everyone worked hard just to achieve that, and so did he. At that moment, everything might have just been ruined by Yun Teng. Good work there, Yun Teng, Yun Cheng said coldly before stepping away and leaving. Many mighty ones from the Yun clan were there as well. They did not think that Yun Teng had been sensible with what he had done back there. The Zhuoqiu clan was an undeniable force in Emperor Qi's territory. After all, why would you need to put your clan through this for me? Yi Futian asked Yun Teng. So long as we are not in direct conflict with the Zhuoqiu clan, they, as people who serve Emperor Qi, will have to take their influence into consideration as well. They couldn't simply fight people like other forces do, and Emperor Qi wouldn't bother himself with all of that, Yun Teng said. But the Zhuoqiu clan is still a clan serving Emperor Qi, and if we do not have any other connections, it will be rather difficult for us at the Yun clan to train under the Emperor after getting on the Zhuoqiu clan's bad side. Could the Zhuoqiu clan have any influence over how Emperor Qi selects the candidates whom he will later teach? Yi Futian asked. Emperor Qi selects such candidates every year. Anyone he has taken notice of will stand a great chance, but he leaves most other matters to his subordinates and doesn't bother interfering with any of those matters at all. All manner of fighting and conflict is treated as part of cultivation. Survival of the fittest, after all, Yun Teng said to Yi Futian. Yun Teng was soon called away by clan members. Yi Futian knew it was because of the thing that just happened. Ma'am, how is the Zhuoqiu clan's real strength? Yi Futian asked Yun and I after Yu Teng was called away. Both Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan were the most flourishing powers in Emperor Qi's territory. They were much more prestigious than any other clans in Emperor Qi's territory. After years of development, both clans had cultivated innumerable top warriors, including many Nirvana Plane saints. As far as I know, there were warriors of the 4 Nirvana Plane in the Zhuoqiu clan, among whom Zhuoqiu Gong, the current clan head of the Zhuoqiu clan, was at the apex of Nirvana, much stronger than any other Nirvana saints. Yun and I said to Yi Futian, Zhuoqiu Gong has followed Emperor Qi for many years and received Emperor Qi's guidance. Under Emperor Qi's influence, even though he was restricted by talent and was unable to enter the Renhuang Plain, he could rarely find an opponent of equal level. Of course, I mean in Emperor Qi's territory. His ability may not be worth mentioning in the range of Heavenly Mandate Realm. Yi Futian nodded. The Heavenly Mandate Realm was very large, and this area was only a Renhuang territory. Only the strongest warriors of the place of origin of all thunder techniques, 9 Cloud Palace, or the Brahma's pure sky dared to call themselves peerless. However, since Zhuoqiu Gong could make his clan prosper in this place for so long, he should be an unusual person, too. Even though he couldn't match Renhuang and other top figures level, in the range of Heavenly Mandate Realm, he was amid the first rank. He was in a very high position. Although Yi Futian was new here, He could tell the competition in the heavenly mandate realm, where strong figures were everywhere, was fierce. For Nirvana's saint, Futian murmured to himself. If he could figure out where other people were and let them join him, that shouldn't be a problem. Or if he could find Master, maybe he just needed one more person. Since Emperor Qi didn't ask about these, it had become much easier. Before, we, the Yun clan, had attempted to depend on the Zhong clan. Now since this thing happened, the clan side must be even more anxious, said Naisheng. As long as the Zhuoqiu clan is there, it is hard for members of our clan to cultivate under Emperor Qi's throne. Yun Tong's deed was righteous. It is all because of me, said Futian. It is none of your business, said Yun and I with a shaking head. The Celestial Swordly clan had made connections with the Zhuoqiu clan beforehand. Otherwise, how could the people of the Zhuoqiu clan suddenly find Li Rushuang? Li Rushuang is not only extraordinarily talented, but he is very ruthless when he does things, too. The Celestial Swordly clan and Yun clan are already enemies, so you are just an excuse she used to bring trouble. Without you, the thing still would have happened. As for my father, I have said before, it is not all about you. Qinyue's father was also hounded to death by the Celestial Swordly clan. At that time, we gave in and endured the pain for the sake of clan interest. Now we still don't dare to start fighting them because we are weaker than the Celestial Swordly clan. Yun and I explained. As for Yun Chong, who wanted to make concessions, his concern is not only the clan's interest. He has selfish reasons. An offspring of his is very outstanding and is considered the most promising Yun clan member to cultivate under Emperor Qi's throne. He is working hard for it and doesn't want to offend the Zhuoqiu clan. Futian listened quietly. Yun and I spoke in a cold tone. Her husband's death must have been a big shock to her. They had sacrificed everything for the clan once, so now, when she listened to the excuse of "for the clan" again, she couldn't conceal her strong feeling of disgust. Not to mention that Yun Chong was not just for the clan. Sir Yi, please don't keep the thing in mind. The whole thing is not related to you. It is the issue within our clan, said Yun and I to Futian. Futian slightly nodded. Even though she said so, the thing started from him. Yun Tong was indeed very kind-hearted. If he could offer any help, he would not just stay out of it. Why did Li Rushuang come to the imperial city with people of the Zhuoqiu clan? Is anything about to happen? Asked Futian. He will attend the palace examination, Yun Qinyue, who was standing nearby, cut in. The palace examination is where Emperor Qi selects young and outstanding Saint Plain cultivators. The ones who performs well will have the chance to become Emperor Qi's disciple and learn from him. The palace examination is mainly in charge of powers like the Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan, added Yun and I. It is considered a big even in Emperor Qi's territory. Warriors of all areas in Emperor Qi's territory will attend. It is also part of the reason why the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan have a prestigious status. I see, said Futian, nodding. After listening to this, he could quickly connect everything. All these warriors were competing for the chance to become the Renhuang's disciple. Li Rushuang craved the opportunity. Yun clan in the Luo city wanted it, too. There must be minimal vacancies there. Li Rushuang specially came to visit the Yun clan and caused trouble by using him as an excuse, and his goal was to incriminate the Yun clan. As long as he could make the Yun clan fall behind, one day, he would get rid of this opponent. So, it seems that I need to go to the imperial city, Futian thought to himself. He was not interested in the palace examination. He didn't come to the heavenly mandate realm for a Renhuang's teaching. Now, his companions were all somewhere else, but as long as they were in Emperor Qi's territory, they would know about the palace examination. And that would be the only information everyone could receive at the same time. Other people must have thought of it too, so they could take this chance to meet there. He could think of it, so others could too. When Futian was absorbed in thought, it seemed that something came to Yun Shang's mind. She knitted her eyebrows as if she was worried. What happened, ma'am? Asked Futian. One thing suddenly occurred to me. If it is true, there will be more disadvantages to our Yun clan, said Yun Shang in a soft voice. What is the thing? Futian asked. There is a terrifying talented Saint Plain warrior among this generation of Zhuoqiu clan, whom even Emperor Qi thinks highly of. This time he will also attend the palace examination, but he will walk through it. He is a similar age to Li Rushuang, Yun and I softly said. Li Rushuang is determined in cultivation and has ambition. His talent and appearance are also outstanding. This time the Zhuoqiu clan sent warriors to visit the celestial Swordly clan in person. Or maybe... You mean they arranged a political marriage for him? Asked Yi Futian. Yunni nodded and said, if so, Li Rushuang's status will immediately rise, and the celestial Swordly clan will also get a chance. Thinking about this, Yun and I didn't look very good. She had been seeking revenge after her husband's death, but if the celestial Swordly clan flourished, survival, not to mention revenge, would be hard. Yun Qianyue often came to consult with Yi Futian. Every time, Yi Futian would share his previous comprehension with her since he had experienced the cultivation path Yun Qianyue was working on, and he was good at comprehending things, especially when it came to the integration of the power of rules and creation. And it was what Yun Qianyue was going through. At this moment, Yun Qianyue was sitting and cultivating in Yi Futian's courtyard, her eyes closed. Thunder burst around her, emitting gorgeous light. Yi Futian was sitting a short distance away and was playing an ancient zither. The voice of the zither was full of energy, fierce like thunder. It also affected Yun Qianyue and helped her enter the artistic atmosphere of it. Listening to music that fit one's personality was beneficial to a person's cultivation. Suddenly, as if the forceful sound of zither exploded in the artistic atmosphere, the destructive thunder rose. The light of thunder around Yun Qianyue's body illuminated the sky and erupted at once. She opened her eyes. The spirit around her surged. The destructive thunder and lightning were about to flood the whole space. After a while, the will of thunder rules was gradually appeased. She had a look of amazement on her face. She turned her beautiful eyes toward Yi Futian and said, "Thank you, sir." These days, Yi Futian had been guiding her cultivation. She had not only made quick progress in thunder techniques, but with the aid of the zither, she had even improved her state of mind, and the thunder techniques suited her better, which was a wonderful feeling. "You have talent," Yi Futian said with a smile. He discovered Yun Qianyue's talent was actually very outstanding and that she had potential. "That is because the teacher teaches well," said Yun Qianyue, laughing. "I never promised to be your teacher," said Yi Futian with a laugh. "Fine. You are good at teaching," said Yun Qianyue, smiling. At the same time, in another villa of the Yun clan, Yun Chong was standing in the courtyard. Behind him, a young man stood with his hands behind back in an unusual manner. A group of people came in front of them and slightly bowed. "How's it going?" asked Yun Chong. The Zhuoqiu clan and Celestial Swordly clan indeed had the plan to unite by marriage, that person replied. Hearing this, Yun Chong immediately turned sullen. Behind him, the young man's face turned gloomy, too. It might hinder him from cultivating under the throne of Emperor Qi. Yun Chong waved his hand. His mind was released and enveloped the space, as if prohibiting others from probing into it. He looked at the person and asked, "And the other thing I told you to do, how is it?" That person took a bow and cupped his hands as a salute and replied, "It's going well." As you expected, Zhong clan indeed showed their interest, especially Miss Qianyue. They have promised to help if we show a willingness to send them to Zhong clan in service. "Good," said Yun Chong. He stared at him with a pair of piercing eyes and told him, "Nobody else shall know about it. You must change your wording in front of the clan lord. Do you understand?" "Aye, sir," he replied, nodding. "Then you can go," said Yun Chong. He waved his hand, and a storage ring flew into that person's hand. He bowed and showed gratitude, then soon retreated and left the place. Yun Chong looked into the distance. Coldness flashed across his face. Yun Tong didn't get along with him after the first thing happened, but now that he was dead, it was meaningless to linger on it. All was for the clan to get stronger. Now, they even sheltered a stranger and displeased the Zhuoqiu clan. Luckily, Yun Chong had prepared a backup plan. For the clan, this time, he had to let Yun Tong make sacrifices again. Yun Tong came to the villa where Yi Futian was. "Sir." Yi Futian opened his eyes and saluted. He was cultivating. "I just found a cultivator roaming around in the Luo city. His name is Yu Shang. Do you know him?" asked Yun Tong. Yi Futian paused a second and then nodded, smiling. He didn't expect Yu Shang was nearby. Where is he? He stood up and asked. Let's go, Yunteng said and turned around. Yi Futian followed him, and soon they flashed away from the Yun residence. In Luo City, a lot of people gathered in one place, bustling with noise. Some cultivators were lying on the ground. All of them were saint-level cultivators with some fame in Luo City. They were usually considered geniuses. However, at this moment, they had been beaten down. All were lying on the ground. Next to them, their seniors were encircling a burly person in anger. Do you want to intervene in this, too, people from Yun clan? Said a senior angrily. This burly person was too arrogant. Yi Futian was dumbstruck. He immediately recognized that burly figure from a distance. It could only be Yushang. For real, this guy liked making trouble more than Yi Futian did. Yushang, shouted Yi Futian. The burly beast, who was releasing a ferocious life force, paused a second and turned around. When he saw Yi Futian, he grinned. The life force on his body suddenly disappeared. He flashed in front of Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian staring at him, Yushang turned his head and pretended as if nothing had happened. For my sake, would you mind putting an end to the thing today? Yunteng looked toward these people and pleaded. These people seemed quite discontented, but they also had scruples about Yunteng, since the Yun clan was the lord of this city. Yunteng was of unblemished plain, and none of them dared to challenge him. Since you have spoken, surely we will not do anything serious. It's just this boy is too arrogant. In his eyes, we were like nothing. If we don't teach him a lesson, we can't appease people's anger, said one senior. Obviously, they still looked quite furious. Just because of one squabble, he brought them all to their knees. Some people's hands and legs were fractured. He was such an asterisk shoal. Since then, you don't need to lend a hand, said Yushang to Yunteng. He took one step forward and said to these discontented people, for those of you who have complaints, come on, fight me. After speaking, he released a fierce life force from his body. Those seniors' mouths twitched. Just now, they had fought once. Although they were all seniors of the true self plane and Yushang was just at the apex of Doctrine Saint plane, inferior to them in terms of level, Yushang's fist almost broke their hand bones. If they had real combat, they didn't have the confidence. Where did this asterisk shoal come from? One fist knocked out a warrior of his same plane. Even to the higher plane warriors, he showed no mercy either. Yunteng looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian was quite awkward. Before, when he as a Doctrine Saint fought with Xingkai the true self-saint, Yushang was also at the apex of Doctrine Saint plane. He could even beat Xingkai, the strongest warrior of Crimson Dragon Realm. As for fighting with the true self-saints of the Luo City, that shouldn't be a big deal. Sir, my friend was really out of line. Maybe he needs some discipline. Let's not get involved, said Yi Futian to Yunteng. Yunteng paused a second and didn't know what Yi Futian meant. Did he really want to treat his friend like this? But since Yi Futian said so, he nodded and said, if so, I will let you handle it. But please show some mercy. After Xingkai finished talking, Yushang took a step forward. Suddenly, the ferocious demonic will rumbled around his body. He was dressed in a demonic deity's armor. Even the strongest true self-plane senior shook his arms and twitched his mouth, staring at those demonic eyes. He thought to himself that if he were defeated by this young person here, perhaps his long-established fame would be buried here today. Thinking about this, he said, let's call it a day. I don't want to face any controversy related to bullying young people. He waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to fight. Nah, I don't mind at all, said Yushang. He continued stepping forward. A gust of violent force pushed ahead and added pressure on the senior, whose face turned pale. What did this asterisk shoal mean? The senior tossed his sleeves back and said, I don't want to cause controversy. For Mr. Yun's sake, I will put it to an end. After saying that, he directly turned around and left with those young warriors, who had been pounded to the ground. He just left like that. It was too. The crowd around them blinked in disbelief. What was this situation? Just now, they couldn't wait to fight and had to stop because that person from the Yun clan intervened. But now they had just let it go. Yunteng didn't understand it, either. Yusheng looked toward others and said, how about you come over to fight me? Nah, we don't bully young people either. Since Mr. Yun has spoken, we shouldn't quibble over it, they all said and left with their people. Seeing others leave, of course, they knew what had happened. They had no confidence in winning over him. Soon, they all went away, crestfallen. No one claimed they wanted revenge. Yusheng was standing at the center. No one could fight. He looked quite unhappy and let out a sigh, murmuring, "They were all very boastful." Then he retrieved his force and walked to Yi Futian's side. Yuntang was like, "They dared not fight." He also saw through something and showed little surprise. This friend of Yi Futian's was just a young man of doctrine plane, and he scared away old people of true self plane? They all ran away like that. Thinking about how Yi Futian killed people of the celestial swordly clan with one strike, he was somehow speechless. It seemed that these people from the Crimson Dragon realm all had excessively strong combat power. If so, when Yi Futian told him not to intervene, Yi Futian was not teaching Yusheng a lesson. He was obviously bullying them. What happened? Yi Futian looked at Yusheng and said. He didn't know what to say. Was it fun to bully them like that? Their tone was too arrogant while they were too weak, said Yusheng. Yi Futian was speechless and didn't need to ask anything. Although Yusheng hardly showed mercy in a fight, he knew when it was time to act properly. It must have been that someone offended him. Otherwise, he would not have started the fight for no reason. Have you met anyone else? Asked Yi Futian. No. After the space was distorted, I fell outside the city, and then I directly entered the city, said Yusheng. So our locations were not very far. After the space was distorted, others should land within Emperor Qi's territory, too, said Yi Futian in a soft voice. Sir, after a few days, we will go to the imperial city with you. If all of them were in Emperor Qi's territory, as he had speculated, he should be able to find some people in the imperial city. All right, said Yuntang, nodding. After a few days, they will depart for the imperial city. Not only them, but other warriors in Emperor Qi's territory would also go, too. For many cultivators, the palace examination in Imperial City was a great opportunity. It was an opportunity that could even change their destiny. Soon, they returned to the Yun residence. Knowing that Yusheng had come, Yun Qianyue came to visit. She stared him up and down curiously. From Yusheng, she could perceive a gust of invisible pressure. It was as if he had a peerless, imposing attribute in his body. He was able to intimidate so many true self-saints as a doctrine saint, which meant he must be a very unusual figure. But Yu Qianyue learned from her grandpa that Yusheng listened to Mr. Yi. Sir Yi was very mysterious to her. She had been cultivating under Yi Futian's instruction for a few days and had made great improvements. He was always so gentle and well-mannered, but so far, she had never seen through Sir Yi once. He was like the sea, like stars in the sky. Sir Yu, I am glad to meet you, saluted Yun Qianyue, slightly bowing. Yusheng felt the form of address kind of weird, but he nodded a little bit. Yun Qianyue felt Yusheng was not very easygoing, so she just gave up and said to Yi Futian, Sir, I have mentioned to my mother that I want to become your disciple and cultivate with you. My mother doesn't mind. Can you take me as a disciple? Seeing Yun Qianyue mention it again, Yi Futian forced a dry smile. Yun Qianyue's talent was outstanding, and she was a good person, too. Yi Futian liked her amiable personality. He didn't mind receiving a disciple if he were in Emperor Xia's realm, but due to the thing he was ready to do in the heavenly mandate realm, he was not able to let Yun Qianyue travel with him. There were so many people of Sage Plain and Thousand Leaves City that he didn't take. He shook his head and said, Qianyue, it's not like I don't want to take you on as a disciple. It's just I have my own thing to do in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and I don't want to take care of you. Yun Qianyue nodded. There was a disappointment in her eyes. She said, the thing you want to do must be very difficult. Yi Futian nodded. He wanted to go to the Brahma's pure sky to find his own roots. It couldn't be easy. If so, I will say yes to the Lord, Yun Qianyue said with a smile. The Lord said he wanted to specially raise me and take me to the palace examination in the future. One day, maybe I will have the change to cultivate under Emperor Qi's throne. Yi Futian nodded and said, your talent is very outstanding. That shouldn't be a problem. In the future, you will definitely be able to cultivate with the Ranhuang and learn teachings from him. Maybe you will become Ranhuang too, said Yun Qianyue, laughing. I should go back. After a few days, I will go to the imperial city with you. Yes, Yi Futian said and nodded. After Yin Qinyue left, Yusheng looked toward Yi Futian and said, she sincerely wanted you to become her master. Why don't you take her on as your disciple? I must be responsible for her if I take her as my disciple. We will leave after a few days. Why do I let her miss me? Said Yi Futian. Yusheng didn't say anything. During these days, everything looked quietly in the Yun residence. The departure day was approaching. On this day, Yi Futian practiced a set of fist skills and just finished cultivation. Suddenly, he heard noises from outside. What happens? Yi Futian frowned. He looked into the distance and saw in the Yun residence. There was light of thunder falling from the sky. It was as if a fight was about to break out. Father, is this the way you treat me? Someone let out a furious roar, echoing in the Yun residence. Yi Futian's heart suddenly sank. It was Yun Teng's voice. Let's go and see, said Yi Futian to Yusheng. They directly flashed there, where many people had gathered. Yun Teng and Yun and I were standing in the crowd. Yun Nin looked grief-stricken. There was absolute despair and even hatred in that pair of eyes, which were staring at people of the Yun clan. Anything happen? Said Yi Futian to himself. He had a bad feeling about it. Sending Qinyue away. It is for her future. An old man said to Yun Teng and Yun and I while looking at them. His manner was solemn and imposing. His voice was sonorous, like a large bell's chime. For the future? Yun Teng questioned. There was a coldness in Yun Teng's eyes. He stared at his father, the lord of the Yun clan. His father had promised to cultivate Qinyue before. He used to believe it was true and thought his father wanted to atone for Qinyue's father's death in this way. Obviously, he thought too much. Qinyue didn't go to the imperial city with them. She was sent away beforehand with many other outstanding ladies of the clan. But the person who picked them up was from the Zhong clan of the imperial city. How could Yun Teng not understand that the Yun clan, his family, had sold Qinyue in exchange for the family interest? So, you sent her to the Zhong clan for the future? The light of lightning exuded from Yun Teng's body. He tried to control his fury and snarled in a low voice. Qinyue is still young, but she has shown very unusual talent. The clan has already been indebted to her because of her father's death. Why do you still want to do this? He was even reluctant to believe that it was a thing the Yun clan of Luo City could do. They couldn't be more cold-blooded. It was Qinyue's extraordinary talent that made the Zhong clan pay attention to her. You are very clear about the Zhong clan's status. She will have a better future with them, continued Lord Yun. Father, I can't believe such brazen speech came out of your mouth, said Yun Teng, the light of thunder flowing around his body. In Emperor Qi's territory, everyone knows the cultivation method of the Zhong clan. Zhong Qiu, the current successor of Zhong clan, is notorious for his cultivation of ultimate will of ice. He cultivated in the pure yin power of the will of yin yang, even via women's bodies. People all try to stay away from them. Only those shameless families send good women to the Zhong clan as maids in order to seek connection with them. I didn't expect that you, my father, also became one of them. It is so ridiculous. Being a maid was a subordinate job in the world of cultivation. Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan hadn't married yet, but had already had many maids to help him cultivate and gain fame. Such a way of cultivation should have been looked down upon, but the Zhong clan had a lofty status in heavenly mandate realm and never forced others, so powerful clans still often sent their women to the Zhong clan. Yun Ting thought such a thing would be far away from them. Although he knew Yun clan had been trying to establish a connection with the Zhong clan, he didn't expect they used such a despicable way. Watch your mouth. Lord Yun rebuked him. The Zhong clan cares for Qinyue's talent. Zhong Qiu is the strongest warrior in Emperor Qi's territory. If Qinyue stays with him, in the future, she might have the chance to marry Zhong Qiu. I have also asked them to treat Qinyue nicely. In the future, even if she can't become his wife, as long as Qinyue performs well, it is not hard to become a mistress. I don't know what's wrong with it. You want her to please others to become a mistress? Said Yun Nin, tearing up, utterly broken-hearted. Just because her last name is not Yun? You are despicable, Yun Chong. It was your idea, right? Using my daughter to trade for your son's future. She glanced at the people in the crowd, and finally, Her crimson eyes fell upon Yun Chong and his son Yun Imo. Yun Imo was the most talented Saint Plain man of this generation in the Yun clan. All the Yun people had been resting their hopes on him, and since Lord Yun used her daughter to trade, the only possible reason was to help Yun Imo. You, shut up. Yun Mo took an emotionless glance at Yun and I and said coldly, all people of the Yun clan work for the benefit of the clan. You refused to hand the person over for your personal reasons and offended the Zhuoqiu clan. So you were supposed to be the one to pay for it. I got news from the Imperial City that the Celestial Swordly clan may seek connection with Zhuoqiu clan via marriage. You must know that only Zhong clan is able to fight against the Zhuoqiu clan, and Zhongqiu of the Zhong clan is the only one comparable with that genius of the Zhuoqiu clan. You have made mistakes without regard to our clan interest once, and now it's time for you to make a sacrifice. You are acting presumptuously here. I should warn you, don't forget what your last name is. Yi Futian observed all that happened silently. He now understood everything. Yun Chong, who had been acting nicely, finally showed his true colors. For the clan interest? Of course, he was willing to sacrifice other people's children instead of his own and even his child for the so-called clan. Was Qinyue taken to the Zhong clan and traded like goods? As a maid. The status of a maid was inferior. She had to listen to every order of the master and belong to the master physically and mentally. How dare he say it was for Qinyue? As Yun Tong had said, they were shameless. The crueler the cultivation land was, the more the people there worshipped self-interest. But he knew arguing was meaningless. The way of thinking was rooted in their veins. Despicable people wouldn't think of themselves as despicable. They would believe what they thought was all true. Otherwise, they would not have reached their current cultivation plane while questioning themselves. Sir, ma'am, arguing with them is meaningless. Let's go to the Imperial City, Yi Futian said to Yun Tang and Yun and I. Qinyue was not sent away for a long time. They could still catch up with her if they hurried. Do you have the right to speak here? An arrogant voice came. Yun Chong's son Yun Imo glanced at Yi Futian with coldness. Don't forget who caused the trouble. Yu Sheng saw Yun Imo act like this and released the imposing life force from his body. Yi Futian looked quite calm. Although he had the thought to kill, he was still trying to control his fury. The speaker was the so-called future of the Yun clan. All things the Yun clan had done were for him. Qinyue has been cultivating with me, so she is like a half-disciple of mine. If anything happens to her, I will not let any one of you go, Yi Futian said calmly. But there was a chill hidden under this calmness, which made one feel like the temperature had been lowered. The lord of the Yun clan looked at him. At this moment, he seemed to be able to perceive a special disposition from this true self-plain young man. His disposition seemed to be the leadership of a person in a lofty position with disdain for the Yun clan. He, as a nirvana-plane saint, suddenly perceived a keen sense of threat from this young man. Yun Chong and Yun Imo took a glance at Yi Futian with surprise. There seemed to be some contempt in his glance. He would not let anyone go? Who did he think he was? Yi Futian took one step forward and said to Yun Tang and Yun and I, we'd better hurry up. Don't waste time here. Okay, Yun Tang nodded and said, trying to restrain his anger. He wanted to leave with Yun and I. Someone blocked their way, but Lord Yun said, just let them go. He knew it was unfair to Yun Tang and Yun and I, but as Yun Chong had said, once the Celestial Swordly clan had a connection with the Zhuoqiu clan through marriage, they who had a grudge with the Celestial Swordly clan would be in danger. They must get rid of this situation, and the only way they could find was to get close to the Zhong clan. There must be a sacrifice for the clan. We should depart too, continued Lord Yun. Yun Tong was just an unblemished saint, and he was of Nirvana plane. They would reach the Imperial City prior to Yun Tong, and they would inform the Zhong clan beforehand. Yun Tong wouldn't do anything bad, and he didn't want anything happen to Yun Tong either, since he was his heir. He could judge by Yun Tong's cultivation plane that Yun Tong couldn't do anything big even if he reached the Imperial City. The large group of warriors of the Yun clan started their journey. They drove their divine instruments instead of walking and drew a flash of lightning on the sky dome. They directly surpassed Yun Tang and others and headed into the distance. Yun Tang and others looked quite embarrassed. According to the plan, they were supposed to depart with other clan members and reach the palace examination on time. Sir Yun, The date of the palace examination is approaching, right? Asked Yi Futian. His plan was also to keep up with the Yun clan warriors. Yes, nodded Yun Tong. If so, the Zhong clan will also prepare for the palace examination, and temporarily, Qinyue should be safe. Serene, ma'am, you don't need to worry too much, said Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian said so, Yun Tang and Yun Shang didn't look relaxed at all. How could they not worry about them? Even though nothing had happened, the situation was still even Yun clan didn't dare to provoke such a giant like Zhong clan, not to mention them. Would it work even if they reached the imperial city? But now they were not allowed to think that much. They could only go there first. Qianyue is my half-disciple. I will handle it when we reach the imperial city, continued Yi Futian. Both Yun Tang and Yun Shang looked at him. Yi Futian seemed to be serious, just like when he threatened Lord Yun. He looked very confident. Okay, said Yun Shang, nodding. Qianyue trusted Mr. Yi. She even wanted to be his disciple and follow him to cultivate. Every time after cultivation, Qianyue often spoke highly of Mr. Yi in front of her. So, unconsciously, she also felt Yi Futian was a very unusual person. Now, since he said so, the hope was also growing in her heart. Or maybe, he had the chance to do it. It, at least, was a wisp of hope no matter how bleak it was. In Emperor Qi's territory, in the solemn imperial city, above the sky dome, warriors traveled in the air. Today, all the warriors within Emperor Qi's territory gathered in the imperial city and headed to the core of the city. It was the start date of the palace examination of Emperor Qi's territory. The chosen ones would have the opportunity to cultivate with Emperor Qi and learn his teachings. Heavenly Mandate Realm was the ultimate Renhuang realm. It was also the one among the 3,000 realms of the Great Law, who honored the martial spirit most. Here, everyone pursued the law of martial arts. Such zeal spread across the endless realm. People from all directions would not miss this great event. Even then, many powers had already arrived beforehand. When the palace examination was about to start, Yi Futian and the other three had arrived. However, they didn't directly head toward the place where the palace examination was held, but rather, they went to visit the Zhong clan, with Yun Tang as the lead. Compared with the palace examination, they cared more about Yun Qianyue's safety. As for the palace examination, they did not care for it. Their speed was extremely fast. They were so worried that something would happen to Yun Qianyue that they moved at the fastest pace. Finally, when the palace examination began, they had reached the Zhong clan residence in the imperial city. Yi Futian they reached the Zhong clan and were blocked by guards of the residence. Yi Futian slightly nodded to Yun Ting and Yun and I, then walked up to the front of the guards and said, "We are from the Yun clan of Luo City. Before long, Our Lady Yun Qianyue came to your residence. This is her grandfather. This is her mother. Please pass the message that we came to visit her." The Zhong clan and the Zhuoqiu clan had similar levels of power and owned 4 warriors of Nirvana Plain. Still, since the palace examination was held in the imperial city, all people of Emperor Qi's territory had headed toward the imperial palace, so the lord of Zhong clan was not at home. If Yun Qianyue had been in the Zhong clan, they would have taken her. The guard acted quite politely after hearing Yi Futian's words. He slightly bowed and said, "Young Master Qiu has been taking Miss Qianyue with him since she reached the residence. They should be in the palace examination at the imperial palace. I can pass the message if you don't mind waiting for them in the residence." "No need. Thanks," Yi Futian replied and turned around. Yun Tang and Yun Nin knew what he meant and followed him in another direction. Yun Nin looked quite pale. Was Qianyue chosen by Zhong Qiu just after she came? Qianyue hasn't stayed here for a long while, and the palace examination was after it. "Nothing should have happened to her," said Yi Futian in a low voice. Yun and I nodded. She had no choice but to think in this way, even though she was just trying to comfort herself. Although Yi Futian said he would handle this, was he really capable of saving Qianyue? Now, numerous high-level warriors were gathering in the palace examination. Even though 4 of them were all of St. Plain, the situation was still too unfavorable to them. How could they rescue her? 4 of them flashed toward the direction of the imperial palace. After a while, they came to the outside of the palace and could see the busy crowd seen in front of them from a distance. Cultivators scattered in all directions in this large space. The palace examination of the imperial city was the largest event in Emperor Qi's territory. Yi Futian wedged his way into the crowd. In front of him, there was an ancient golden road paved outside the imperial palace that headed toward a giant matrix plaza. Dazzling patterns were carved on its surface. There were warriors fighting over it. The other three sides were grandstands, where many warriors were watching the battle. The most powerful family clans of Emperor Qi's territory were sitting at the forefront. At this moment, the crowd bustled. Many warriors exclaimed. Yi Futian followed the noise and looked toward that side. He saw a figure standing on the grandstand with hands behind his back. His disposition was outstanding. No doubt, Yin is one of the most peerless figures in the territory. Among all his peers, only Zhongqiu can compete with him, many people remarked. Yi Futian heard people's praise and looked at the unusual young man on the grandstand. His clothes were blowing in the wind. He is Yin. When people in the clan talk about the political marriage between the Zhuoqiu clan and the celestial sword Li Chan, they are referring to Yin and Li Rushuang. He is one of the most outstanding warriors of this generation in Emperor Qi's territory, Yun Tang said to Yi Futian while pushing his way forward. He had been anxiously looking toward the seats of honor in front of the grandstand, seeking something. Soon, Yun Tang found where the Zhong clan warriors were. His pupils slightly contracted. That familiar figure was there. Qianyue. Yun Tang directly ignored the peerless person on the grandstand and fixed his eyes on the graceful figure. Yun Qianyue. Qianyue, Yun Shang saw her too. Yi Futian looked quite calm when seeing Yun Qianyue. She stood there quietly. Beside her, there were countless powerful warriors. A handsome young man with fair skin sat in front of her. His skin was mesmerizingly fair, even fairer than women's. He was quite feminine looking. He was watching the battlefield. A slight chill exuded from his cold, calm eyes. He should be Zhongqiu of the Zhong clan, and his unique temperament should be related to his cultivation. "Ma'am, I think Qianyue is fine," Yi Futian called her when he saw Yun and I was heading there. Yun Nin turned her head and looked at him. "Now, Qianyue is there. Temporarily, nothing will happen to her," continued Yi Futian. Yun and I paused a second and nodded. Of course, she knew, but seeing her daughter there, she didn't have the heart to leave her there. "Sir, what should we do?" asked Yun and I. Yi Futian was absorbed in thinking, and when he took a glance and noticed one person, he suddenly paused for a while. In front of him, some warriors sat in the row of seats of honor, and next to a young man sat a familiar person. "You are here too," the whisper came to Yi Futian's ears. A smile immediately cracked on Yi Futian's face. He replied from a distance, "Master, how did you get here?" So the person who was sitting there was his master, Qi Xiangang. After the ancient path of space was destroyed, we were separated. Thinking that it must be hard to find everyone, I directly came to the imperial city and entered the imperial palace, so it would be much easier to meet any of you. "Your brother is here, too," said Qi Xiangang, smiling. Yi Futian looked up and found Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan behind Master. Mu Chuanyang and Lu Chuan had been following Master for many years and knew Master much better than he did. They also took action very quickly, so they met Master faster than Yi Futian. "Wu Yong arrived yesterday. He was on your left," said Qi Xiangang. Yi Futian looked toward the left and saw Wu Yong shoving his way forward in the crowd. He said, "Lord Yi, is anyone else here?" asked Yi Futian. "We don't know yet. But since today is the date of palace examination in Emperor Qi's territory, those who have received the information should know it is a good chance to meet," said Wu Yong. "Yes." Yi Futian felt relieved. He asked Yun Tang, who was next to him, "Are the people in front of us royal members?" "Yes," Yun Ting nodded and replied. "Emperor Qi's princes and princesses have all attended the event in person. Emperor Qi might show up, too. The people behind princes are all revered figures from the imperial palace." Yi Futian was finally relieved. Before, he was worried about how to get rid of all this safely, but now he didn't need to worry at all. Master was there, at the apex of Nirvana Plain, nearly invincible. Wherever he went, he was treated as the guest of honor even though it was in Emperor Qi's imperial palace. Sitting next to the prince, he could easily notice almost everyone. It was indeed a smart idea. "Sir, just set your mind at ease. Many companions of mine from the Crimson Dragon Realm have arrived. Nothing will happen to Qianyue, said Yi Futian to Yuntang. Yuntang paused. He knew Yi Futian was from the Crimson Dragon Realm, and he came with the Prince of Crimson Dragon Realm. Did it mean the royal warriors of Crimson Dragon Realm had come? This thought gave him a wisp of hope. Yi Futian's words made him have faith again. Yi Futian didn't take action immediately, but rather, he quietly observed everything in the crowd. The palace examination was held by the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan. The Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan would also be in charge of deciding who to choose. All powers coordinated with each other, and finally, the most talented Saint Plain figures in Emperor Qi's territory would gather in this palace examination and fight each other, showing themselves to the public. Finally, the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan would make the decision of who would be summoned by Emperor Qi in person. That was why a huge political power was formed with Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan as the center, and these two clans stood on the top throughout Emperor Qi's territory. All the cultivators had thoroughly prepared and performed well during the combat in the palace examination. Of course, nobody could surpass Zhuoqiu Yin of the Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan. From time to time, one could hear the audience's praise to them from the grandstand. Many people worshipped these two people's talent and regarded them as the goal. However, many also knew that even if they didn't attend the palace examination, they would still become Emperor Qi's disciple and learn his teachings. Thus, they still should show their abilities during the palace examination. Yi Futian delivered voice to Qi Xiangang and made some inquiries. At this moment, next to Qi Xiangang, the Prince Qiyu asked him, "Sir, what do you think of the warriors that attended the palace examination today?" He showed great respect to him. The first day he met Qi Xiangang in the imperial palace, the prince was impressed by his cultivation knowledge and his temperament. Since his last name was also Qi, the prince invited him to be one of his teachers. Qi Xiangang had promised to give guidance to him, but he also said he wouldn't stay for long. "Their performances were passable," said Qi Xiangang, "but they are not strong." "What kind of person do you mean, sir?" asked the Prince of Qi. "It is hard to tell, but you will understand it soon, Your Highness," replied Qi Xiangang. "I can tell your standards are very high. I have a rough idea of what you mean, but I don't know if I have a chance to see one here," said the Prince of Qi, laughing. "Mr. Qi's standard is so high that nobody in the palace examination can meet it. I am inquisitive as to what kind of person you are talking about," the Lord of Zhuoqiu clan said slowly after hearing the dialogue between Qi Xiangang and the prince. The Lord was the man standing on the peak of Emperor Qi's territory. Zhuoqiu Yin was also one of the most talented warriors among all clans. However, after arrival, Qi Xiangang was esteemed by the emperor and beloved by princes. The Lord of the Zhuoqiu clan had been curious how powerful this emperor's guest of honor was. Qi Xiangang made it sound like no one in the palace examination could meet his standard for a strong warrior. "You might have the chance to meet it one today," said Qi Xiangang. "Really?" said the prince, laughing. "If so, I am looking forward to it. The palace examination is near its end. Is there still any talented person who has yet come to the stage?" After speaking, he looked up into the distance. After several battles, the participants of the palace examination all came out. The last two warriors showed up. One of them was Yun Imo from the Yun clan of Luo City. Seeing him, warriors of the Yun clan all got quite excited. The chance was here. They all hoped Yun Imo would not disappoint them. Yun Imo indeed tried his best for this battle. He perfectly displayed all his abilities and won over the opponent with a marvelous performance. After the battle, a tinge of smile was seen on his smile. He looked toward where warriors of the Yun clan were. A soft wind blew across his face. He was standing there, one step further toward his goal. "Good," a warrior of the Zhong clan commented. He walked to the prince and asked, "Your Highness, what do you think of all the participants of the palace examination today?" Prince Qi took a look at Qi Xiangang and turned to the huge crowd around him. "What do you think?" "Our Emperor Qi's territory indeed has countless talents," someone said. Other people also echoed and gave praise. "Are these the so-called talents specially selected from everywhere of Emperor Qi's territory to attend the palace examination?" Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was not loud, but it was very clear. It came into everyone's ears, and all of a sudden, the noisy crowd quieted down. Very soon, the place fell silent. Was he jeering at the palace examination attendees' abilities? Was he turning his nose up at all these elites of Emperor Qi's territory? Numerous pairs of eyes roamed over the crowd, seeking who the speaker was, and soon, people fixed their eyes on one person. The young man with silver hair strode forward. He was the only one walking in the crowd and looked very conspicuous. Not to mention others, after hearing this, even Yun Tang and Yun and I, who were standing beside Yi Futian, had strange looks on their faces. Wasn't Yi Futian the person who told them to stay calm and be low profile? He told them to cool down, but now, he came onto the stage in this way. All of a sudden, he attracted the attention of everybody, including the big figures of Emperor Qi's territory. Yu Shang closely went behind Yi Futian. Seeing the scene, Yun Tang and Yun and I had to brace themselves to catch up with them. Wu Yong quietly followed them at a distance. Before people came to realize it, Yi Futian had taken a step and had strode over to the fighting platform of the palace examination right under their gazes. Sir Yi, Yun Xinyue murmured to herself. She was standing on the side of warriors of the Zhong clan. Watching the man with silver hair step on the high platform, she felt disquieted. When she was forcibly sent to the Zhong clan by her clan, she thought she had been resigned to fate. Her father's death had already totally broken her heart. She chose to give up herself. She had decided to become a stronger person at all costs until one day she could get revenge for herself. However, when she had already made the decision, that gentle and handsome figure showed up again. It was just that in contrast with his usual mild appearance, at this moment, he looked more unruly, with a pair of sharper eyes. Was this his true color? But in the situation like today, if he came for her, he was risking his life. Do you know him? Seeing Yun Xinyue was distracted, Zhong Qiu slowly asked her. His tone was just like him, with a kind of coldness that made one shiver. Yun Xinyue could sense the malice in his tone, so she said, Sir Yi is just a guest in my family. This is not his business. Zhong Qiu didn't say anything. How dare a guest in the family jeer at the people in the palace examination? Where are you from? Who allowed you to step on the fighting platform? The host of the palace examination from the Zhuoqiu clan yelled. He stepped out and stood above the void sky, scolding him for what he was doing. He looked quite imposing. The might was released from his body and fell upon Yi Futian. Yi Futian's white clothes were blowing in the wind, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He took a glance at him coldly, then looked ahead to the crowd and said, If His Highness asks me what I think about the palace examination, I would say the palace examination this time includes people who sold girls in their clan in exchange for the vacancies, people who endured ill treatment to get a chance to enter the exam, people who cultivated through the flesh of women. How can you tell me these people are the most talented ones in Emperor Qi's territory? Yi Futian's words immediately raised an uproar. People all started talking, and the vast space was suddenly full of noise. There was someone who dared to point out the shady deals behind the palace examination. Everyone was clear that these things could not be put on the table. Every year, there were indeed a lot of shady deals behind the talent selection process. Many people used all means possible to get the chance to approach Emperor Qi and learn from him. No matter what, even though there were many dirty deals behind the scenes, the final chosen ones were still outstanding. The palace examination was still a big event, and normal people wouldn't care about what happened off stage. Since anyone who spoke the truth would not simply offend one or two powers, it was equal to bringing about their destruction. Not to mention that absolute equality never existed on Earth. There was order in the world, but there was always a shadow behind the sun. All this was covered up nicely. Was Emperor Qi really unaware of it? He would not ask about all these things, and he didn't have the time to do it unless he didn't cultivate and focused on these trivial things every day. For many people, it was a big event that might affect their fortune, but for Emperor Qi, it was just one thing that happened for one day in his life. Warriors of the Yun clan all looked sullen. Yunamo was just one step away from the goal, but now Yi Futian came out and caused trouble again. In addition to them, Li Rushuang of the Celestial Swordly clan and warriors of the Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan also put on surly faces and stared at Yi Futian coldly. As everyone had speculated, Yi Futian offended everyone with just a few words. It was basically equal to seeking death. Unscrupulous. The warrior of the Zhuoqiu clan stepped down. His intimidating life force crushed Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian raised his head and took a glance at him. Prince Qiyu ordered, "Back off." The lord of the Zhuoqiu clan took a look at Qiyu. Just now, Qi Xinggang seemed to have said something to him. Qiyu looked at Yi Futian. He somehow roused his interest. Before, Sir Qi said he might have the chance to see one. Did he mean this person? The warrior of the Zhuoqiu clan had to withdraw. Yi Futian took one more step forward. His eyes fell on Yunimo and said, "Yunimo, from the Yun clan of Luo City." In order to create the chance for him to attend the palace examination and seek connections with larger powers, his clan sent a lady to the larger clan to serve as their servant, and that is why he could stand on the stage of the palace examination and enjoy others' worship. "Do you think he deserves to stand here?" asked Yi Futian. Yunmo's face now looked extremely sullen. He was the most outstanding one among this generation of the Yun clan, which was why the clan paid the expensive price for him to study beneath Emperor Qi's throne. Now, when he was almost approaching his goal, Yi Futian came out and brought the thing to light. He just felt his face was burning under people's gazes. Those pairs of eyes were so piercing. "It is the right of our clan to decide where to send our ladies for cultivation. I don't know why it sounds so jarring, coming out of your mouth. I have stepped on the fighting platform and proved that I could attend the palace examination. Still, in your eyes, the palace examination of Emperor Qi's territory is nothing but a deal?" Yunimo, step by step, approached Yi Futian and questioned him. The light of thunder was shining in the sky, devouring the void air. The scene was appalling. "Not to mention that you escaped death under the protection of my clan, but you are not grateful and are trying to tarnish our name here. How should we deal with you?" Yunmo's voice was extremely intimidating. The horrifying thunder might of the great law fell and grew stronger and stronger. "I have taken Yun Qinyue of the Yun clan as my disciple," said Yi Futian. "Without the order of her parents, the order of her grandfather, the order of her teacher, the Yun clan doesn't have the right to arrange her destiny. I demand the Yun clan retrieve the order and send Qinyue back." "You don't deserve it." Yunmo's tone was still aggressive. Yi Futian looked in the direction of the Yun clan and saw Yun Chong and other people's cold faces. Their stares toward Yi Futian was full of desire to kill him. They didn't repent for what they had done at all. As if for them, Yunmo's future was more important than anything else. Yun Qinyue's future deserved to be sacrificed for the family's interest, because they all thought from their standpoints. If that was the case, Yi Futian looked toward Qiyu's direction. He slightly bowed and said, "Your Highness, my apologies for disturbing you. It's just my disciple was forcibly taken away from home. Am I allowed to bring justice for her?" "As you like," said Qiyu quite relaxingly, as if he didn't mind Yi Futian causing an uproar, as long as he had the ability. "Thank you, Your Highness." He cupped his hands as a salute. His words were quite pushy, but he had very good manners. "You want to fight me, eh?" asked Yunimo. He took one more step ahead. His cultivation level was comparable with Yi Futian's. Yi Futian took a glance at Yunimo coldly and said, "You don't deserve it." Seeing Yi Futian's disdainful look, Yunimo turned sullen. A loud boom came out, and suddenly, the killing will swept across the world. He was the strongest warrior of this generation in the Yun clan, and he didn't deserve it. Boom! The loud boom made people's hearts thump rapidly. A figure rushed out from Yi Futian's behind. It was Yusheng. The fighting platform trembled as if it was about to break. Yusheng came in front of Yunimo with a few strides. Seeing him coming, Yunimo held out one palm, and suddenly, all the great law of thunder between the sky and earth converged in his palm. Innumerable divine thunder fell and bombed toward Yusheng's body. However, Yusheng seemed to be covered with the armor of the demonic law. The thunder fell and circled above his body. It was as if they were slowly being devoured. A doctrine saint dared to ignore the might of a true self-saint? Many people thought to themselves and looked stunned. How could his human body be so strong? Yunimo looked sullen. The appalling might of thunder converged on the center of his palm, devouring the light of destruction. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky dome at an unbelievably fast pace. Suddenly, the thunder in his palm exploded and darted forward. All of a sudden, The lightning illuminated the sky. Yusheng raised one arm. Suddenly, tens of thousands of demonic deities showed up. He drew out a demonic palm print which suppressed the eternal land and sealed the sky. They too collided with each other at a short distance. The appalling loud sound resonated between the sky and earth, making people's eardrums tremble. Bam! Another loud boom. Their bodies were separated. Yusheng stood up firmly. The demonic armor on his body seemed to be smashed by the thunder, and his sleeves were also torn. However, Yunmo's body was blown away. Even though his attack was powerful enough, his defense was not that strong, and he was unable to bear such an intimidating strike. He was not able to kill Yusheng with one strike, and his arm had been sprained. Yusheng again took a step forward harshly and grasped Yunmo's sprained arm. Yunmo's body was lying in the air. Yusheng grasped his arm and lifted Yunmo's body. Numerous pairs of eyes froze there. "Yunmo!" yelled Yuncheng. He rushed to the battlefield, fast like lightning. At the same time, a figure in white rushed out and thrust out the halberd of time and space with the aura of all stars, blocking Yuncheng's way. "Go away!" bellowed Yuncheng. The might of thunder fell, trying to destroy Yi Futian's body, but the halberd pierced into the sky. It broke everything and rushed to his front, halting his body. Their bodies collided. Over the high platform, Yusheng's fist smashed down. After a shriek, Yunmo's body fell down feebly. Boom! After a loud boom, Yunmo's bones were smashed into pieces. Lying there dead, he was not able to exert strength at all. He couldn't damage Yusheng's defense, but just with one strike. Yusheng's attack destroyed his defenses and vanquished him most forcefully. This doctrine saint forcibly won over Yunmo of the true self-plane. Did the battle prove the real strength of a person who attended the palace examination? People thought of Yi Futian's jeer before the fight and felt it even more jarring. On the other side, a collision also happened between Yi Futian and Yuncheng under the gazes of numerous pairs of eyes in shock. Yuncheng, as an unblemished saint, was shaken back to the place where warriors of the Yun clan gathered. He was an unblemished saint of the third level in the saint plane. Yi Futian, with silver hair, stood there imposingly with the halberd of time and space in hand, his white clothes blowing in the wind. His temperament was outstanding, as if he could defend the attacks from tens of thousands of men. Yunmo didn't deserve fighting with him. Even his father, Yuncheng, of the unblemished saint, was shaken away. How could Yunmo fight with Yi Futian? "You sold my disciple in exchange for your son's future," Yi Futian shouted in a cold and intimidating voice, solemnly raising the halberd to the sky. "Do you deserve her?" Yi Futian's voice was like a slap on the faces of all warriors from the Yun clan. They sent Yi Futian's disciple to serve as a servant in exchange for Yunmo's future, but ironically, Yunmo couldn't bear even one blow. Besides, Yi Futian's disciple herself was a lady of the Yun clan, which made Yun clan look even more despicable and useless. The scene that just happened indeed put warriors of the Yun clan to shame. They couldn't be more embarrassed. They claimed Yunmo was the genius, the strongest warrior of this generation of Yun clan, and even traded a clan lady in exchange for a chance to better cultivate Yunmo. But at this moment, Yi Futian slapped on their faces, in front of the whole world. Besides, nobody had expected Yi Futian and Yusheng to be this powerful. A person like him doesn't deserve cultivating. If he studied under Emperor Qi, that would be a disgrace to his majesty, said Yi Futian. He should be deprived of his cultivation. "You are too presumptuous," the lord of the Yun clan yelled, and took one step out. The terrifying Nirvana plane life force enveloped toward Yi Futian and Yusheng. Yi Futian could perceive the Nirvana life force. He pointed the halberd of time and space toward him. At the same time, a person jumped into the air from the crowd. It was Wu Yong who showed up, the life force of the same Nirvana plane released from his body. "Do you want me to exterminate your whole clan?" Yi Futian spat out these cold words, the halberd of time and space swallowing and emitting horrifying light. His voice made all warriors of the Yun clan shiver. It was not only aiming at Yunmo. Just one sentence, "Do you want to exterminate your whole clan?" How aggressive. As if he could use one sentence to decide the life and death of Yun clan of Luo City, exterminating the whole clan. while a Nirvana saint was just standing next to him. Yi Futian didn't even say anything, and he directly showed up, as if he had been guarding nearby. They all had to guess Yi Futian's real identity. He was accompanied by a Nirvana plane figure. They even began to feel funny that they used to think Yi Futian needed their protection. Had he been faking? Yi Futian directly stunned all warriors of the Yun clan with one sentence. Even the Nirvana plane lord of the Yun clan perceived an invisible pressure from him. No wonder he once absent-mindedly felt Yi Futian was a gallant figure in a high position. Now it looked like his feeling was right. It was not an illusion. He is an outsider. He had no right to intervene in affairs of the Yun clan, Yun Cheng shouted, noticing the lord had the intention of quitting. It was not because he had the courage, just because his son Yun Mo was in Yu Shang's hands and could be hurt at any time. No wonder he felt anxious. After the words, he turned around toward another direction. Yu Shang's arm smashed down again. Yun Mo let out a shriek full of agony, and soon Yu Shang threw him to the people of the Yun clan. Remember what you said, for the family, Yi Futian reminded Yun Cheng with his back to him. Didn't it sound great? Being great while sacrificing others, how gross it was. People's eyes all fell upon Yi Futian. Today was the day of the palace examination, a big event in Emperor Qi's territory. However, at this moment, it seemed that Yi Futian was the only hero of this palace examination. But since Prince Qi Yu asked Yi Futian to take charge of this, other people would not intervene. At this moment, Yi Futian was heading forward. He took a glance at Li Rushuang from the Celestial Swordly clan and said, Li Rushuang from the Celestial Swordly clan claimed to kill me and threatened to capture me from the Yun clan. Celestial Swordly clan, it is up to you. He even didn't pause his steps while walking, as if he had never kept Li Rushuang in mind. But Li Rushuang had tried to kill him twice, undermining the Yun clan with the power of Zhuoqiu clan, threatened to capture him and found a connection with the Zhuoqiu clan. Her ambition was accomplished by treading on others. Then it could only be destroyed. As for her talent and her aloofness, Yi Futian was not interested at all. Hearing Yi Futian's cold words, Li Rushuang turned sullen. Was he threatening the Celestial Swordly clan? Just in one sentence. Too presumptuous, as if he didn't give a shit about all the talents in the palace examination. The Zhuoqiu clan was the one that the Celestial Swordly clan hung on, and today, Yi Futian seemed to be ready to offend both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan. The palace examination has been going on for many years. I've never before seen a person as presumptuous as you. A voice came at this moment. People were slightly stirred when they saw the speaker, Zhuoqiu Yin. The young man was the most outstanding man of the Emperor Qi's territory, the joint strongest warrior, along with Zhong Qiu in this palace examination. They were also respectively the Zhuoqiu clan's future and the Zhong clan's future. Zhuoqiu Yin stared at Yi Futian. Not to mention Yi Futian claimed that the Emperor Qi's territory had no strong warriors. Li Rushuang was the woman chosen by the Zhuoqiu clan, and if nothing wrong happened, she would become his wife. How dare Yi Futian threaten the Celestial Swordly clan to treat Li Rushuang just with a few words? Yi Futian took an emotionless glance at him and ignored him, kept walking toward another direction, the direction where warriors of the Zhong clan were. The Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan were the joint highest powers in Emperor Qi's territory. Yi Futian stood in front of warriors of the Zhong clan. He looked at that elegant figure behind Zhong Qiu and said, Qianyue, come back. Yun Qianyue looked at that man in white, her eyes wet. She had already lost hope, but she didn't expect that man would show up today in such an imposing manner, in front of the world, to seek justice for her. But suddenly, Yun Qianyue perceived a slight pressure. In front of her, a slight cold will was slowly being released from Zhong Qiu's body. The coldness infused into her bones and veins steadily and made her unable to move. She was still young, just of sage plain. Zhong Qiu could easily control her with a wisp of will. Zhong Qiu didn't turn his head to her. He fixed his stare on Yi Futian and said, she belongs to the Zhong clan now. He doesn't care what Yi Futian was. Here was Emperor Qi's territory. The Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan had prospered in Emperor Qi's territory for many years. The Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan were at their apex within this territory. Yi Futian just came here and disdained everyone, ignoring all the existing rules. What he said was too demeaning to the Zhong clan. The reputation of the Zhong clan could even be ruined. The Yun clan of the Luo city volunteered to send the girl to the Zhong clan residence, but now he used it as evidence of the Zhong clan's ill repute. Yi Futian heard Zhong Qiu's words and saw him look straight at him, but he didn't pause his steps. Numerous pairs of eyes fell on him. In front of him was Zhong clan, the strongest power of Emperor Qi's territory, the clan which stood shoulder to shoulder with the Zhong clan. Was he ready to directly confront them? But so far, people still had no idea what the cards in his hand looked like. Even if he was able to win over Zhong Qiu, how could he get rid of the situation's safety since he had offended everybody? Belonged to Zhong clan? Who decided her destiny? Yi Futian looked at Zhong Qiu and asked, "The old codgers in Yun clan, or you?" "No need to tell you," said Zhong Qiu. Yi Futian laughed after hearing Zhong Qiu's words. He took back the halberd of time and space in his hand and said, "Is he the strongest warrior in the palace examination?" Yi Futian's silver hair was flying. The wind rose on the fighting platform, and his clothes were blowing. He looked at Zhong Qiu and said, "I heard you cultivate with women's bodies as your cauldron? Your cultivation method is filthy. Your way of doing things is filthy, too. I don't know how your ability is, but from your conduct, I know you don't deserve to be a saint. Ironically, you are peerless in the palace examination." He turned around when he talked and took a few steps back. When people were confused by what he was doing, he again turned around, looked at Zhong Qiu and said, "To deal with a cultivator like you, one strike should be enough." The crowd again went dead silent. Yi Futian stood still with hands behind back and said to Zhong Qiu, "Get out." One hit was all it had taken. Everyone was speechless. If Yi Futian had been the one saying that to the others, it probably would not have left much of an impact. However, the one he was facing was Zhong Qiu, the most extraordinary of saints to be found in Emperor Qi's territory. He was also the future leading figure of the Zhong clan. Zhong Qiu had exhibited extremely terrifying combat prowess back at the palace examination. Every single one who was of his plane had been overwhelmed when they had fought him. In Emperor Qi's territory, both Zhuoqiu Yin and Zhong Yin were like nearly unconquerable mountains. However, that man who had just come had told Zhong Qiu to get out there in a very uncouth manner. Eerie, hostile intent was gradually sensed being sent in Yi Futian's direction. Those from the Zhong clan sported cold expressions. There was hardly any expression seen on the pale face of Zhong Qiu, but his eyes would have sent bone-chilling cold to anyone looking at them. Get out there? One hit would suffice. No one had dared to say anything like that to him before. Just who did he think he was? A chuckle was heard all of a sudden. There seemed to be hints of ridicule within, but that person did not say anything. Many saw that the one who had chuckled sarcastically was none other than Zhuoqiu Yin. While Zhong Qiu was indeed his rival, the other man was nonetheless just as renowned as he was. Despite their rivalry, he acknowledged what Zhong Qiu was capable of. Yi Futian had disrespected both him and Zhong Qiu one after another, and that could no longer have been described as brash and insolent alone. Yi Futian looked at him, and Zhuoqiu Yin responded in kind, returning his gaze plainly. "If you're interested in trying your hand as well, you're welcome to." Yi Futian's words caused the plain smile on Zhuoqiu Yan's lips to gradually disappear. Big talk indeed. What happens if you can't pull off what you claimed you'd be able to pull off then? Zhuoqiu Yan's face turned increasingly glum. The prince, Qiyu, did not interfere. It was easy to tell that the prince intended to see how capable they were as well. If they were unable to put Yi Futian in his place, the prince would also see it and think they were incompetent. However, both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan were top-notch forces found in Emperor Qi's territory, and that day was the day of the palace examination. Yi Futian had essentially stolen their thunder by behaving in such an uncouth manner. If he was unable to do what he claimed, then death, of course, a mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan said. The one who'd said so was none other than that mighty one who had walked with Li Rushuang back then. His tone was cold, eerie, and full of killing intent. "You'll only have one chance at this," Zhong Qiu said at the same time. He gradually rose and walked towards Yi Futian. He would not have minded fighting Yi Futian just to see what enabled that man to be so insolent. However, Yi Futian had provoked him to do battle in such an insulting manner. If he dared to be that presumptuous, then he would only give that man a single chance. One hit. If you're unable to do so, you die. Zhongqiu rose and walked towards Futian. Every step he took caused the place around him to turn increasingly cold. The eerie coldness seemed to slow the senses of everyone around him. The will of the great path seeped into Futian's body, affecting his blood flow. It even began to slow his senses, as if the great path and his surroundings had actually begun to slow down. The will of the great path affected the senses of others, making it seem like he was the only one left in that space. Sir Yi. Yun Xinyue's face turned pale. Futian sought justice for her, and she was naturally grateful and touched because of that. However, she knew well just how powerful both Zhuoqiu Yin and Zhongqiu were. She had witnessed Zhongqiu's battle not long ago. While she indeed believed in Futian's powers, she was unable to fathom whether it was possible to unleash just a single hit and end it all. There were just too many variables at work with that one hit. Unless the difference in powers was overwhelmingly great, ending it all with just a single hit would not be possible. Furthermore, from the way the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan behaved, they did not intend to fight Futian fair and square. If that one hit did not work, they would really move out and kill Futian, showing no mercy whatsoever. If Futian really failed to do what he said he was capable of, and both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan were out to kill him, the prince would still probably keep his hands to himself. The mighty one of the Zhong clan shot a cold glance at Yun Xinyue. His eyes seemed to have a faint hint of coldness in them, causing her to shiver all over. She was able to sense clearly the killing intent within the eyes of the mighty one from the Zhong clan. Those people really sought to kill Futian for what he had done. Futian had truly offended the two greatest forces in Emperor Qi's territory. She looked at Futian, who appeared totally unfazed despite being under tremendous pressure from those two top-notch forces. His eyes remained the same, and he, standing proud, seemed to be saying that he was confident to take on whatever changes were to come. The will of the great path of entropy was unleashed. That formless, eerily cold power was shattered right away. The battle between saints was done in the face of the might of the great path. The way of entropy was unbelievably overbearing. Despite that the attacks that Zhongqiu practiced were extremely cold and the coldness was everywhere, they remained incapable of invading his body. Futian extended his hand, and stars were conjured all over the place, making it look like the place had been turned into a world of stars. A great many constellations appeared all of a sudden in the sky above. The light of constellations orbited with Futian at the center, seemingly moving with a mystical tune, and a raging might shrouded the place. A halberd of the great path appeared on Futian's palm. The boundless light of the stars coursed, and that weapon pulsed with frightening powers within an instant, seemingly capable of breaking and subduing everything it touched. The light pulsing on the weapon alone made Zhongqiu sense tremendous pressure. His eyes turned severe, and he burst with coldness all over him, which was then conjured into a storm of cold, eerie currents swept at Futian's body. The method he trained in was on the extreme yin side of the spectrum of yin and yang, capable of killing without alerting the target. Boom! The stars all over the sky seemed to burst into flames right at that very instant. The devastating halberd of the great path lit up with true flames of the sun, with extremely overbearing will of the great path bursting through it, as if it were out to overpower Zhongqiu's eerie cold. If Zhongqiu took the path of extreme yin and extreme cold, then Futian sought to respond by bringing the power of extreme yang and extreme heat to bear. Boom! Zhongqiu's life spirit appeared, which was a black turtle sacred beast. That terrifying will of the great path coalesced into solid currents with him at the center, circling around him, and every single current caused any place they passed to turn completely dead. When that many currents were coursing about at the same time, the scene was nothing short of harrowing. At that moment, Futian stepped forward, and their surroundings shook violently. Zhongqiu's heart seemed to shake alongside Futian's steps. Even one hit would be too much for the likes of you. Futian walked towards Zhongqiu, zipping past the space within an instant. The pressure that Xingkai had put on him had been stronger than what Zhongqiu, at the moment, was able to muster. Futian had still been a proving holiness saint back then, and now, he was already a saint of true self. There was no way Zhongqiu could have won against him. The stars above the sky orbited at that very moment where Futian walked. The light of the constellation of the Great Path rained down at the same time, crushing everything around him, and he charged, making it seem like the light of ancient symbols was raining down on Zhongqiu. At that moment, Zhongqiu felt as if he were caught in the world of stars. Every single beam of light of the Great Path shot at him, like a star coming down on him. Countless stars rained down as they burned with true flames of the sun, making them capable of raising everything they hit. His expression finally changed. When Futian truly brought his might to bear, Zhongqiu finally realized just how terrifying things could have been. That pale face of his seemed to turn even paler. Countless currents rushed at Futian in a frenzy, yet they seemed insignificant before Futian's attacks. He roared, and a huge black turtle appeared, freezing the entire place as he was shrouded within, turning his attacks into defense. Boom, boom, boom. Their surroundings continued to shake, and thousands of clashes seemed to happen within a single moment. The black turtle began to crack, and a holy halberd burst through, tearing the sacred beast at the center and penetrating what was inside. No, Zhongqiu became frightened. He cranked his powers to be the limit, intending to freeze the space over. Yet the black turtle continued to be destroyed. The halberd looked unstoppable. With a loud rumble, the life spirit crumbled altogether, and Futian's halberd went straight into Zhongqiu's body. Zhongqiu looked horrified. He then looked up at Futian and saw Futian push his hand forward lightly. Devastating power burst and tore through everything in Zhongqiu's body. He would have him dead if he was unable to pull it off, huh? What about if he was actually able to do what he claimed to be able to? Boom. A person was sent flying and fell limply to the ground. Zhongqiu's face was filled with utter terror. He sensed that everything in his body had been destroyed. Even his life spirit had been taken apart by Futian's attack. Futian had thoroughly crippled him. "You're unfit for cultivation," Futian said. Countless people watched that scene with baffled expressions, and their hearts raced. One hit. Futian had truly only used one attack, and that attack had utterly overwhelmed his opponent. Was that really Zhongqiu? Zhongqiu of the Zhong clan had looked so impossibly weak back there. He was unable to take even a single hit. Zhuo Yin watched, feeling as if his mind had been rattled. His expression was a very ugly one. He was unable to imagine what would have happened if he had been the one to fight just moments ago. Sir Yi, Yun Xinyue watched the scene with a shocked expression, finding Futian to be impossibly powerful. While she had gone to seek guidance from Futian many times before, she had never seen what Futian was truly capable of, and in that moment, she had finally seen it. Even someone as powerful as Zhongqiu was unable to withstand even a single hit. Mighty ones of the Zhong clan at her side flashed to Zhongqiu's side, looking into the extent of Zhongqiu's injuries. Their expressions turned cold, and killing intent was sensed sweeping out. The killing intent became blatant after they saw that Zhongqiu was utterly crippled. The mighty ones from the Zhong clan headed in Futian's direction and said coldly, "You behaved in such an unbridled manner in the palace examination. Did you even have any respect for the prince or anyone else around you?" That man's killing intent was frightening, as if he intended to kill Futian right where he stood. Many sweated on Futian's behalf after sensing the terrifying might of a holiness of nirvana bursting through. They all wondered if the man who had crippled Zhongqiu with one single attack would be able to walk off the stage alive. "Try making a move against my student if you dare." A towering might shrouded the entire place, pressing down on the holiness of nirvana. Everyone sensed the terrifying pressure within an instant. The holiness of nirvana of the Zhong clan turned around to look at the one who had spoken. He was not alone, as everyone looked toward the source of the voice. A figure appeared at the prince's side and slowly walked out. It was none other than Qi Xiangang. When Qi Xiangang walked out, his plain bearing changed all of a sudden. Despite wearing a plain long robe, he felt as if he had merged with the heavenly path as he walked. A terrifying might shrouded the holiness of nirvana of the Zhong clan. At that moment, countless people had their eyes on Qi Xiangang. He stopped and stood still, looking as if he were the only being left in that space. His student. The holiness of nirvana of the Zhong clan naturally knew of Qi Xiangang. He had become renowned in the royal palace as of late and was highly valued by the prince, so much so that the prince often sought his guidance and training. Even those from the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan were able to sense a looming threat from him. That man seemed to be out to fight for status in Emperor Qi's territory with them, and it did seem like he had the power to do so. Both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan were very wary of Qi Xiangang. However, none of them expected that that powerful being was the teacher of that unbelievable genius who had just stepped onto the stage in such a presumptuous manner and taken care of Zhong Qiu with a single hit. Those from the two forces became even more glum at that thought. To them, everything looked like it had been deliberately arranged by Qi Xiangang. He'd had his student rise by stepping on the heads of all the others, making his name known throughout Emperor Qi's territory while shocking everyone else, allowing those from the royal palace see just how extraordinary his student was. Everything that had happened that day seemed to make sense at that thought, as if that was how things were supposed to be. The Yun clan was but one excuse. The newcomers' true objective had been to pass the palace examination and rise by stepping on their heads. What had just happened made it very easy for people to harbor such thoughts. The truth, however, was that while Qi Xiangang had indeed been waiting for Futian, he had not known his student would show up in such a manner. But then again, from what Futian said, he realized what was actually happening. A student of the younger generation of Futian in the heavenly mandate realm had been forcefully gifted to others as a servant girl. Everyone in that vast place turned their eyes to Qi Xiangang as their hearts continued to race. That man who had just walked beside the prince seemed to possess extraordinary powers. The bursting of his might seemed to be that of the heavens, shrouding the entire place and subjecting everyone to that formless pressure. So this was Futian's backing then. No wonder he dared to provoke all major forces with impunity the way he did, going on to insult both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan. Yun Teng and Yun Ni clenched their fists tight in the crowd and looked very agitated. They seemed to have truly seen the hope. Futian was from the Crimson Dragon realm, so his teacher would have definitely been a top-notch figure back at the Crimson Dragon realm. It seemed that he was just as renowned in the heavenly mandate realm. Furthermore, he was at Prince Qi Yu's side. The prince would probably have not sided with anyone, and all who were squabbling would have had to rely on themselves. But then again, they wondered if Futian's teacher alone would have sufficed to take on all those people. The holiness of nirvana of the Zhong clan stared at Qi Xiangang, remaining silent. As a holiness of nirvana himself, he naturally sensed, in the might bursting from Qi Xiangang, that the other man had far stronger comprehension and mastery of the great path than he did. It was apparent that that legendary figure in the royal palace who had emerged of late was more powerful than he was. A figure was seen rising in the Zhong clan's direction at that moment. He was slender and looked like an insurmountable mountain just by standing there. Everyone was shocked to see him rise. They were wondering if the palace examination would turn into a fight between top-notch figures. That man was the leader of the Zhong clan. Zhongli stood quietly and stared at Qi Xiangang. He naturally sensed that the prince seemed to have no intention to interfere in the matter. The prince probably knew already. They were subordinates of Emperor Qi and were considered an extension of the emperor's power, as they served the emperor. But the emperor naturally knew that they would have looked for themselves as well. None of those matters could have been brought to light, and no one would have said anything about it. However, Futian made clear what had happened on that day. The royal palace simply watched the events unfold, so it became clear that the prince intended to let them take care of matters on their own. If they lost, then their incompetence would be blamed, and that would serve as a good chance to knock some sense into them. "Your student is indeed extremely formidable, Sir Qi," Zhongli said plainly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in that vast place was able to hear him clearly. Qi Xiangang and Futian both looked at Zhongli, who had just spoken. Zhongli continued, "But if Sir Qi were to find anything troublesome in the Zhong clan, you could have found another chance to bring the matter up. You could have told us straight that you intended to ask for a servant girl. It would have only taken a single word from you, Sir Qi, and I would have handed the girl over." There was no need for such commotion and insult to cultivators at the palace examination, as well as to crippled Zhong Qiu. At their level, if Qi Xiangang were to ask him to hand someone over, he would have definitely complied and handed said someone over. In his perspective, it was apparent that Qi Xingang and Yi Futian had said what they had said as a slight towards them. Qi Xingang was naturally aware of what lay between the lines in Zhongli's words. He looked at Zhongli and said, "I've heard about both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan from His Highness, and he speaks highly of both clans. It is a pity that the repute seems to have eclipsed the man in the flesh. His Highness once asked how I would have compared to the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan. From what I've seen today, I surely do not hope to be compared to the Zhong clan." Zhongli looked at Qi Xingang with slightly raised brows. He wondered if the other man was insulting him, saying that he was beneath being compared. Qi Xingang stepped out and elaborated slowly. The Zhong clan knew that she was being forced against her will to do so, and you knew that it was not within reason and not something that should have been done. Regardless of who brought it up, you should have let the girl go and looked into the matter. Such was the way of the saints, instead of how you put it. If I were to ask the Zhong clan to hand over the girl and you complied, it wouldn't have been out of reason and right or wrong, but out of face and your own interests. Prince Qi, you listened to Qi Shuanggong's speech and flashed an expression of approval. The prince had found his speech and reasoning to be superb. If my student had not been able to defeat Zhong Qiu with a single hit, you would have killed him. Yet Zhong Qiu lost such a dare, and then you refused to bear the corresponding consequences. So that is to say that right or wrong are not being used to determine the outcome of the matter, but one's own power is. In that case, why berate him for insulting the Zhong clan? Wouldn't you be inviting insult to yourselves by doing so? Qi Xingang said this as he walked, and he actually walked right past that holiness of nirvana. The holiness of nirvana watched as Qi Xingang walked past him quietly, and his expression became rather stiff. Qi Xingang then walked toward the Zhong clan and looked at Yun Qianyue, who was within the group of people of the Zhong clan. He asked, "Are you joining the Zhong clan of your own will?" Yun Qianyue looked at Qi Xingang and said, "No, sir, this is not done pf my own will." Qi Xingang nodded, smiling before continuing. "Yi Futian said you have already taken him as your teacher. Don't you think it'd be rather inappropriate to continue addressing me as sir?" Yun Qianyue was dumbfounded and looked up at Qi Xingang. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the corners of her eyes seemed rather wet. She bowed solemnly and said, "My name is Qianyue, Grandmaster." "That's how it should be done." Qi Xingang smiled and nodded. "Come over here." "Yes, Grandmaster." Yun Qianyue stepped forward, intending to walk past the group of people from the Zhong clan. However, several people stood in her way, and all of them burst with overwhelming pressure. That matter was not over. Zhong Qiu, a genius of the Zhong clan, had been crippled, and those from the Zhong clan were not about to just let her walk free. Qi Xingang burst with extremely terrifying might all of a sudden at that scene. His might of the great path shrouded their surroundings. The robe he wore billowed, despite that there was no wind. He stepped forward, and beams of golden light of the great path appeared in the sky, piercing downward and causing all those beside Yun Qianyue to let out a stifled grunt. Their faces were pale as they backed away. All of them were saints. The mighty ones of the Zhong clan were shocked as they looked up. Qi Shuanggong's powers were nothing short of terrifying. "If you people of the Zhong clan insist on detaining the student of my student, do not blame me if I go about this the hard way." Qi Shuanggong's voice was cold as he continued to walk. Those mighty ones with pale faces looked extremely frustrated. They simply looked on as Qi Xingang kept walking. None of them dared to do anything against Yun Qianyue. The might of one person had proved more than enough to stun all of the top-notch forces. That was how terrifying cultivators at the very pinnacle were. "Sir Qi, did you bother asking if I agreed to let you bully the Zhong clan's younger generation?" Zhong Li's voice was cold. Powerful aura burst and lashed out at Qi Xingang. Several holiness of nirvanas walked out as well, and all of them had terrifying aura. Their might fell not only on Qi Xingang. Some of them went on to shroud Yi Futian with their might as well. It was as if they were saying that if Qi Xingang dared make a move against the people of the Zhong clan, they would make a move against Yi Futian as well. Things were just as difficult for Zhongli at the moment. If they were to simply yield in this situation, not only would they no longer be able to achieve greater heights in Emperor Qi's territory, they would lose their current status altogether as well. If they were to give in, they would essentially be falling into a ravine. Qi Xingang would take their place and become the new symbol of the pinnacle of power in Emperor Qi's territory. A figure flashed and appeared beside Yi Futian. It was Wu Yong. His raging aura burst and was cast onto the people of the Zhong clan. Several auras burst in the crowd at the same time, all of them overbearing. One person after another took to the sky and came onto the stage after that. Boom! One of them burst in the divine flames of the sun. His eyes burned like an inferno. That person was none other than Zhu Kong, the leader of the Zhu clan of the 9 tribes. City Lord. Zhu Kong stood behind Yi Futian and cupped his hands. Zhu Kong was no longer against Yi Futian at the moment. He, too, was able to see just how great Yi Futian's potential would have been. Rather than spending his time scheming against Yi Futian, he found it more sensible to simply wait. By the time Yi Futian became very powerful, he would not bother keeping them on a leash. He might even provide them with opportunities. City Lord. Yet another person emerged. He was the Vermilion Bird tribe leader, who burst with a holiness of nirvana level of pressure as well. I was wondering if you would show up. I really didn't expect to find you here. But then again, challenging someone of your plane here? That's bullying, man. A voice was heard, and sword will was sensed. Sword aura then zipped past in the air, and several swordsmen walked up to the stage. The leader was none other than Pei Min of the Sword Emperor Palace. Several others stepped up as well, walking to the stage. In Tianjiao was there as well. Several others followed as she walked up to the stage, staying close by her side, and said, "Princess." Apparently, after the ones who had come to the Crimson Dragon realm were scattered, they had somehow managed to make that place their meeting point after hearing that there was an event to be held in Emperor Qi's territory. They had then met up with Yi Futian coincidentally. A group of mighty ones appeared as well, and they came to Yi Futian's side. It seemed as if holiness of nirvanas were appearing one after another every now and then. The people of Emperor Qi's territory found this turn of events to be utterly baffling. Was the Zhong clan really going to fight against such odds? The mighty ones from the Zhong clan stood frozen as they saw more and more mighty ones from the other side showing up. They felt a massive pressure on their chests. They were unable to fathom what was going on. What the hell was this? Why were so many mighty ones showing up all of a sudden? There were even several holiness of nirvanas standing right behind Yi Futian. All of them were addressing him as City Lord and acting very respectful toward him, as if he were their leader or something. All who had showed up seemed to know him as well. With such a lineup and Qi Xingang added to the mix, the few holiness of nirvanas in the Zhong clan were apparently no match at all. At that moment, another group of people emerged, Prince Qishang and Yu Shifei of the Crimson Dragon realm. When the teleportation had gone wrong and disintegrated, they had held each other's hands, and because of that, they had remained together, showing up at the same place. They had met up with the others at the event later, and they had found more of their own. They were trying to see if they were able to find anyone from the Crimson Dragon realm among the vast crowd that day. It was apparent that everyone had shared the same thoughts and gathered at the event. Yi Futian was even bold enough to cause a scene at the event. I'd heard of the exploits of the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan throughout the days I spent in the Imperial City. I didn't expect to find both clans more forceful than I could have imagined. These two clans really are capable of throwing their weight around in Emperor Qi's territory. Qishang smiled and continued, His Majesty Emperor Qi should really keep his people in check. Qiyu felt it rather out of place for so many mighty ones to show up one after another. All of them had exceptional bearing, and many among them felt extraordinary, especially several of the younger ones. While their training had apparently not been the strongest, their bearings were nonetheless superb, so much so that it seemed that the geniuses in Emperor Qi's territory appeared to be beneath their notice. While Emperor Qi's territory was indeed said to be a place ruled by a Renhuang, it was but one of the places ruled by a Renhuang throughout the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. There were many other stronger places, and because of that, they were unable to keep the best of the best around. If talents were to be compared, the geniuses who stood at the very pinnacle would not have been inferior to those from Emperor Qi's territory. They would have only been stronger. There were many among those who'd emerged who were descendants of Renhuang themselves. That day was the day on which the palace examination of Emperor Qi's territory was held, but it seemed that things had changed altogether. A storm had arisen all because of Yun Qianyue. To put it precisely, it was that silver-haired young man who'd caused such a scene. Just who the hell was that young man? Zhongli's expression had turned completely glum. The Zhong clan had intended to forcibly overpower Qi Xinggang and those with him, sweeping the matter under the rug. They would have apologized to Emperor Qi at a later date. It would have been better to be caught in a disadvantage at such a place. However, this turn of events had rendered them utterly helpless. The parties were no longer in the same weight class to begin with. Even if the Zhuoqiu clan were to be added the conflict, siding with the Zhong clan, they would still have lost. Now only the Zhong clan was caught in such a predicament. Those from the Zhuoqiu clan sported expressions that were equally as interesting. The mighty ones from the Celestial Swordly clan and the Yun clan of Luo City were all stunned by the turn of events before them. Telling me to keep my people in check. You people really are bold indeed. A voice was heard from afar, and everyone saw a holy, dazzling beam of light descending from the royal palace. A figure in royal garb walked in front of them, heading towards the crowd. His appearance caused countless people throughout the vast place to bow solemnly and say, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Many mighty ones from the Zhuoqiu clan, the Zhong clan, and the others bowed one after another as well. Emperor Qi came before them with a single step. Qi rose as well and called out to the person right before him, "Father." Emperor Qi nodded slightly to the crowd, waving his hand to tell everyone to be at ease. His eyes then turned towards Futian, Qishang, and the others. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm Qishang from the Crimson Dragon Realm," Qishang said and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm Futian." Futian bowed as well. While those people had been there causing a ruckus, they were nonetheless still very polite, seeing a true Renhuang, showing appropriate manners and respect. Emperor Qi smiled and said, "You sure are bold. I assume you're a member of the royal family in the Crimson Dragon clan then? Would you mind doing the introductions, Sir Qi?" Qi Xinggang nodded and looked at Qishang, saying, "This is His Highness, Prince Qishang of the Royal Palace of Crimson Dragon Realm in the Crimson Dragon region. The one by his side is his wife. The others are all from the Crimson Dragon region. Futian is my student, and he hails from Emperor Xia's realm in Crimson Dragon region. All of them are here in the Heavenly Mandate realm on a pilgrimage. The ancient road of space that we were on disintegrated. We were scattered all over the place, and we all gathered here today. So that is to say that there are probably several children of Renhuang in the Crimson Dragon realm then?" Emperor Qi asked and smiled, turning his eyes to several of them. He was able to feel something special from those few. "Indeed." Qi Xinggang nodded, and crowd was rattled. Several children of Renhuang? No one had expected the lineup that had showed up out of nowhere to be so terrifying, and it looked rather ridiculous. The Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan had no doubt been very much of a big deal in Emperor Qi's territory, but they were rather tiny when compared to the ones on the other side. It was no surprise that Futian showed neither fear nor respect for them, or that he had even gone on to make sarcastic jabs at them. They were curious what kind of a character Futian had been in the Crimson Dragon region. They were curious about his status. "Seems like you have your own motives for coming to the royal palace then, Sir Yi. You people have taken the venue where the palace examination was to be held to be your meeting place. I see," Emperor Qi continued, looking at them. "I beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty," Qi Xinggang said and bowed slightly. "You've made it a point not to stay here for long, so what can I fault you for? However, that student of yours really is a cocky one, stirring up all that trouble in the palace examination." Emperor Qi turned his attention to Futian and asked, "Someone who was able to overpower top-notch geniuses from Emperor Qi's territory. What is the status of this student of yours, Sir Qi?" "No status worth mentioning. He is but a cultivator from Emperor Xia's realm who joined the Crimson Dragon realm," Qi Xinggang answered. "You refuse to tell me the truth then?" Emperor Qi looked at him, and the few holiness of nirvanas around him. All of them had emerged only because of him, just as a show of force. Qi Xinggang had actually said that someone like that was of no status worth mentioning. "If you really would like to know of his status, Your Majesty, then I'd say that Futian is someone who loved stirring up trouble back in the Crimson Dragon realm. He is a city lord who has a great many mighty ones serving him." Qishang smiled and continued, "By the way, Yi Futian is also the #1 cultivator in his generation in the Crimson Dragon region. A genius who stands at the very pinnacle, if you would. I'm afraid none in the palace examination would be able to compare to him, let alone Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan. #1 cultivator. Qi Shang spoke so highly of Yi Futian that hardly any appraisal could have surpassed what he'd said. That #1 apparently took the prince into consideration, so it was saying that the prince was inferior to Yi Futian. Furthermore, he had said Crimson Dragon region instead of Crimson Dragon realm. Emperor Qi knew, naturally, that there were a great many top-notch geniuses gathered from all over the Crimson Dragon region in that realm, yet Qi Shang still claimed that Yi Futian was the #1 young cultivator in the Crimson Dragon region. That appraisal alone spoke volumes about how tremendously powerful Yi Futian was. It was no surprise that Zhong Qiu had not been able to withstand even a single hit. He really was unfortunate for having met someone like that. The corner of Zhuo Yan's mouth twitched. He had been rather dismissive of Yi Futian until the other man had actually taken down Zhong Qiu with a single hit. Only then had Zhuo Yan felt truly shaken. Sir Yi, #1 in Crimson Dragon region. Yun Xinyue's expression turned rather dazed, wondering if this was truly the soft-spoken and polite Sir Yi that she knew. All of the mighty ones from the Crimson Dragon region, even the likes of princes, were proud of him. That being said, Sir Ye's talents would have definitely overpowered many geniuses throughout the Crimson Dragon region then. So that is how it is. Emperor Qi smiled and said, in that case, the palace examination today has turned out rather meaningful, for we are able to see how different those from this territory are compared to the #1 in the Crimson Dragon region. You all should be more diligent in your training from here on out, in order to prevent what happened today from happening again. Your emperor is losing face today. We will definitely do our best to scout geniuses within the territory, Your Majesty, the leader of the Zhuo clan said to Emperor Qi and bowed. While what Qi Shang said sounded rather unpleasant to the ear, it would seem that he has a point. I really do need to keep my people in check, Emperor Qi said. The states of mind of the mighty ones from both the Zhuo clan and the Zhong clan continued to plunge after they heard that. We're responsible for what happened today. Please see to it that we're punished, Your Majesty, the leader of the Zhuo clan said, asking to be punished voluntarily. Qiyu, have someone investigate the Zhuo clan's abuse of power by trading candidate slots for the palace examination, and do everything in your power to cooperate. Zhuo, you have been following me for many years, and it is impossible for you not to do anything wrong at all. I simply hope that you know where your responsibilities lie. Emperor Qi continued, as for the Zhong clan, there will no longer be any need for them to participate in anything related to the territory. Qiyu, look into the training methods of the Zhong clan and see if they have been forcing or threatening others in anything. Yes, father. Qiyu rose and nodded. Zhong Li's expression became as pale as paper. The mighty ones of the Zhong clan were all shuddering slightly. That was the end of them. The emperor had stripped the Zhong clan of all their power right there and then. Furthermore, there was also to be an investigation into their clan, and all of them knew what they had done so far. That large clan had had many shady dealings in the past. If any of that were to be brought to light, the emperor would surely not let them off easy. The emperor had truly taken advantage of the commotion to straighten his people out. Finally, I shall see to it that the palace examination is organized again at a later date, and the selection shall be done fairly, Emperor Qi said to the crowd. All hail our wise emperor. One person after another bowed. Hope lit up in the hearts of many. Yun Ting and Yun and I both smiled. It seemed that Xinyue would turn out all right after all. The Zhong clan would face extremely severe punishments. Yun Xinyue had already walked back to Yi Futian on the platform. She looked at Yi Futian with teary eyes, but there was a smile on her face as well. She asked, Are you really willing to take me as your student, sir? I am indeed. Yi Futian smiled and said, But while I've agreed to take you as my student, you'll still be relying on yourself to further your training, for I won't be able to take you with me. Indeed. Yun Xinyue nodded. I understand. She did not dare ask for more. Let her stay in the royal palace and train under me then, Emperor Qi said. Yi Futian and Yun Xinyue were both dumbfounded as they looked at Emperor Qi. The Zhong clan served me, and I was at fault in this as well. Just take it as compensation, Emperor Qi said. You indeed are generous and fair, Your Majesty. Yi Futian bowed and continued, Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Yun Qinyue smiled as well. Her eyes seemed to become even wetter as she smiled. Her family had thrown her away and sent her off to become a servant girl in order for Yunimo to get a chance at the palace examination. Right then, however, she had acquired the right to train by Emperor Qi's side. It all just seemed so ironic. The Yun clan looked upon the scene with ashen faces. No one could have comprehended what they felt. Old Man Yun looked at the platform and saw Emperor Qi declaring that he would allow Yun Qinyue to train under him. That promise held great significance, more so than passing the palace examination and being allowed to train under the emperor. What happened on that day caused Yun Qinyue's status to skyrocket, enabling her to get close to the royal family. This was something that the Yun clan had wanted to do all this time, as they wanted to send younger members of their clan to train under the emperor. That wish had finally come true, yet it was not something that had happened because of their efforts. On the contrary, they had cast her out cruelly, sending her away as a sacrifice so that they would have a shot at achieving that. Yun Qinyue would probably hate her family's guts. They took a look at Yunimo, who had been thoroughly rid of his training. Revenge was out of the question without a doubt. If Yi Futian were to truly sit down and settle the matter with them, they probably would not have been able to emerge unscathed. That lineup had overpowered even the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan, making even the emperor himself appear. All of that showed how absolutely terrifying those people were. Their backing was so strong that even Emperor Qi, a lord of a territory in Heavenly Mandate Realm, had to show respect. Yun Chang's face was ashen, and he despaired, wondering how things had turned out this way. Two figures walked in his direction, Yun Tang and Yun and I. Yun Tang still looked rather angry, judging from how they looked at the rest of the Yun clan. He said coldly, Qinyue's father sacrificed himself for the clan, and now you people have sent Qinyue to the Zhong clan to be a servant girl for the sake of the clan. It occurs to me all of a sudden that we've been getting close to the Zhong clan, wanting to establish a connection between us and them. The clan might have been planning for this for a long time, waiting for the pieces to fall in the palace examination. Yun Tang looked rather sarcastic as he continued, It is indeed ironic. The one who was cast away by the clan and saved by an outsider. If it had not been for Yi Futian, I'm sure you all would have been smiling from ear to ear instead, feeling not the slightest bit of remorse or sorrow, but only joy from seeing your goals accomplished. From this day forth, my family shall sever all ties with the Yun clan of Luo City. I wish the clan great success and prosperity. Both Yun Tang and Yun and I turned around and left right away, not at all reluctant. Yun and I would especially hate them for what they had done. Her husband had died for the clan, and her daughter had changed her surname, and all of that had only resulted in her being cast away by the clan as a sacrifice. It was pathetic indeed. It was fortunate that they had Yi on their side. She looked up at the silver-haired man up on the platform. Her eyes were filled only with gratitude. She too was able to figure out that the clan had been planning this for a very long time. None of that had anything to do with Yi Futian being threatened by the Celestial Swordly clan. That incident was but a convenient excuse. Even without Li Rushuang in the picture, the clan would have sent Qinyue away all the same, just so that Yunimo was able to have a bright future. At yet another corner, the people of the Celestial Swordly clan were feeling just as frustrated. Emperor Qi had ordered for the Zhuoqiu clan to be subjected to investigations. The alliance was rendered null without a doubt. Both clans would want to have nothing to do with each other at that point. It was clear that they would have intended to sever all connections with each other, just to avoid being punished by the emperor for having conspired with one another. Other than that, Yi Futian had once reminded them, Li Rushuang of the Celestial Swordly clan had wanted to kill him once, going all the way to the Yun clan to take him away and telling the Yun clan to know their place. Li Rushuang was the most extraordinary figure in their clan from that generation, and everyone wondered how the rest of her clan would deal with her. If they were to simply ignore Yi Futian, that lineup of his was more than enough to take them out as easy as pinching an ant to death. Furthermore, no one would have anything to say about it. One wrong step, and it would be the end of them. Li Rushuang walked back to her clan and saw that all eyes in her clan were on her. She was perceptive enough to tell that something was out of place. Those eyes did not look like they'd used to. She frowned hard. and her mind cleared in an instant. She knew that those looks they were giving her had something to do with Futian. She had once been the pride of her clan, yet at that moment, her clan was probably afraid of being dragged into her mess, and they were thinking of what to do with her. She felt a bone-chilling cold in her mind, making minor sacrifices to safeguard major interests. She had been reduced to a minor sacrifice to her clan. She stopped and looked at all those faces before her, feeling as if they were those of strangers. What happened with the Ranhuang mural at the ridge was my own doing, and I shall shoulder the responsibility all on my own. From this day forth, I, Li Rushuang, will no longer be a member of the Celestial Swordly clan. Everything I have done will have had nothing to do with the Celestial Swordly clan, Li Rushuang said, making a snap decision right then and there. It would have been very dangerous for her to return to her clan, as it was extremely possible for her clan to make her a scapegoat in order to keep their clan out of that mess. As such, she made the decision to sever her connection with her clan instead. She turned around after she finished saying all of that and began walking, intending to leave right away on her own. Thinking of just leaving like that? A cold voice was heard. Futian turned to look at Li Rushuang. He'd heard that Li Rushuang was a decisive person, capable of making decisions quickly and follow through with them. She was also brutal, and had shown no mercy when she intended to kill him back then. She'd gone to the Yun clan just to take him away, and then he'd attempted to set the Yun clan up just to offend the Zhuoqiu clan. All of her actions showed that she was merciless with her dealings. At present, she had severed ties with her clan, intending to escape in one piece. Li Rushuang stopped and turned around to look at Futian, saying, "It was indeed you who destroyed the Renhuang mural, and it was completely normal that I put the blame on you in my anger. I'm willing to cut my hair as a token of apology." She then put her hand behind her head and held her hair. A sword materialized in her other hand, and she cut off her long hair right away. Her jet-black hair billowed in the air. After Li Rushuang cut her hair, her then shoulder-length hair was left hanging loose, giving her the frail grace of a woman and making her look pitiful and downtrodden, preventing others from making a move on her. However, Futian's expression remained unchanged. One's state of mind was unusually steely when they had trained all the way to sainthood. Every single action a saint took would have come from their own will, and none would have thought that they had been wrong in doing anything. That action of cutting her hair off was but a ploy to buy time. Her pitiful appearance was only a tool to allow her to live. Li Rushuang was indeed brutal. However, Futian's expression remained as it had always been, without a single hint of moving in any way. It was as if he were saying, "You think doing this is going to appeal to my kindness?" Li Rushuang had not looked like that at all when she'd ordered him killed. "Is that mural something that belonged to you in the first place, Li Rushuang?" Futian asked. She was startled and speechless. "That thing belonged to no one, and yet you sound so matter-of-fact nonetheless. Completely normal, huh?" Futian jabbed at her sarcastically and continued, "I'm now offering you a chance. If you can take one hit from my sword and live, I'll let you leave." One hit from his sword. Li Rushuang's expression became pointed. As a mighty one from the Celestial Swordly clan, she was trained in the way of the sword, and yet, Futian was getting ready to deal with her using swords. "So be it." Li Rushuang nodded. Sword aura whipped about and gathered behind her as soon as she finished talking. Her life spirit appeared, and the sword will all around was solidified into a terrifying screen of swords, pulsing with the frightening light of the sword as they zipped about. Those were not swords meant for defense. They were swords meant for killing. As a swordswoman, she knew well that the greatest defense available to wielders of swords was none other than offense. Her swords burst in an instant without waiting for Futian to do anything. She charged straight at Futian in a decisive manner. Futian is only able to use one move with the swords. Many around them praised her deep down, seeing how she moved. Regardless of her character, the fact that she was extremely talented had not changed at all. She was indeed someone born to be a cultivator. Futian remained unfazed as he watched Li Rushuang make her move. He took one step forward, and swords of Cassiopeia were conjured around him, zipping through the air. They burst through Li Rushuang's river of swords one after another, moving forward in a special pattern, taking formations and coming at her like an autumn gale. The swords of Cassiopeia, reflected in Li Rushuang's eyes, continued to grow in size. She was thoroughly frightened and backed away in a hurry. However, the swords of Cassiopeia were unerringly fast, and they arrived before her in an instant, piercing the aura of swords all around her as they burst through her body. Her body shuddered unceasingly within an instant. Her blood stained her clothes, and she looked pathetic. The aura all over her was dispelled, and she grew increasingly weak. Wrinkles began to appear on her face. She lost her youthful appearance altogether, as if she had gotten 10 years older within an instant. The life force within her body had all been destroyed by the sword wills. She looked completely ashen as she reached out to sense the remaining aura in her body. She was not even able to stand still by then. The sword wills were dispelled, and Yi Futian continued to eye Li Rushuang. There was hardly any pity in his eyes. Li Rushuang looked up at him with a vicious look on her face. She stood and hobbled away without saying anything. Despite being severely injured, her training disposed of, she still had hope that she would be able to train again. Yi Futian turned around, not looking at her anymore. "How many abilities are you versed in, sir?" Yun Qianyue, who was by his side, asked. She had only been asking Yi Futian to guide her in the ways of thunder. Yet it was the way of entropy and the halberd of time and space that Yi Futian had defeated Zhongqiu with. At that moment, he'd showed his abilities with the sword as well. Yi Futian did not correct the way she addressed him, thinking that she had probably gotten used to it. "I'm versed in quite a few powers," Yi Futian said and smiled. He then looked at Emperor Qi, bowing and saying, "I'm truly sorry for getting you involved in what happened today, Your Majesty, and I'd like to beg your forgiveness. You people have indeed caused me, an emperor, to lose a lot of face. But then again, it worked well to stimulate them for a bit." Emperor Qi continued, "Since you have come all the way from the Crimson Dragon realm and something wrong happened with the Grand Matrix of Space, I'm sure that there are others of yours who are still out there. How about you train in the royal palace for a bit? What just happened here will have spread like wildfire soon enough. Other than that, I shall have my people to hasten the spread of the news. Doing so will allow those friends of yours who did not show today to find this place before long." "It is indeed best that we have your help, Your Majesty," Yi Futian said. They were in Emperor Qi's territory, and if the emperor was willing to help, those who hadn't showed that day would come soon enough. "I'm not doing this for free. Please take your time to spar with the cultivators in the royal palace while you are training here. Have them experience what the strongest genius from the lower worlds is like, just to prevent them from developing a holier-than-thou attitude and thinking themselves to be peerless." Emperor Qi smiled as he elaborated. Many studied under him, and there were indeed some who possessed extreme talents among them, whom he'd taken in as personal students. Other than that, the emperor had descendants of his own. After all, it was great that Yi Futian and the others around him were the strongest of geniuses to be found in the Crimson Dragon realm, allowing them to spar with those of Emperor Qi at a similar age. Such training would allow them to have a better idea of who was stronger, and that would benefit their training further. "All right." Yi Futian nodded. He saw no reason to refuse such a minor request. "Let's go," Emperor Qi said, and one figure after another stepped out. The crowd all over the vast place felt like they had not gotten enough. While the palace examination was interrupted, everything that had happened after the examination was even more extraordinary. They knew that from then on out, both the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan, which had been standing on the pinnacle in Emperor Qi's territory, would fall into decline sooner or later, and the Zhong clan would suffer even more. The mountain range in Emperor Qi's territory was sparsely inhabited. Cultivators rarely came here, and only recluses or silence seekers would cultivate in the mountains. At this moment, many people got down from the top of one mountain. Their robes were blowing in the wind. Divine might was being released from their body, extremely intimidating. They kept glancing around, forceful minds rushing out from their heads and enveloping the endless space. They seemed to be looking for something. "He is hurt. He can't escape too far. Maybe he is still in the mountain range. You go find him separately," said the leader of the group. People nodded and soon flashed toward different locations. They released their life forces without disguise at the same time. So even though they were far away, they could still perceive the life forces from others and support each other instantly. The leader looked quite young. He looked cold and had an intimidating life force. Many warriors were searching in the mountains, one of whom was an old warrior in a black robe. His body flashed in the air, fast like lightning. When he came to a land of valley, he seemed to perceive a faint wisp of life force. He immediately looked up in alert and darted toward that direction. There was a river in the deep of the valley. The old warrior in the black robe arrived on the bank above the river. He restrained the life force from his body and looked down, and then he saw a figure sitting there with his back to him. The life force was suspended around his body. It seemed he was healing himself. His clothes were still tinged with blood stains. The old man resumed his steps. His stare was cold, fixed on the figure in front of him. That man in white seemed to have noticed. He slowly turned around and stared at him coldly. Boom! The old man's life force exploded to the full and surged out. The divine might arrived. He raised one palm and thrust it out. It turned into a golden wheel and smashed the space. The man in white also raised his hand and thrust forward. Suddenly, 9 palm prints showed up in the sky and turned into one. The great law resonated and trembled the void sky. His palm print collided with the golden wheel print and made a booming sound. "Why don't you surrender now?" the old man shouted. His palm print swept forward and crushed the young man's palm print. The young man let out a low humph, but his palm print was still firm. Cold, killing thought flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, the old warrior seemed to perceive something, and his face turned pale. His mind glanced behind, and when he tried to retrieve the palm print, he found that the person's palm was sticking tight onto his palm. He hastily thrust out the left hand, but at that moment, a white phantom flashed in front of him and disappeared. PKKKHD. After a clear, penetrating sound, blood oozed from the old warrior's neck. His head fell, and the white phantom merged into the figure in white and became a part of it. He coughed. A dribble of blood fell from his mouth. He took an emotionless glance into the distance and turned around, flashing away. His life force was concealed, and his speed was super fast. Until now, he still had no idea why the person who came to the heavenly mandate realm with him suddenly sent people to capture him. He didn't offend him, and since he just came here, he didn't have enemies. What on earth was it? Even though he didn't know the answer, he could do nothing but escape. First, escape from this mountain range, and then disguise himself, hide in the crowds until they couldn't find him. It was not long after he escaped that a group of warriors came. The leader arrived, too. He saw the old warrior's corpse on the ground, of which the head had fallen to one side. He had been decapitated. The leader's face looked extremely sullen. They had wasted a few Saint Plain warriors, but they had not caught him yet. "Go!" He gave the order and flashed into the air, chasing after the residue of the man's life force left between the sky and earth. To be more exact, the imperial palace of Emperor Chi's territory should be called a city within a city. The imperial palace was a vast district covering hundreds of acres. There were countless lofty palaces in this area and abundant cultivation resources. Besides, the imperial palace was enveloped by one giant matrix, full of the thick nimbus of the universe. Even the will of the law was everywhere, permeating the whole space. It was a perfect land for cultivation, just like the earthly paradise described in legends. But it was not beyond Yi Futian's expectation. Ren Huang's dwelling place was often like this. He used to cultivate in the regional king's palace. In the regional king's palace, wills of flame were also everywhere, extremely thick in the air. It was also one of the reasons warriors of Emperor Chi's territory all wanted to attend the palace examination and cultivate under Emperor Chi's throne. They would not only learn Emperor Chi's teachings and cultivate in this zone, but also get bigger opportunities if they performed well enough and had enough talent. Many eminent figures had come from this imperial palace, and at this moment, in the imperial palace, Yi Futian and other warriors were staying in a provisional palace. During these days, from time to time, some people came here to visit and practice cultivation skills. They were all full of pride when they just came here, but they all looked quite depressed and enervated when they left, their heads lowered. Soon, warriors stopped visiting this provisional palace. The people here were too tough to mess up with. Yi Futian's companions from the Crimson Dragon realm gradually all arrived. since Emperor Qi helped release information in person, and also because what happened in palace examination had shocked the whole territory. Everyone who got a clue immediately rushed to the imperial palace and found the people they were looking for. The warriors who came from Thousand Leaves City with Futian were almost all here. Xiaqing Yuan arrived, too. In fact, she had been in the imperial city on the day of the palace examination. Still no news? Futian asked the Sword Saint of Cottage Villa. He went outside to seek information and had just come back. The Sword Saint of Cottage Villa shook his head and said, "Not yet. Donglu is always careful when doing things. If he had heard about the battle, he must have attempted to come here, unless something stopped him." Now, the third brother Gu Donglu was the only person who had not arrived yet. Other people were all here. The third brother's real strength was not weak. He should be able to protect himself if nothing serious happened. But Futian was still worried about him, since they were in the heavenly mandate realm where strong warriors were everywhere. If he had met a person like Li Rushuang, it would mean big trouble. Was it possible that he was sent to other territories by the collapsed spatial road? Asked Futian in a low voice. Maybe, said the Sword Saint, nodding. A cultivator should be fine being alone outside, but he was still a little worried about Gu Donglu, who didn't come here to meet them. At that moment, someone walked to them. Mr. Yi. That person saluted him from a distance. Futian walked forward. He knew the person belonged to the imperial palace. His Majesty has prepared a banquet and invites you and other heroes to come, he said. Futian listened and asked, "What time?" "You can depart now if you are free," he continued. "All right," said Futian, nodding. He needed to show respect for Emperor Qi. This time, Emperor Qi penalized the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan. The power of both clans had been weakened, especially the Zhong clan, which had left the center of politics. But, of course, Futian would not think it was all for him. Maybe these two clans had fallen out of Emperor Qi's favor for long, but they worked for him and did things in his name, just like in the palace examination. So, Emperor Qi just took the chance to give them an alert and innervate their power and voices. Futian and others departed and soon came to the Emperor Qi's dwelling Renhuang Palace. The banquet was ready. Many warriors sat on both sides of the banquet. People of the Crimson Dragon Realm had all arrived. They scattered and sat in different seats. Futian, what is your plan? Qi Shang asked Futian. He was sitting with Yu Shifei, opposite Futian. I don't have a specific plan, but I want to figure out what powers of the heavenly mandate realm were like first, said Futian in a low voice. Said Qi Shang, nodding. This time, we just came here for cultivation and training, so we don't have a strong intention. We are ready to leave here after today and go to different locations for cultivation. Okay, said Futian. He knew it was not convenient for so many people to cultivate together. Although many people came from the Crimson Dragon Realm, they belonged to different powers, and they didn't have to stay together. When you come back to Crimson Dragon Realm, I hope to see you become the top warrior below Renhuang in Crimson Dragon Realm, said Qi Shang, laughing. Futian didn't say anything. Perhaps he needed a lot more time to reach that level. He didn't know if his master Qi Xingyang had ability like that. When they headed toward the banquet, in the Imperial City District of Emperor Qi's territory, a figure in white swiftly flashed toward the Imperial Palace. However, he was stopped outside the palace. The man in white was Gu Donglu. The life force suspended around his body, and his white clothes were stained by blood. There seemed to be a gust of appalling life force rushing toward him. This is the Imperial Palace. You are not allowed to enter, a guard outside the Imperial Palace said to Gu Donglu with a long spear in hand. I came from the Crimson Dragon Realm. I am here to find people, said Gu Donglu. He got the news on his way and ran here. The guards took a look at each other and slightly nodded. They left some space for him. One of them turned around and said, "Follow me." And then, Gu Donglu followed him to the Imperial Palace territory. Just after they stepped inside, the group of people following him arrived. The ones at the front line paused their steps, frowning. This district belonged to Emperor Qi's territory. It was Emperor Qi's Imperial Palace. Many Renhuang's imperial palaces in the heavenly mandate realm were independently established spaces, prohibiting unknown visitors from trespassing. A figure arrived from the void sky. The life force being emitted from the person's body was very appalling. His eyes revealed a horrifying gleam. His stare was fixed on Emperor Qi's territory ahead of him. Other people turned their heads and looked at him. He took a stride forward and kept moving. Not to mention the imperial palace of Emperor Qi's territory, they were going to catch him anyway, even if he ran right in front of Emperor Qi. Who knew if the celestial gate of vast heaven knew his existence? The banquet was going on in Emperor Qi's palace. Futian and others had arrived. Emperor Qi came in person, too. Is it true that recently some royal warriors came to visit Futian's provisional palace and were all taken away on a stretcher? Emperor Qi looked at the warriors and asked. Many people lowered their heads and looked quite embarrassed. Those proud, big figures went to challenge Futian and ended up being defeated. Mr. Yi is the strongest warrior of Crimson Dragon Realm in this generation. It is normal that Emperor Qi's territory has no one to contend with him. Qi Yu was standing nearby and said. Emperor Qi nodded and said, realizing your own shortcomings is the first step for a more powerful cultivation path. From now on, don't be someone who sits in a well and thinks they know the world. And soon, you can depart with Qi Yu. Your Majesty, people all answered, nodding. They all knew what Emperor Qi meant. Soon, a big event would happen in Heavenly Mandate Realm. This event would be of vital importance for cultivators in this district, especially for those who studied thunder laws. That would be a rare chance for them. Even though they might not grasp the chance, they should still go to the event. Futian, I know the Yun clan of Luo City also cultivates in thunder skills. Since Qianyue is your disciple, you must be good at the law of thunders as well, right? Emperor Qi asked Futian. I can't say I am good at it, only the basics, Futian replied subserviently. You are being modest. I can tell your thunder skills are good too, replied Emperor Qi. Soon, there will be a chance of inheritance. I will send many people there. Would you like to go with them? It was out of Futian's expectation. Emperor Qi, as a Renhuang, seemed to pay much attention to this. Or did Emperor Qi draw Futian to his side also because of this thing? To let him accompany Qi Yu? May I know where to go? Asked Futian. Have you heard about this after you came to the Heavenly Mandate Palace? Asked Emperor Qi. All the thunder skills in the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. Yes, said Futian, nodding. He indeed heard about it from Yun Nin when he was in the Yun clan of Luo City. All the thunder skills in the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace here referred to the top power in the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Violet Heavenly Palace. Was the thing related to the Violet Heavenly Palace? The place you are going to is one of the orthodox holy places of the Violet Heavenly Palace and contained one of the 8 thunder law inheritances of the Violet Heavenly Palace, said Emperor Qi slowly. He looked solemn, as if lost in thought of the past, and then said, the Violet Heavenly Palace inherited from heaven and owned the heavenly law, divine thunder of purple heaven. There are 72 layers in the divine thunder of purple heaven, 8 sects, and numerous branches in the world, and this vast district contained one of the 8 orthodoxies of the Violet Heaven Palace. The place you will be going is related to it. Of course, nobody is forced to go. It is voluntary. Futian slightly nodded. Emperor Qi just provided a simple introduction and didn't give any details, but if he decided to go, he would get to know more. Of course, Futian wanted to go. All thunder skills of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. It was one of the 8 orthodoxies of the Purple Heavenly Palace. He came to the Heavenly Mandate Realm in order to reach higher levels and search for an answer. If he had the chance to approach the Violet Heavenly Palace, it would be a very good choice. We don't cultivate in thunder laws, we just hang around. You don't have to join in the fun, said Qishang. He was not the only one. Many people didn't cultivate in thunder laws either. He had told Futian he might part with him and go somewhere else. All right then, Emperor Qi said, nodding. Suddenly, Emperor Qi lifted his eyebrows. He raised his head and looked up into the distance as if having perceived something. His forceful mind stormed out and enveloped the boundless space. And soon, he saw a place there. On the outskirt of the imperial city, a group of people surrounded a young man in white. The leader of the group had an unusual temperament. It was as if he was aloof from the world. He stared at the man in white emotionlessly. The person in white was Gu Donglu. He had been fleeing on his way and had just come here after hearing about the thing that happened in the city. However, he was still blocked the moment he entered the city. The young leader in the group waved his hand, and immediately, these people flashed and encircled Gu Donglu. "Keep him alive," the young leader ordered mercilessly. Appalling life force was released from his body. From Gu Donglu's body, his life force also burst out violently. The 9 characters of spiritual power appeared and rotated around his body. A celestial phantom appeared, and a huge amount of wills gushed out. Seeing the scene, the young leader turned more concerned and yelled out, "Take him, right away." But at this moment, a suffocating pressure came down from the sky dome and enveloped the boundless space. It was the might of Ran Huang. A giant face showed up in the void sky. It was formed by wills. It was Emperor Qi's face. He paused for a second when seeing the ancient characters around Gu Donglu and the celestial phantom, and soon looked toward the group of people and asked, "Didn't you know you are not allowed to break into the palace in my territory?" The young man who took the lead slightly bowed to Emperor Qi and said, "Our apologies to bother you, Your Majesty. We will leave immediately after taking him away." And then he took out a token to show him. There were 2 characters on it, Wu Tu, Earth the 5th Essential. The token of Wu Tu? Above the sky dome, Emperor Qi slightly frowned at the scene. Gu Donglu raised his head and looked toward Emperor Qi. Since he was here, Emperor Qi should have known the reason. Futian came here and stirred up the whole realm but was still looking for him. Emperor Qi might have made his guess. However, at this moment, Emperor Qi didn't say anything. He just stared at Gu Donglu in silence, as if he was able to see something from his halo. They wanted to capture him. Was it because no, it shouldn't be possible? The celestial gate of Heavenly Gate should be extinct. "We apologize to bother Your Majesty." The young man slightly bowed and walked to Gu Donglu. The life force emitting from his body was copious, extremely forceful. Gu Donglu was severely injured. Looking at the warriors coming to him, he saw Emperor Qi's attitude. Gu Donglu immediately understood that these people who came to capture him had prestigious identities, even higher than Emperor Qi, the Renhuang. Otherwise, they would not dare to intrude into the imperial palace. "I will go by myself," said Gu Donglu. There was no need to persist. He took a step toward them and gave up resisting. He headed here after he got news about Futian and still reached the imperial palace after many difficulties. Since Futian was his younger brother attracted attention from the Renhuang in this territory, he thought he would be safe here. But obviously, he underestimated these people's identities. Even a Renhuang didn't dare to block them. It meant that even if he had found Futian and others, it would be useless and might get them involved. So, he would just go with them. It was just, so far, he hadn't figured out what the whole thing was about. Why did these people have to capture him? "Again, I apologize for this trouble I brought, Your Majesty." The young man bowed and said to Emperor Qi after noticing Gu Donglu following them, "Hope I can visit you again if I have the chance. Besides, Your Majesty can let your people depart now." After these words, they turned around and soon left the imperial palace. Emperor Qi's face gradually vanished in the void sky. In the banquet, when Emperor Qi's mind came back, many people were watching him. They all noticed Emperor Qi released his mind. Nobody knew what happened. A beam of mind shot out, and immediately, a virtual scene appeared in the void sky. Futian suddenly rose to his feet and yelled, "Third brother." Emperor Qi looked toward Futian. Did he call him third brother? The sword saint stood up, too. He looked quite worried. "Your Majesty, that person is my elder brother. Please show mercy to stop them," Futian pleaded. He didn't know who Gu Donglu had offended, but now, only Emperor Qi could save him. Emperor Qi looked toward Futian and said, "The token he holds in hand is called the token of Wu Tuesday. They belong to the place which I just told you about, one of the 8 orthodoxies of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Their real strength is very strong." Futian turned pale. Even Emperor Qi didn't dare to block them. The 8 orthodoxies of the Violet Heavenly Palace. How did the third brother offend them? "Master, let's go chase them," said Futian to Qi Xiangang. "There is no use of it." They had crossed the space and left using divine instruments, said Emperor Qi. This Gu Donglu should not be a simple person since a direct descendant of the palace chased him, but with such a divine instrument, no wonder the young man could take him away even though he had arrived. There was no other way to go. Was he really your brother from Crimson Dragon Realm? Emperor Qi looked toward Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian raised his head and looked quite confused. Is your brother related to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Emperor Qi continued asking. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Yi Futian murmured. It is a top power in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The third brother came from the lower realms. How could he have a connection with them? No, we came from Emperor Xia's realm of Crimson Dragon Realm, a smaller place, and so did my brother. He shouldn't have any connection with them, replied Yi Futian. What is your brother's last name? Emperor Qi fixed his eyes on him and continued asking. His last name is Gu, replied Yi Futian. He felt very anxious. However, Emperor Qi might have known something, so he just replied honestly. Gu! An appalling beam of sharp will came out of Emperor Qi's eyes. Even the life force around his body began to fluctuate. The four highest ancient clans controlled the celestial gate of vast heaven at the political apex of the heavenly mandate realm. The Gu clan of the celestial gate of vast heaven should have been extinct. That lunatic should have been the last person of the clan. But now, a person whose last name was Gu showed up in the heavenly mandate realm. If he really belonged to the Gu clan, he would very likely stir up a storm in the heavenly mandate realm. Your Majesty, Yi Futian looked at Emperor Qi and said, What happened? Emperor Qi stared at him and didn't respond, but rather, he delivered his voice to him and said, Your brother's life spirit and ability are very similar to the ones used by the celestial gate of vast heaven of the past. However, the Gu clan in the celestial gate of vast heaven is extinct now. Yi Futian was shocked by what Emperor Qi had told him. The Gu clan was extinct. But third brother's cultivation methods were very similar to the ones of the celestial gate of vast heaven Gu clan. Was it just a coincidence? Didn't Master kidnap the third brother? And Master didn't say the third brother had anything special. Or was Gu Donglu sent to the lower realms to take refuge in childhood? Yi Futian still had questions. He looked toward Emperor Qi and said telepathically, Your Majesty, my brother indeed is talented, but he is not powerful to an appalling level and shouldn't be one of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Can it be a coincidence that he just has some similar abilities? Then why did they want to capture him? Asked Emperor Qi. Although I don't know the reason behind it, in all likelihood, that was the case. Yi Futian was still confused and anxiously continued. If my brother is the real descendant of the Gu clan, what will they do to him? And how did the ancient Gu clan go extinct? The celestial gate of vast heaven was at the political apex in the heavenly mandate realm, and so far, it was still one of the highest and most powerful powers. So how did the Gu clan go extinct? If your brother is a descendant of the Gu clan, very probably, he will stir up a storm in the heavenly mandate realm. But I can assure you, they would not dare to kill your brother and will not do that, said Emperor Qi. Even though they are one of the 8 violet heaven orthodoxies, they don't dare to turn hostile against the celestial gate of vast heaven completely. He continued, As for why the Gu clan went extinct, it is a long story. The Gu clan used to be a top power of the heavenly mandate realm, all because of a legendary figure who was invincible in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He made the Gu clan and the celestial gate of vast heaven become the top powers of the heaven mandate realms. Emperor Qi was reminiscing. He looked into the distance, full of yearning for that era. There used to 12 godlike figures in the Gu clan whose graceful bearings were unparalleled in the world. They were much stronger than the 9 sky goddess serving under the throne of Brahma's pure sky, especially that figure who owned all talent of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He tried to break the fetters of the heavenly law, reached the top of cultivation, and became the top 1 deity of the heavenly mandate realm. But he who won the victory also caused the defeat. Because he offended the whole heavenly mandate realm, many top figures of the heavenly mandate realm entered the celestial gate. It was said that the battle brought the sky and earth to tears. On the battlefield, the great law collapsed, and corpses were scattered everywhere. Countless gallant heroes ended their lives there. Until the celestial gate of vast heaven was no longer able to afford the cost and terminated him themselves, which also put that era to an end. During that time, how peerless that legendary warrior was. And the ending of the battle was that the celestial gate of vast heaven was still on the top of the heavenly mandate realm, but all the memories of that person were wiped out. Not only him, but the Gu clan also completely disappeared in the records of history. After that battle, the lunatic vanished in the chaos. Some people said he had died. Some said he was still alive with a wisp of faith. That warrior's level was indeed infinitely close to perfection. Now, if a descendant of the Gu clan showed up, one could imagine what kind of storm he would conjure. This thing might not be kept under wraps for long. Nobody can predict what your brother's destiny will be like, Emperor Qi said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked pale. Did his third brother belong to the Gu clan? If it was true, the third brother would be involved in a chaotic storm. Your Majesty, which power did those people belong to? Asked Yi Futian. The territory of Emperor of Purple Underground, said Emperor Qi. The Emperor of Purple Underground ruled over one land and was the leader of the Purple Underworld. The Purple Underworld of this generation inherited the infernal thunder of Wutu in the divine thunder of Purple Heaven and strengthened it. The Purple Underworld was one of the 8 orthodoxies of the Violet Heavenly Palace. There were countless strong warriors under the demand of the Emperor of Purple Underground. The event that I just mentioned, Qi Yu's trial, will be held in that district. In the map of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Emperor Qi's territory was also within this district, and the territory of the Purple Underground Emperor was at the center of the district. Of course, from a broader point of view, one could observe that the Violet Heavenly Palace was at the very center of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Violet Heavenly Palace spread teachings to the world, and in this district, there were 8 orthodoxies. Knowledge of cultivation radiated from these 8 orthodoxies, and this whole boundless area was almost all under their influence. That was why it was said that all the thunder techniques originated from the Heavenly Palace. The endless thunder techniques were all derived from the thunder laws of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, I should go now, Yi Futian said to Emperor Qi, cupping his hands. Emperor Qi, of course, understood his intentions. He took out a jade slip and said, inside the slip, there is a map of this district. If the message spreads, a storm will rise in the Purple Underworld Emperor's territory. In that situation, it is almost impossible for you to save your brother, and you can only depend on this. Since the Purple Underground Emperor's subordinates came to capture him, they would hand him over to the Purple Underground Emperor. Even Emperor Qi was unable to intervene. Although Emperor Qi was a Ranhuang, and so was Emperor of Purple Underground, the legitimate heir of Violet Heavenly Palace, Emperor of Purple Underground, had a higher level. Yi Futian answered, nodding. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Qi didn't say anything and turned to the others, announcing, I really wish I could have had more conversation with all of you in today's banquet, but unluckily, an accident occurred and has wasted much of my time. Let's call it a day, and you may leave at your discretion. People were a little confused by Emperor Qi's words. He and Yi Futian communicated a lot through telepathy, and many people had no idea what happened. Yi Futian looked around and saw Yun Tong, Yun and I, and Yun Xinyue sitting in the last row. Sir, ma'am, I am deeply grateful for all you've done during these days. Now, I should go. Let's meet again if we have the chance, Yi Futian said to Yun Tong, cupping his hands. Yun Tang and Yun and I rose to their feet and came near Yi Futian. Yun Xinyue followed them and looked quite worried. Brother Yi, take care, Yun Tang said wholeheartedly. He was very grateful to Yi Futian. If he had not taken Yi Futian back to the clan by coincidence, nobody knew what kind of destiny would be waiting for this family. Sir Yi, please take care of yourself, Yun and I also said. I will, said Yi Futian, nodding. He soon turned to Yun Xinyue and said, since you have become His Majesty's disciple, you will have the chance to learn his teachings. Xinyue, try your best to grasp the chance. His Majesty teaches much better than I do. Yun Xinyue didn't want him to leave, but she still nodded and said, Sir, I will keep what you said in mind. Okay, I should go, said Yi Futian. Then the whole group of warriors bowed to Emperor Qi and left. They stepped into the air and crossed over the void sky. Emperor Qi stood there and watched them leave. He was going to arrange for Futian and the others to go with Chiyu, but now since the thing happened, he just had to leave it aside. If you meet him in the future, try to help him if you can, Emperor Qi said to Chiyu. Chiyu nodded, showing he understood. You should start to get ready, too. After a few days, you can depart with him. Emperor Qi looked toward the others and said, Your Majesty, it's time for us to bid farewell, too. Qi Shang and others rose to their feet and requested to leave. This time, they came with Futian from the Crimson Dragon Realm, but they couldn't stay with him all the time. He also had planned to go somewhere else. Now, since Futian's brother had trouble and Futian couldn't wait to depart, they would not go with him. Not only Qi Shang, but other warriors who came with him from the Thousand Leaves City were also just Futian's companions. Futian didn't expect them to help solve this issue, because, very likely, this time, he would have to face great difficulty. Just as Emperor Qi had speculated, although the Purple Underground Emperor's action of capturing Gu Donglu was confidential, Emperor Qi was not the only one who witnessed it. The secret was soon leaked. A descendant of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven Gu clan showed up and was captured by the Purple Underground Emperor's subordinates and imprisoned in the Purple Underground Emperor's territory. The Gu clan was a clan in the legend in Heavenly Mandate Realm. It was said that the clan had 12 godlike figures and a lunatic who mastered the ultimate celestial law and was able to break into the path realms of all skies. Did his cultivation method still exist? And since a descendant of the Gu clan showed up, were there any others? How many secrets did Gu Donglu have? Soon, the Purple Underground Emperor's territory became the center of the whole realm and the destination of numerous great warriors who were coming to unveil the secret. In addition, the message had even caught the attention of many top powers. It was said that the Violet Heavenly Palace had sent warriors to take Gu Donglu into the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Purple Underworld sect didn't hand him over to the Violet Heavenly Palace, perhaps because they had their own thoughts. On this day, outside the Purple Underground City, numerous warriors traveled in the air, heading toward this ancient city. Saint Plain figures with strong cultivation abilities were everywhere. Among all these travelers, a group of people, who came from one direction, were all Saint Plain warriors. Futian was standing in the front. Next to him stood Yu Shang, Xiaqing Yuan, Yu Wuchen, Huang Jiuge, and others. Qi Xiangang and Wu Yong stood behind them. Their saint levels differed. We have arrived, Futian said in a low voice. Since they departed from Emperor Qi's territory, they had covered an infinite distance. Don't know if Donglu is okay or not, the sword saint murmured. He had been worried about Gu Donglio's safety. He hoped he would be fine. Futian was emotionless. Around them, warriors kept passing by. There was a voice coming from nearby. This time, the Purple Underground Emperor's territory will be bustling. I heard that not only warriors of this territory would come, but top powers of the whole realm will also all send warriors here. Was the descendant of the Gu clan that attractive to them? Someone inquired. If you heard from elders about the thing that happened in the past, you would understand, someone else replied. But besides the descendant of the Gu clan, a big event being held in the Purple Underground Emperor's territory is also a reason that many talented people are attracted here. It will be perfect if we can see the young generation of those top powers. Normal people were usually unable to see the descendants of all top powers. They would not come here. If what you said is true, does it mean I can even have the chance of seeing the saintesses under the throne of 9 Sky Goddess? What a loser! People around him jeered. The 9 Sky Goddess of the Brahma's pure sky was peerless in this world. The saintesses serving under her throne were also very unusual figures. Were there any men in the world who didn't want to see their faces? But how could they easily be seen? Futian quietly listened to what people around him talked about. Would the Brahman's pure sky show up? What kind of person was that warrior of the Gu clan? Even a descendant of the Gu clan could raise such a big storm. In the Purple Nether City, everybody was talking about 2 things. One was the descendant of the Gu clan. Obviously, the peerless figures of the Gu clan in the old days had so much influence on the Heavenly Mandate realms that even after many years, the appearance of a Gu clan descendant could stir up a disturbance. The person that was mentioned most frequently was that lunatic of the Gu clan. Futian had known his real name, Gu Tianqing. He was not sure if third brother was a descendant of the Gu clan and didn't know if that legendary figure Gu Tianqing had any connection with the third brother. But now, since third brother was imprisoned, nobody knew what would happen to him. Countless warriors were heading toward the heavenly mandate realm. Numerous people had discussed the possibility that those top powers would also come for this descendant of the Gu clan. Under such a situation, Futian also felt unsettled. The second thing that people talked about was the Heavenly Thunder Summit held on Wutu Mountain. It was a big event in the Purple Underground territory, especially for cultivators who cultivated in Thunder Loss. It was a very rare opportunity. Otherwise, Emperor Qi would not have sent his son Qiyu here. Futian had heard a lot about the Heavenly Thunder Summit of the Wutu Mountain and known what it was about. In fact, there was not much connection between the Heavenly Thunder Summit and the Purple Underground sect. It was initiated directly by the Violet Heavenly Palace, the ultimate land of thunder laws in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They spread the teachings to the world and let all suitable cultivators have the chance to learn thunder laws. Some people even had the opportunity to follow the orthodoxy of Wutu Infernal Thunder and became a successor of the Purple Underworld sect. Wutu Mountain was worshipped as the divine mountain of this territory. It was located within the Purple Nether City. At this moment, numerous warriors gathered in one place of the city. The whole area was full of people. There were stairs in front of the crowd, and the entrance of the divine mountain was at the top of stairs. Usually, people were prohibited from entering this divine mountain. No one was allowed to get inside. Outside the mountain, around the stairs and below them, there were giant stone pillars surrounded by the horrifying power of thunder. They let out rumbles of dull thunder, keeping people away. At this moment, Futian had also come to this district. The divine mountain had not been open to the public yet, but many people had arrived beforehand and were viewing the scenery. Nobody knew how many people would inherit the thunder laws of the divine mountain this time. Futian came here because entering the divine mountain was the only chance for him to approach the Purple Underground sect and learn about third brother's current situation. Don't know how many people will be chosen this time, someone said in the crowd. Not sure, but at least I know who will reach the top of the divine mountain and inherit the heavenly thunder laws of Wutu, someone said, laughing. It goes without saying, people nearby jeered. Streaking Cloud Sword Emperor's offspring Lu, you will definitely become the one who uses his sword to draw the heavenly thunder. The Streaking Cloud Sword Emperor was a Ran Huang lord in this district. He cultivated in swordsmanship with thunder laws and was good at drawing thunder by sword. He had outstanding skills. This time, he was the most promising one to reach the top of the divine mountain. Don't be so sure. This time, talents of all territories within this vast district will come. Every cultivator who specializes in thunder law might be here. So, competitive warriors may be much more than you have expected. There will definitely be a lot of outstanding figures showing up. Not to mention others, but will the Demon Emperor's offspring be weak? His sturdy body was smelted by thunder laws and can endure a great amount of sky thunder. Why can't he become the chosen one of the heavenly thunder? Someone nearby continued, and don't forget about the Bamboo Emperor's daughter. Many people nodded slightly. Indeed, this time, many warriors of this vast space would join the gathering, and even warriors of other territories would come, too. Futian quietly listened in the crowd. Renhuang's children were rarely seen in the heavenly mandate realm. Those people's real strengths should be outstanding. Now, he had finally reached the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the ultimate realm. He might meet all kinds of big figures here. I have heard that Emu, Binghua, and other orthodoxies of thunder law have all gradually reached and entered the imperial palace. Not only that, but nowadays in this purple nether city, perhaps among us, there are people of very distant powers, but they didn't come for the divine mountain. The Gu clan had vanished for many years and became history, and the descendant of the Gu clan is said to have only an average level of cultivation ability. How did he cause such a disturbance? Someone asked in confusion. Because his last name is Gu, and Gu Tianqing belonged to the Gu clan, an elder warrior replied, serious. Many young people had never experienced the uproar of that time and didn't know who Gu Tianqing was. Thus, they lacked respect for him. The higher a warrior's level was, the more he could understand Gu Tianqing's power, and the more he would pay attention to the descendant of the Gu clan. Anyone who had experienced the uproar of that year could not stay calm and act like nothing happened, knowing about the Gu clan descendant's appearance. "Let's go," Yi Futian said in the crowd. His companions nodded and soon left with him. Xiaqing Yuan asked him, "Even if you enter the Wutu Divine Mountain, what is the use of reaching the top and inheriting the Thunder Laws? Do you really want to study in the Purple Underground sect and become a successor of one of the 8 Violet Heavenly Palace Orthodox sects?" "Of course not," replied Yi Futian. It was not his goal. The Wutu Divine Mountain inherited the great laws of thunder. The chosen ones could only be one of the successors of Purple Underground sect, one of the 8 Violet Heavenly Palace Orthodox sects. He might be interested if he could become the successor of the whole 8 Orthodox sects. Of course, then his target would be the Violet Heavenly Palace instead of the Purple Underground sect. The Violet Underground Palace included 8 parts of heritage, and the 8 sects spread teachings of thunder laws in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Even a power like Purple Underground sect actually didn't have any direct connection with the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Purple Underground sect was not subordinated to the Violet Heavenly Palace and had its own heritage of laws. Their relationship was subtle, but of course, people usually just regarded them as having the same lineage. They all inherited from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian and others found a place to stay and used the time to cultivate patiently. Every day new warriors were rushing into the Purple Nether City. More and more people had arrived. There were even messages leaking out from the Purple Underground Imperial Palace that the Renhuang Emperor of Purple Underground was considering how to deal with the descendant of the Gu clan. But now, since more and more issues were getting involved, the Renhuang Emperor of Purple Underground didn't dare to make arbitrary decisions. It was said that many top powers were on their way here. The hearsay made Yi Futian, who was cultivating in the inn courtyard, quite unsettled. Now, third brother was basically waiting to be killed, but Yi Futian had no solution. Because the top power of Heavenly Mandate Realm was involved, not to mention him, but even Emperor Xia or Emperor Crimson Dragon couldn't do anything for him. "Still worried about your brother?" a person came near and asked. Yi Futian raised his head and saw Master. He slightly nodded and asked, "Do you have any advice, Master?" "You don't need to worry too much. Although I hadn't observed closely before, during the time I spent with your brother, I have seen your third brother's fortune. He should be fine," said Qi Xiangang. "It's possible that this storm will become an opportunity for him. But the Gu clan is extinct. Who else can rescue him?" asked Yi Futian. He thought his master was just comforting him since he was too worried. "You don't know what happened at that time. You don't know your third brother's past and identity. As you said before, your brother was kidnapped by another master of yours, and he has never talked about his family background or what outstanding talent he had. If so, isn't it possible that someone designed it purposely?" Qi Xiangang said, "It is not an easy thing to send a person from the Heavenly Mandate Realm to the lower realms." Yi Futian fell silent. What Master said indeed made sense. He had perceived it too, that the third brother probably was the descendant of the Gu clan. Indeed, it was extremely hard to send a normal person to the 9 states of lower worlds. Besides, the third brother's talent was outstanding, but he hardly showed his real strength. Was there a secret behind it? He remembered the third brother's life spirit had experienced an awakening. There is always a way in the cultivation of the great law. Don't need to preoccupy yourself with all that had happened. Just focus on the present and do what you are supposed to do, continued Qi Xiangang. Yi Futian nodded and didn't say much. Qi Xiangang turned around and soon left. Qi Shuanggong's shoulders looked so wide and dependable from behind. So why did the master come to Heavenly Mandate Realm with Yi Futian? At this moment, Qi Xiangang was thinking of himself. Actually, he should not have come to the ultimate realm, but he still came. Just like last time, he was following his heart. All things coming up would have the best results. Instead of worrying, following things as they naturally occurred was a better choice. Everything had its time. He would try his best to live his life, and heaven had the answer of when his time would come. It was the day that the Wutu Divine Mountain would open. Numerous warriors gathered outside the Divine Mountain. Today was the day that the teachings of Wutu Divine Mountain would be spread. and the violet heavenly palace would release the divine thunder of heavenly laws. Countless warriors had reached the divine mountain. They entered the divine mountain one after another. All of them had outstanding bearings. Only talented warriors dared to enter the divine mountain, while normal people might turn into ash under the divine thunder. A group of warriors showed up on the stairs. The ones who took the lead were all warriors of Nirvana Plane. There was also a young man standing among them. Seeing this person, Futian's pupils slightly contracted. In the scene that Emperor Qi showed to him that day, this young man was the person who took away Third Brother. Obviously, he had a high standing in the Purple Underground sect. Futian's stare was totally emotionless. That person's perception was keen. He seemed to notice and took a glance at Futian. Glancing at Futian's expression, he felt strange, but soon, he moved his eyes elsewhere. He didn't pay attention to Futian's existence. Today the 8 divine mountains will open at the same time. Here is the Wutu Divine Mountain. All of you can enter the Wutu Divine Mountain and inherit the laws of Wutu Infernal Thunder. I sincerely hope you can inherit the thunder laws and cultivate in the Purple Underground sect, the young man announced. Numerous people looked toward him, and many people communicated amongst themselves in low voices. He was the Purple Underground Emperor's favorite disciple, renowned in this district. With extraordinary talents, he once broke the previous record and undertook 900 heavenly thunders in the Divine Mountain. He was considered to be the heir to the lineage of Wutu. Futian heard people's discussion and had an idea of who the young man was. So, he went through 900 streaks of divine thunder on the top of the Wutu Divine Mountain. He thought. Futian was really interested to see just how powerful the orthodox sect of thunder laws from the Violet Heavenly Palace really was. Such an opportunity was extremely rare for thunder laws cultivators, which was why the opening ceremony of the 8 divine mountains was always a big event in the heavenly mandate realm and attracted a lot of strong cultivators. And one last reminder, you are responsible for your own safety in Wutu Divine Mountain. The law of divine thunder is dangerous, and Wutu Infernal Thunder is deadly. The higher your plane is, the more attacks you will meet, the young man continued. People understood what he meant. The stronger one's cultivation ability was, the more intense the thunder laws would be in the falling thunder induced by the Great Law. It was said that no Nirvana Plane cultivators had entered the 8 divine mountains for many years. However, there was not much influence on cultivators. All cultivators would choose to enter the divine mountains when they were 2 levels before Saint Plane so that they could get more chances. If they didn't succeed in these 2 levels, it was meaningless to enter during unblemished and Nirvana levels. At this moment, behind the young man, a deep roll of dull thunder came. It was as if something was in the process of formation. The enclosed sky in the distance changed color, as if the destructive thunder might was converging. The young man turned his head and took a glance. He soon waved his hand and made way for participants, then said, "The divine thunder will soon fall upon the divine mountain. Please get ready to enter the divine mountain." After he finished talking, suddenly, all cultivators started flashing toward Wutu Divine Mountain. "Let's go," said Futian. This time, all young cultivators in his group would enter the Divine Mountain, and the older Nirvana Plane cultivators would wait outside. Although the Sword Saint, Wuchen, and others didn't cultivate in thunder laws, they were still awed by the majesty of the divine thunder of the Great Law, so they also wanted to use its power to cleanse their bodies and purify their own laws. It was very beneficial to cultivators. They were not the only ones who thought like this. Many Saint Plane cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm also chose to enter the Divine Mountain on the launching date. In the imperial palace of the Purple Nether City, many important figures were looking toward the direction of the Divine Mountain. They all knew the 8 divine mountains were opened. Some of those cultivators who entered the Divine Mountain would become new successors of thunder laws of the heavenly mandate realm. Some of them would join the 8 orthodox sects of the thunder laws, like the Purple Underground sect in the future. Some of the more outstanding ones might even have the chance to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace and become their disciples. Futian had just stepped into the space of Wutu Divine Mountain. White and purple lightning flickered on the earth, roaming over every inch of land. A gust of suffocating might drop down from the sky dome. Above their heads, long rolls of dull thunder came from the sky dome. A boundless saucer thunderstorm was in formation. Sky and earth were wrapped in darkness but, at the same time, illuminated by the flashes of thunder. The saucer-shaped heavenly thunder enveloped all layers of skies, circulating in the upper air. The center zone of the storm had the strongest might, and the Wutu Divine Mountain was right below it. Standing on the top of the Divine Mountain, one just felt the saucer storm was over his head. Seen from a distance, the scene was very appalling. Even imagining standing on the top of the mountain would give many goosebumps. "Be careful," Futian reminded. They walked between the sky and earth. The light flew from the ground to their bodies and roamed around their bodies. The power of thunder didn't attack them, but when it roamed around his body, Futian could clearly feel there was a connection between him and the heavenly thunder above the sky dome. Futian looked toward others and saw many warriors try to merge the roaming power of thunder into their bodies. He understood. He switched his mind, and suddenly, the dazzling light started to flow around his body, merging the power of roaming thunder as his own. The thunder flow was running even faster. The induction between his body and the great law of thunder from the sky became even stronger. It was as if they were supposed to be in symbiosis. Some extraordinary talented figures were very confident. They headed in the direction of the central Divine Mountain at a breakneck pace, while converting the thunder at the same time. Only those who could stand firm on the mountain were qualified for the laws of Wutu Infernal Thunder and had the chance to cultivate in the purple underground sect. Futian was also heading toward the Divine Mountain. Not only him, but everyone else did the same. They kept tempering the thunder around them while walking, merging the power into their bodies. Thrum. In the distance, the fastest warrior had stepped up into the Divine Mountain. He raised both hands in the air, and suddenly, a sword appeared. Endless power of thunder flew around the sword. "Come to the sword," he said. Suddenly a muffled sound came from the sky dome like the beats of a drum. Dazzling beams of light were released from the sword. When the great laws of divine thunder fell from the sky dome, another dull sound came. The thunder light from the sky dome and the sword light collided. Endless divine thunder flew down into the sword and entered the warrior's body, merging into his flesh and bones. "That is the streaking cloud sword emperor's offspring," someone recognized that swordsman in training and said. The streaking cloud sword emperor's descendant, Lu Yu, was considered to be one of the most promising warriors, one who could reach the top of the Divine Mountain and go through the Wutu heavenly thunder. Few participants could compete with him. Boom! At this moment, his sword attracted the heavenly thunder from the sky, and the falling heavenly thunder kept flowing into his body through his sword. It was as if it was merging into his body. Lu Yu continued striding forward. He wanted to reach the top of the Wutu Divine Mountain as fast as he could. Not far away from Lu Yu, a lightning figure was also forcing his way forward. Endless thunder might was released from his body. He was heading toward the front like a terrifying holy beast. He was not a human cultivator. He was a descendant of a demon emperor who was good at thunder laws. The original body of the figure was a very powerful divine thunderbird sacred beast. Even though he was in a human figure, his mouth looked like a beak, and when he rushed up to the Divine Mountain, he directly opened his mouth. His body was covered by the appalling roaming thunder might. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and was almost going to hit him, but he seemed not to care at all. He let out a shriek, and suddenly, his human body turned into a beast. His sharp beak was opened wide, and every one of his feathers looked like it contained the luster of lightning. When he opened his beak, the thunder in the sky directly fell and entered his mouth. He just swallowed it like it was a vitamin. But even so, his body radically trembled once, and his upward movement was slowed down. However, that happened for one moment. After he swallowed the thunder, he continued going upward. Divine thunderbirds were born as the sacred beasts of thunder. They could directly devour the laws of thunder. They were natural demons of thunder species, just like some human cultivators who had the natural talent to cultivate. Besides Lu Yu and the divine thunderbird, several cultivators had also entered the Divine Mountain. Among them, there was a graceful lady whose movement was extraordinarily swift and elegant. She was also very good at deploying the power of thunder. People continually entered the Wutu Divine Mountain. Some warriors were being crushed and falling from the Wutu Divine Mountain, blood streaming from their mouths. They looked very miserable. Battles also broke out between some warriors. The dazzling holy light enveloped Futian. His body turned into the cauldron of the great law, burning all beings on earth. The thunder might that roamed around his body was also refined. At this moment, he had also stepped into the Wutu Divine Mountain. In just one moment, the saucer-shaped heavenly thunder above the sky dome seemed to perceive something. All of a sudden, the heavenly thunder fell down and directly darted toward him. Since many people had stepped into the Divine Mountain, Futian could see endless heavenly thunder drop down as if it was the end of the world. The scene was very appalling. Boom! After a loud sound, the great law of thunder immediately fell. Futian just felt the hefty might of the great law was crushing over his body, and he had to endure all of this. The intimidating power of destruction was about to smash his body into pieces, and it was still roaming on every part of his body. The dazzling deed of thorough comprehension was released to the extreme. Futian transformed the thunder in his body as his energy and gradually got familiar with the might. Besides Futian, Yushang and others were also enduring the attacks of thunder. As a booming sound came, they all perceived the appalling trembling and defended their thunder might with their sturdy builds and powers. As warriors gradually stepped into the Wutu Divine Mountain, endless lightning dropped down from the saucer-shaped thunderstorm above the sky dome. Everyone perceived the real sense of destruction. It was as if the whole world of great law would collapse. Boom! The might fell down. The dropping divine thunder of the great law produced a kind of resonance with horrifying power. Many people felt their minds were trembling as if their brains would explode. Overwhelmed by such irresistible power, they all felt their existences were trivial. Lu Yu, at the highest height, stretched out two hands. Suddenly, tens of thousands of swords made metallic clangs. The swords induced the heavenly thunder, which dropped down on his body. The scene was incredibly gorgeous. The divine thunder kept flying up in the sky, devouring all the heavenly thunder. However, others were all thinking about how to avoid such appalling attacks. The result of so many warriors gathering in the Wutu Divine Mountain was dying together. The only solution was to remove most of them from the Divine Mountain and weaken the might of thunder. When the endless thunder fell, next to Futian, a warrior raised two hands to induce the heavenly thunder and merge it in his palms. But the heavenly thunder flew down endlessly. He let out a shout and moved his palms, throwing the attack to Futian and his companions. The thunder in his palms exploded, trembling the sky and earth. The horrifying thunder darted toward Futian and Xia Qingyuan and, all of a sudden, came to the front. Bam! Xia Qingyuan was defending against the thunder from the sky and unexpectedly got hit by the thunder from his palms. But since she was defending the heavenly thunder from the sky and had a shield around her body, she was not severely hurt. But even so, she let out a low humph and was shaken away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not only Xia Qingyuan, but other companions were also being attacked too. On the battleground, there were warriors inducing the heavenly thunder to attack others everywhere. Anyone who had stepped into the Divine Mountain knew of the might of the 8 mountains. Lightning bolts fell, and they were turned into way of the heavenly thunder. They brought about greater lightning powers in them. The attacks would grow even stronger next time. As such, many who were out to withstand the might of the heavenly thunder at the Divine Mountain were unable to bear it toward the end. Unless the one in question was compatible with the infernal thunder of Wutu, enabling the seeds to be planted and completely meld within their body, causing them to develop talents for training in the ways of the infernal thunder of Wutu. They would have then inherited one of the 8 orthodoxies of the way of the heavenly thunder of Wutu. Even so, they would be unable to withstand strikes that were just too powerful. As the ordeal went on, the might grew to increasingly terrifying proportions. That legendary genius outside of the Divine Mountain had been able to withstand 900 bolts of the heavenly thunder, gaining the attention of a Renhuang, and was taken in as a student of Emperor of Purple Underground. As such, at that moment, many who wanted to plant seeds that were not all that powerful which were available at earlier phases, needed to purge all other heavenly thunder as attacks other than the lightning seeds that were intended to be worked on. Doing so enabled them to throw others off of the divine mountain, and that would have enabled them to reduce competitors. The process was to be continued until later phases before working on the seeds of infernal thunder of Wu-Tu to fulfill the requirements of the purple underworld. This would then give them the right to train under the purple underworld, making them part of the lineage of the infernal thunder of Wu-Tu. As such, the phenomenon where countless unleashed attacks at the same time were seen on the divine mountain. Futian, Xiaqing Yuan, and the others were also attacked by lightning bolts brought about by those around them. The one who attacked them was a member of younger generations of some significant forces who had exceptional talent in lightning manipulation. He was determined to train under the Emperor of Purple Underground on that trip to the Divine Mountain. Being accepted by the Emperor of Purple Underground implied that one would have acquired the true lineage of the infernal thunder of Wu-Tu. To those who trained in the way of lightning, other than the Violet Heavenly Palace, the 8 true lineages of the Way of Thunder descending from the Violet Heavenly Palace would be the perfect choice. Futian flashed and held Xiaqing Yuan up and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Xiaqing Yuan shook her head. She did not train in the way of lightning, so she was having a hard time on the Divine Mountain. Futian let go of her and glanced at the one who had just attacked them. That other person simply shot him a glance before continuing to make his way upward. He held his hands up and continued to attract lightning bolts, causing terrifying destructive powers to be contained on his hands. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot through the air, and Futian disappeared from where he stood right away. That person seemed to have sensed something, and his brow twitched. He turned around and lashed out right away. The lightning in his hands turned into a huge kuei of lightning. It was extremely raging. It charged at Futian while basking in divine lightning. The might of thunder shrouded the sky, enveloping Futian's surroundings. Boom! The might of Futian's deed of thorough comprehension burst with a rumble. The furnace of the great path turned into an extremely holy god of thunder, standing tall in the sky, bringing thousands of lightning bolts as it stood, tearing the space all around it. That kuei of lightning roared in anger. The lightning bolts bursting from its body shrouded the place altogether before thousands of lightning will burst through it, which then continued blasting until they hit that person. An intense beam of light was seen, and that person shuddered violently. The flash of lightning was seen bursting again. Futian appeared right before him and lashed out with an attack. Boom! A rumble was heard, and the might of lightning burst within that person's body, who was then sent flying and spitting up blood. Intense fear was seen in his eyes. Being severely injured on the Divine Mountain would have been possibly lethal, and one could very possibly perish on the mountain from it. "Look out!" Xiaqing Yuan warned. Futian looked up. A bolt of lightning fell and was immersed within his body. Futian felt as if his body was about to explode. His will rattled, and something seemed to have been triggered within him, causing the might of that lightning bolt to grow more intense. His body ground to a halt. He felt as if there was an intensely brilliant light in his body. It was like a seed of the great path, causing the lightning on the Divine Mountain to course all over his body in a frenzy. That would have resulted in the next attack becoming even stronger. A seed of the infernal thunder of Wu-Tu? Huh? Futian muttered deep down. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a top-notch force in that supreme imperial realm. They were simply unbelievable for being able to rain down lightning bolts on the 8 divine mountains to filter out those who would inherit the ways of lightning. A shriek was heard by Futian's side. He turned to look in that direction, finding the one whom he had injured before being struck by a lightning bolt and was unable to take it. That man's internal organs ruptured, and he kept spewing blood. His body continued to fall from the divine mountain. However, no one else looked at him. One could have been a genius of superb talent, but once a person ventured into the divine mountain, they would simply be just a face in the crowd. There were simply too many geniuses around, making him looking insignificant. Even if he were to die at the mountain, he would only have his incompetence to blame. Everyone knew of the dangers on the Wu-Tu Divine Mountain. One had to weigh the pros and cons as they moved. Even with the dangers lurking around, countless came to the Divine Mountain nonetheless. However, a lot of people were forced to get off of the mountain, and others were injured within a short time. There were even others who had been like that man and suffered a horrible end. If another bolt of lightning were to hit him, death would have probably claimed him. You guys don't train in the ways of lightning, so it'd be enough for you all to just have your bodies tempered. If you're unable to take it, feel free to get off of the mountain, Yi Futian said to Xiaqing Yuan, Yushang, and the others. Xiaqing Yuan nodded. People who did not train the ways of lightning were at a considerable disadvantage at the Divine Mountain. The attack from that man before had attracted a bolt of lightning right away. Tapping into the lightning will throughout the Divine Mountain. I'll head up, Yi Futian said, and his body shot up as soon as he finished, taking to the sky and heading for higher places at the Divine Mountain. Thousands of thunderous beams of light appeared on Yi Futian, looking endless and spreading out like a formless net. Boom! Lightning rained from above, and boundless lightning bombarded all over the sky. Heavenly lightning shot into his body. His life palace unleashed a mystical aura, seeping out into his body. An ancient tree appeared, extending throughout his body, making it seem as if his body had become the trunk of the tree. Lightning powers flowing through his body was consumed right away by that tree, melding into it bit by bit. That lightning seed was also absorbed by the root of that ancient tree, causing lightning to sparkle at the root. Yi Futian seemed to have become very used to something like that happening, and he did not feel anything to be out of place at all. Lightning from the Divine Mountain surged throughout Yi Futian's body, causing the might of lightning all around him to grow increasingly intense. His body, which was continuing to go upward, surpassed many. He gradually became one of the handfuls of people who made it really far. As he went higher and higher, the might of the lightning bolts became increasingly strong. The lightning construct shrouding the entire Divine Mountain felt stifling. Boom! A young man dressed in a blue robe was not far away from Yi Futian. A bolt of lightning hit that young man, and his blue robe billowed loudly. His body expanded, and the might of lightning extended throughout every single part of his body, so much so that even his eyes seemed to sparkle with lightning. He looked up at several people before him, and his expression turned solemn. Those eyes sparkling with blue light were filled with determination and edge. He was not only there to join the ranks of the purple underworld and train. He was also there to become the most dazzling being in the entire Divine Mountain of Wutu. He was a descendant of Renhuang and inherited the path of Renhuang, enabling his lightning powers to be tremendous. Joining the ranks of purple underworld alone was hardly of any meaning to him. Thunderous noise sounded at his side. He turned around and saw Yi Futian, who continued to rise, and that other man, who was about to surpass him. It was obvious that he was not the only one with such intentions. Stay down. A thunderous, overwhelming voice was heard. He took one step, causing the sky to shake. Yi Futian felt an extremely overbearing pressure come down on him. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors gathered, appearing on top of Yi Futian's head. The true ways of 5 thunder, many looked up. They recognized who that young man was when he attacked. Look out. That's the true ways of 5 thunder, capable of killing anything they touch, someone reminded from afar. Yi Futian turned to look at the one who talked, finding a familiar face. That person was none other than Prince Qiyu, son of Emperor Qi. When Emperor Qi invited them to head out with Qiyu, he was talking about to Wutu Divine Mountain. He had initially hoped that Yi Futian and his people would challenge the mountain with Qiyu, but they were there early due to something related to Gu Donglu, and they met at the Divine Mountain. Down. The blue-robed young man pointed downwards, and the might of lightning throughout his body burst. 5 bolts of lightning were conjured, and seemed to have taken the form of a matrix as they rained down. Those 5-colored beams shrouded the entire place, and had engulfed the space where Yi Futian was as well. That was indeed a case of 5 thunders raining down on his head. His surroundings rumbled. Everything was to be crushed under the true ways of 5 thunder. Qiyu looked at Yi Futian's direction and felt rather concerned. The true ways of 5 thunder were descended from a very formidable ancient being. Yi Futian clasped his hands together, and powers of the great path gathered. An ancient god of thunder appeared within an instant. Its tall, majestic body was forged of lightning, and it held a hammer of thunder, which was then brought down and clashed directly with the true ways of 5 thunder. A beam of light burst through the air, suppressing the true ways of five thunder. That ancient god had thousands of lightning bolts running throughout its body, which was then unleashed throughout its surroundings and brought down on its target. Zzz. Lightning coursed throughout that man's body, causing him to shudder all over. That god of thunder's weapon was brought down again, which caused the five thunder to be suppressed further before being thrown back into the conjurer's body. A massive rumble was heard, and that man's body seemed to be about to explode, blood splattering everywhere. Futian nodded to Chiyu and took another step forward as he continued his way upward. The path from then on was clear, and no one else stopped him. It was obvious that that one attack had shocked and made everyone else think twice. Chiyu looked at Futian's back with a troubled look. He was wondering if that man, who Qi Shang claimed to be the #1 genius throughout Crimson Dragon Realm, was about to reach the top of the Divine Mountain as well. Futian's immense talents put even Chiyu to shame. That attack, which Futian just pulled, was not something that powerful. Still, it was that his ability at tapping into the power of ambient lightning was far superior to his opponents. Futian went up one step after another, and the mark left inside of him grew increasingly powerful. Lightning bolts throughout the Divine Mountain shrouded the vast space around him, with him at the very center. Every single bolt of lightning that smite was earth-shattering. Every part of his body was baptized by lightning. Even that ancient tree within him had boundless lightning coursing through it, but at the same time, it was also consuming the power of lightning. Is the power of the source of the great path? Futian searched within himself and muttered. His body became a furnace when the deed of thorough comprehension was cast, refining the divine lightning of his surroundings, melding them with the lightning will within his life spirit. That was the meaning of the existence of the 8 divine mountains, passing down the teachings through the lightning bolts themselves, enabling the ones taking in the bolts to develop will of infernal thunder of Wutu within them, which in turn enabling them to develop talents for that element, paving their way for training within the Emperor of Purple Underground. Imparting the way through the lightning bolts was something that only top-notch forces in Supreme Imperial Realm were able to do. It was unimaginable to the lower worlds. Futian's body had formidable adaptive abilities. With the world tree life spirit and the deed of thorough comprehension at work, it resulted in him melding quickly with the lightning around him, causing all lightning will found within his body to gradually be developed into the will of the great path of infernal thunder of Wutu. With that, he became able to withstand thunderous might of greater power as he became compatible with them. No one would have been able to sustain smiting from over 100 lightning bolts alone otherwise. As Futian kept moving up and overtaking a greater number of people, eventually, there were only 3 people left before him. Luyu, a descendant of Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds, the Thunderbird, a descendant of a demon emperor, Zhu Qi, daughter of the Bamboo Emperor. The Thunderbird continued to consume the lightning of the great path around. The lightning sheen on it shrouded the sky, shining on a vast area. Its eyes were extremely pointed, looking at Luyu, who was at the absolute highest point, leaving it and Zhu Qi in the dust behind. Presently, even the Thunderbird was enduring extremely great pressure. That was the same with Zhu Qi. Her body was moving extremely fast, like an illusion, but when lightning bolts flashed, she would have been hindered. Futian gradually caught up with them from behind. His steps were steady as he followed, heading towards the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain. The millstone-like thundercloud above raged on, making it seem like doomsday for those witnessing it. Boom! A rumble was heard. Countless on the Divine Mountain looked up and saw a figure walk to the peak one step after another, holding a sword in his hand. The figure was none other than Luyu. Some speed indeed. Many shuddered to find that Luyu was actually about to get to the top. It was as speculated by many, Luyu indeed became the first to get to the top of the Divine Mountain. That descendant of the Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds, who was capable of attracting lightning with his sword and had incredible proficiency at the ways of lightning, was indeed a cut above the rest. He looked like some god of the sword. His back faced the ones below him as he made it up one step at a time. Boom! Yet another flash of lightning blasted. His sword hung above him, and the bolts blasted onto the sword right away, which was then refined by the sword as it passed before finally surging into his body. He looked up in the sky and lifted his legs, continuing to move his way upwards. His sword aura was towering, and boundless lightning glimmered on his sword, making him looking dashing and legendary. That indeed is the number one among descendants of the Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds. Lu Yu will probably be able to study under the Emperor of Purple Underground, some muttered deep down. Many found themselves inferior, looking at legendary figure beneath the thunderclouds. It was not that those people were looking down on themselves, but that it was a glaring fact proven by the powers of the one they were comparing themselves to. The ones who were capable of fighting him were probably the handful of people right below him. He's at the top. Lu Yu stepped out at that moment and reached the peak. The Thunderbird glittered as it moved below him, pulsing with towering flashes of lightning. Zhu Qi took an illusory form and continued moving upward. Her many bodies of lightning melded into a single entity eventually as she moved while stepping on the lightning bolts, making her look impossibly beautiful like a goddess. Futian continued moving steadily right behind them, and he was not all that far from the peak anymore. Lightning bolts flashed again, but they were not able to shake Lu Yu one bit. He refined the bolts as he looked up. There had been a person who withstood 900 strikes and became a personal student of the Emperor of Purple Underground, becoming revered by countless and lauded as the orthodox of infernal thunder of Wutu. That person was to become one of those who would inherit one of the 9 thunders of the violet heavenly palace. However, Lu Yu did not think so. Who came first had no bearing when it came to cultivation. What the other person had been able to do back then, he was able to do now as well. No one else had been capable of fighting him. He believed that no one below would be a challenge to him, either. For lightning bolts struck from above at the central region of the millstone-like thundercloud. Lu Yu waved his right arm in a dashing manner. The sword hanging above him was quickly turned into 4 swords, appearing in 4 corners and stopping the lightning bolts. Boom! The bolts hit the swords, which made it so that they were hitting Lu Yu as well. His clothes billowed, and the lightning flashed in a glittering manner. The might of thunder on the 4 swords surged towards his body. His bearing at the moment was nothing short of legendary. Lu Yu was able to stop the bolts and consume the path of lightning of others. Many looked shocked at what he did. That was a testament to the immense confidence he had in himself. It was as if he were to withstand being baptized by the heavenly bolts all on his own. He was the only being, and no one would have been able to compare to him. You all could stop now. Lu Yu looked down below him and continued. The Divine Mountain is open today, and I intend to break the past records. I shall withstand 1,000 strikes, and you all can train where you are. There will be no problem for all of you to enter the purple underworld to train. He knew that everyone wanted to reach the top, to stand at the peak of the Divine Mountain, and have themselves rained on by the lightning bolts, enabling them to become beings revered by all. But he deemed that the peak of Divine Mountain could only have one person stand on it, or it would look less than perfect. He had no intention of seeing any who came to the Divine Mountain as rivals. His rivals were those people outside. However, he was competing with them through time and space as they were not of the same generation. How boisterous! The Thunderbird said in human speech, I intend to try as well at the peak and be struck by 1,000 bolts. How about you step down instead? The bird continued moving upward as soon as it was done saying that. The huge Thunderbird cast towering beams of lightning from its humongous body. Lu Yu shot a plain look at it and did not say anything. He then pointed at the sword hanging in the air. The swords rang and howled under the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts flashed and struck down again as if the sword guided them. It was as if he had been attracting the bolts with his sword. Will of lightning in the vast area of the Divine Mountain gushed towards the sword in a frenzy. A towering flash of lightning of the sword glittered in his surroundings. The scene looked very harrowing. One sword shall command the thunderclouds, Lu Yu, descendant of the Sword Emperor of Shocking Clouds, uttered. The voice reverberated in the air. It was extraordinarily overbearing and sharp. The thunderclouds had indeed moved as the sword was drawn. A sword came down from the sky. The clouds moved with the sword as it zipped past his surroundings, tearing through the sky and coming right before the Thunderbird's body. The Thunderbird howled loudly, and having taken its original form, Its body was humongous. That huge body gathered boundless will of lightning, and it fired a bolt of lightning from its beak. Boundless will of lightning that it had consumed before was quickly turned into 81 beams of lightning, tearing through space in a fearsome manner. The two attacks clashed on top of the divine mountain. The resulting flash was so blinding that many struggled to keep their eyes open. All 81 beams of lightning seemed to have turned into 81 thunderbirds, howling through the sky. Yet, its opponent remained, using only a single sword to retaliate. The sword commanding the clouds tore through the incoming attacks, continuing to move forward at the body of the thunderbird. The thunderbird let out a shrilled howl, and its huge body charged forward. Its huge wings brought terrifying flashes of lightning to bear, which were sharper than blades as they lashed out at the person at the peak. Lu Yu snuffed coldly and pointed his finger at the sky. 9 swords materialized, and it seemed that their powers were 9 times greater than before. The 9 divine beams of light rained down and tore through his opponent's attacks, tearing right through the sky and heading straight for the thunderbird. Boom! A huge rumble was heard, and the sword will penetrated its huge body. Blood spilled, and it crashed into the mountain. Its huge eyes glared at the swords in the sky. The 9 swords remained hanging there instead of raining down. The bird would have probably suffered a worse fate otherwise. "Thank you," the thunderbird said in human speech. Although its opponent injured it, it remained grateful to its opponent for showing mercy. It had to accept that it had lost. Lu Yu's name was known throughout the region, and he indeed lived up to his fame, proving that his powers were supreme. "What about you all?" Lu Yu looked at those who continued to move up. The ones who were near the peak were Zhu Qi, daughter of the Bamboo Emperor, and Yi Futian. As such, one could assume that he was addressing those two. Zhu Qi's eyes gazed upon Lu Yu, who was in the sky. While she was indeed extremely confident in her powers, the powers of the sword shown before made her realize that she was still unable to take him on. If Lu Yu were to bring his swords down, she did not know how she would have resisted them. Even if she managed to stop them, she would be injured nonetheless. He was attracting lightning bolts with his sword, and Lu Yu became the absolute king in that place for doing so. "We shall see how many lightning strikes you can endure," Zhu Qi said. It was apparent that she gave up. She remained where she was and trained. Lu Yu nodded slightly to her. The world would then witness him taking on the lightning bolt soon after, and he would break the record. It was his goal to take on 1,000 lightning strikes. Some power indeed. He seems invincible. Many who were climbing the mountain were in awe. The Thunderbird lost, and Zhu Qi gave up. They had all been of the same renown before, and all of them had been very famous. At that moment, however, it was apparent who among them proved superior. Lu Yu was a cut above everyone else, and no one had been able to make him budge. Everyone would have only needed to sit around and witness how many lightning strikes he could endure to see if he would be able to break the record of that insane genius. Lu Yu's expression was calm and composed, getting ready to be struck by the lightning of the great path. However, just when he was about to look away, he found another who continued to move upward, which caused him to frown. He made himself very clear and had shown mercy, yet there seemed to be someone who refused his kindness still. Many at the Divine Mountain noticed Yi Futian as well, because he was the only one near the peak who was still continuing to move upward. The Thunderbird and Zhu Qi had both stepped down and gave up, letting Lu Yu take all the glory. They were all wondering, what was Yi Futian trying to do? Is he really going to challenge someone as legendary as Lu Yu? Is he capable of taking on Lu Yu's swords? Who is that guy? Many were wondering deep down, and some voiced the question. Who knows? Everyone shook their heads, as none of them knew of Yi Futian. Qiyu, son of Emperor Qi, however, knew who he was. He looked at Yi Futian and felt rather concerned. Yi Futian's immense talent made him renowned as the #1 genius in Crimson Dragon Realm. But then again, that sword attack from Lu Yu was simply too extraordinary. If Yi Futian were to be unable to take one such attack, he would have to pay a heavy price. Getting to the peak of the Divine Mountain was not child's play. No one who was anything less than a cut above the rest would be able to do so. Many were wondering if he was only a saint who did not know his place. Yi Futian, however, did not care about what the others thought of him. The lightning bolts rained down, and yet, He continued moving upwards, getting closer and closer to the peak. He was moving at a very high speed, and it did not take him long to overtake the Thunderbird. That scene caused a hint of coldness flashing in the proud eyes of the Thunderbird. It found it difficult to swallow that Futian had been able to walk past it so easily. The bird had halted its steps. That sword attack from Lu Yu before made the bird stay where it was to train instead. It had no problems acknowledging Lu Yu's strength, but it was baffled to see Futian simply walk past it. "Stay where you are," Lu Yu, who was at the peak of the divine mountain, said plainly. His voice was devoid of any emotions, telling Futian to just stay below the peak. His sword remained hanging in the air and attracted lightning from above. It was as if he was about to bring a lightning strike on Futian's head if he insisted on continuing to move forward. Thunderous rumbles were heard at that moment. A lightning bolt blasted onto Futian's body, causing him to shudder. However, he had already gotten used to it, so he remained calm, and there was hardly any expression seen on his face. "Get down!" Futian looked up at Lu Yu and said plainly. Lu Yu saw that Futian scolded him instead of stopping. It was a show of pride like none other. Lu Yu was not the only one caught off guard. Everyone else on the Divine Mountain was baffled as well. Futian told Lu Yu to get out even after seeing his sword attack. It was indeed a tremendous show of confidence. Even the Thunderbird seemed to be unable to take it anymore. It glared at Futian with its proud eyes. "Get lost," the bird said in human speech. Its eyes were extremely unruly. Demonic beasts were born prideful. Even if one were to become a saint, it was still difficult to change such inborn nature. It was even more so when such beasts were monsters, as they were the most unruly of all. The Thunderbird had only lowered its head after losing to Lu Yu. At that moment, however, Futian was about to get ahead of it as well. Futian shot a glance at the bird, and a cold glare was seen in his eyes. An extremely intense will of the great path shot into the bird's eyes. Futian's eyes seemed like the eyes of a god. In that instant, it was as if the bird saw nothing else with its huge eyes, only Futian. Its spiritual will balked as if it did not belong to itself any longer. The bird's huge body was unable to help but tremble. A long, shrill cry was heard from the Thunderbird. It was as if it was sustaining some kind of intense pain. It struggled intensely, but quickly saw the flashes of lightning in Futian's eyes shooting right into its eyes. "Kneel!" Futian uttered in a cold voice as if he was giving an order. The people at the Divine Mountain were wondering who he was talking to. Kneel? They were all wondering who he was talking to. Boom! Thunderous might shattered, and the dazzling Thunderbird's eyes became dazed. Its legs began to bend slightly. It was as if it was about to kneel after being yelled at by Futian. Boom! Another terrifying purple bolt of lightning streaked through the sky. Flashes of lightning were unleashed from the bird's eyes as well, but it seemed that it had come to its senses somewhat. It shook its head for a little. It seemed to have stopped thinking just a while ago, and its brain seemed rather fried. It was shocked to find itself really about to kneel down to Futian. It looked extremely glum within an instant. It was only one step away from being enthralled back in that instant, and the bird deemed it to be unforgivable. The bird was wondering if Futian was humiliating it. When such thoughts ran in its head, the silhouette in that pair of huge eyes expanded exponentially. It had a shocked look in its eyes as it expanded its wings and was about to close them. Yet, that silhouette was simply moving too quickly. Stifled rumble was heard, and thousands of lightning strikes hit the bird's body, causing it to shudder violently before being thrown away. The Thunderbird collapsed to the ground and rolled off the mountain. Futian did not pay any further attention to the bird and continued to move upward, ignoring it altogether as he was about to reach the peak. The millstone-like thundercloud raged and rumbled. Stifling, devastating might shrouded the area. Lu Yu and Futian were the ones able to sense what was happening the most. The might of the great path of lightning was all over their surroundings. Lu Yu looked at Futian continuing to move upward, and he began to take him somewhat seriously. Futian had been able to overwhelm and defeat the Thunderbird in such a short period of time, so much so that he was unable to even see how Futian did it. It was apparent that the man before him was anything but weak. But then again, so what? You intend to just throw me off like that? Lu Yu thought. That time when the divine mountain was opened again, he deemed the one who was qualified to stand at the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain was only him, Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not allow any others to fight him for the glory. It was something he was determined to get his hands on. He waved his hands about, and the swords howled. 9 swords appeared above him and attracted lightning of the great path. The thunderclouds moved, and the might of lightning raged on. Every single sword contained true, devastating powers of lightning. Yi Futian remained unfazed even after seeing everything Lu Yu did. He extended his hand, and the halberd of time and space appeared. That halberd seemed to have been something conjured out of the lightning of the great path. The mark planted in the world tree life spirit within his body shone dazzlingly, causing the tree to glitter with tremendous brilliance. Boundless will of the great path surged into his body, which was then directed to the halberd. That was not all. Every single will of the great path of lightning above the divine mountain completely went out of control, materializing as dragons. It surged above Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian, at that moment, seemed to have gathered the might of lightning of the mountain all on his body, which was then refined by the deed of thorough comprehension and surged into the halberd. Everything throughout his surroundings seemed to have been drowned by the flashes of lightning at that moment. That scene was simply too dazzling. Kill, Lu Yu uttered coldly, which brought lethal might around him to work. Doomsday-like might of lightning rained down, and the millstone clouds in the sky raged, gathering above the sword as they lashed out. It intended to destroy everything before them. Boom! Countless lightning bolts flashed at the very same moment, blinding many people. In that instant, a bolt of lightning seemed to streak through space. The great path was condensed into a single entity, and only the halberd reigned supreme. The crowd saw the 2 beams clashing with each other. Intense, devastating light that was so blinding that no one was able to open their eyes was seen soon after. That space was drowned out by that white light. Lightning flashed all around them, and the crowd locked their eyes in that direction. Everything became clear a while later. Someone stood at the peak silently. It was as if he had been there all along. The eyes of many were frozen when they made clear of the one who remained standing. The man's silver hair billowed in the wind. The one who stood at the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain had surprisingly been Yi Futian instead. Cough, cough, coughing noises were heard, and it was only then that many saw that someone rose below the peak, who was stained in blood all over and had a weak aura. That person was none other than Lu Yu, who looked as if he was a supreme being just a while ago. It was as if heaven was turned into hell within an instant. Wah! Many thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lu Yu had actually been defeated. Who is he? Many looked at Yi Futian and asked. They were asking who Yi Futian was. Lu Yu displayed legendary might and intended to challenge the Divine Mountain's record. Yet, at that moment, someone else emerged and kicked him off of the peak right away. That scene was just too shocking for the crowd. He is actually at the top. Chi was feeling speechless as he locked his eyes on the scene. Yi Futian was the one who had eventually gotten to the peak. Lu Yu, who was right below the peak, looked like he was in shambles. Another cough was heard, and blood sputtered from his mouth. He looked up at Yi Futian, and he completely lost all that air he had been putting up just a while ago. He looked like a complete loser right there and then. He thought that he would not have found any rivals at the Divine Mountain. His rivals would have been on other divine mountains, and in records of old. Yi Futian's white garb billowed as he stood at the peak. His expression was extremely calm. Even though he had gotten to the top, he did not show even the slightest hint of joy. His state of mind was hardly fazed at the moment. He needed more than just getting to the top. He wanted the Emperor of Purple Underground to notice him. He took a deep breath and looked up. The raging clouds above seemed to be inches above his head. It was as if he could have touched them simply by extending his hand, taking on 900 strikes of lightning. Huh? He then put his hands behind his back. A bolt of lightning struck from above the sky. He let the bolt strike him instead of blocking it. Boom! Yi Futian basked in heavenly lightning with a rumble, looking dashing and legendary. His hands remained behind his back, and he did not flinch, standing tall at the peak. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts descended upon him as they shrouded the entire divine mountain, blasting everyone. Futian, who was at the peak, was always the first to take on the strikes. However, he seemed like a statue who just took everything in silence. Many had illusions well up in their minds, seeing that figure before them. They were all thinking that the man before them might have been able to break the record after all. A silver-haired figure stood tall at the peak of Wutu Divine Mountain. Thunderclouds roared above his head, and lightning bolts kept coming down at him, bombarding his body. The scene, when viewed from the bottom of the mountain, was like someone braving the ordeals of the heavenly path. That silver-haired man remained unflinching as he withstood one attack after another. That was not all. No one at Wutu Divine Mountain moved at that moment. All who remained behind at the Divine Mountain took their corners and took the brunt of the lightning attacks in silence. Divine lightning bolts rained down from above in the Divine Mountain. That scene looked like a miracle from the heavens, stunning the hearts of those seeing it. "How many strikes has it been now?" someone at the bottom asked. 127, someone answered. That person's eyes remained locked onto where Futian was. He had been struck by over 100 lightning bolts and remained unflinching throughout. In contrast, many in other corners of the mountain were no longer able to take the attacks and were thrown off of the mountain. A vast, seemingly endless thunder net gradually appeared at the peak, with Futian's body at the very center as it continued to spread below. It was as if the net was about to envelop all of the Divine Mountain. "From the looks of it, it seems like he is truly out to challenge the record," someone said. However, even the thought of taking on 900 strikes was terrifying enough to make everyone shudder. From the looks of how things were at the peak of that Divine Mountain, it seemed as if just one lightning strike alone would strike fear into those witnessing it, let alone 900 strikes. "Let's just see how much of the seed of the infernal thunder of Wutu he was able to refine," someone said at the side. The number of lightning strikes capable of being taken on had an extremely important role in working on the seed. The opening of the 8 divine mountains itself was an act of the heavenly lightning planting seeds on those who would take it, with the process being seen similar to being blessed and reaching enlightenment. To those training in the ways of lightning, that was an opportunity in itself, as one would earn the chance of having the infernal thunder of Wutu being forcefully planted inside them. This would enable them to work and develop the seed. Doing so would have enabled them to manipulate the infernal thunder of Wutu. The greater one's comprehension was, the greater the resistance one would have developed when taking on the strikes. If one were to simply take on 900 lightning strikes armed with fortitude gained from their own training, one would eventually end up dead without knowing how they died. As time passed, fewer and fewer people remained at the Divine Mountain. It was apparent that they were not able to take on the heavenly lightning strikes that had grown increasingly strong. After quite a while later, there were only 3 people left on the Wutu Divine Mountain. Those 3 were Futian, Luyu, and Zhu Qi. However, at that moment, even Zhu Qi spat up blood. She looked up at the man above and felt rather impressed, then turned around and descended the mountain. She never expected a cultivator that she never knew would have been the one to challenge the record of the Divine Mountain that day. Luyu sighed. He had been there to challenge the record on that day, yet he was injured by Futian and was no longer able to sustain being struck for much longer. He left the mountain in a dejected manner soon after Zhu Qi left. He had been ahead of everyone and acted boisterously before. Everyone thought he would have been the one standing at the peak. At that moment, however, it was evident that he was little more than an accessory. It was as if his existence had been for showing how magnificent that silver-haired young man had been. There was eventually only one person left in the tall, majestic Divine Mountain. He stood at the peak, enjoying himself being watched by the world and becoming that one absolute being. 820 strikes now, someone mumbled as their heart raced. The man at the peak was not far away from the set record. That man above remained standing tall like an ancient god. At that moment, Futian was actually under tremendous pressure at the peak. Every single lightning strike that landed on his body would leave a mark. At that moment, there were countless seeds of the mark. His world tree life spirit had turned into a tree of lightning as well, shimmering with dazzling light. What was even more terrifying was that all ways of lightning at the Divine Mountain resonated with the seeds. The Wutu Divine Mountain was like a mountain of lightning in itself. He stood at the top and basked in heavenly thunder. Whenever he was struck by a lightning bolt, the mark in his body would be triggered, resonating with the boundless lightning throughout the mountain. The devastating power within that instant was unbelievably terrifying. The strikes grew increasingly strong as they went on. However, his life spirit was capable of consuming every single bit of might from the lightning strikes. As such, he was still able to remain standing, not budging in the slightest. But then again, the fact that he was under tremendous shock every time the lightning bolts struck remained. Futian felt the boundless lightning will coursing throughout his body. That was the infernal thunder of Wutu. There were also the righteous thunder of Imu, the solar thunder of Binghua, the shade thunder of Guishui, the perilous thunder of Gongjin, the divine thunder of Zhuxia, the demonic thunder of Lucian, and the violet thunder of Shengya, all of which being part of the other 7 true lineages of the Way of Thunder. One would have wondered just how powerful the other 7 were. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a place that gathered all 8 true lineages of the Way of Thunder. One could have imagined just how terrifying someone who had trained in all 72 layers of the Way of Thunder would be. Boom! Yet another lightning bolt struck. At that moment, the entire divine mountain lit up brilliantly. It was as if the place had resonated and melded into a single being with him. Futian's body flashed with lightning as well, turning his body into one of lightning. The lightning bolts continued to hit him, and everyone below the divine mountain counted in their minds. 891 strikes. Many shuddered as they stood below. The air was stifling. 892. 893. When the 899th bolt struck, everyone seemed to have stopped breathing altogether due to extreme nervousness. Boom! A brilliant light flashed as a lightning bolt descended from above. The 900th bolt hit the Wutu Divine Mountain and onto the Futian's body. 900 strikes of the heavenly thunder. That was the set record from before. The Divine Mountain lit up as the lightning bolts washed out throughout the entire Divine Mountain. The man who was standing at the peak remained standing firm. He remained unscathed after being struck 900 times. That meant that he was still far from reaching his limit. The record was about to be broken. Many muttered to themselves. Yet another lightning bolt flashed before long, breaking the record set at the Wutu Divine Mountain. A new record was set at the Wutu Divine Mountain, and everyone thought Futian was about to be taken as a personal student by the Emperor of Purple Underground. Everyone wondered if he would replace Zhang Chongqing, the man who had set the previous record, and become the true successor of the Wutu lineage of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Everyone thought that there might be an intense competition between him and Zhang Chongqing in the future. It was known to all that Zhang Chongqing was the one lauded to be the successor of the Emperor of Purple Underground, after all, making him the successor of the infernal thunder of Wutu. Many mighty ones remained outside the Divine Mountain. Their eyes were fixed on the Divine Mountain, and Zhang Chongqing was standing with his hands behind his back. "Chongqing, someone broke your record," an elder by his side said. "Records are meant to be broken, after all." Zhang Chongqing's voice sounded calm, and he was hardly fazed. There was no record that would last forever. The elder smiled and said, "Indeed. But now, you have earned yourself a competitor for the lineage of Wutu." Zhang Chongqing looked on and said, "It would be great for the Wutu lineage to have yet another figure of this class. As for competition, I do hope that he possesses such talents." "You really are confident." The elder smiled and did not say more. He knew how capable Zhang Chongqing was. Zhang Chongqing's talents in the ways of lightning were superb and second to none. He was the #1 candidate for Purple Underworld and the most valued successor to their lineage. However, no one knew at that moment just how capable the man who had broken the record was. Zhang Chongqing did not say anything else. He changed the subject and talked about something else instead. "More here now. I don't really get it. How has that one descendant of the Gu clan caused so much commotion with the higher-ups? While it remains true that Gu Tianqing was someone who stood at the top all those years ago, it was just him alone. He was only one man among the Gu clan. Despite being the successor of the Gu clan, he is but a member of all out there. Why is he worth that much of a commotion, I wonder? It is said that even the ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace are here to take him away." Everything happens for a reason. I've heard that the Gu clan was prosperous under the leadership of Gu Tianqing all those years ago. But then again, the Gu clan alone would have been able to represent the celestial gate of vast heaven, and Gu Tianqing had been able to master the mystical methods unique to the Gu clan to the extreme, making it possible for him to break through the bonds of the heavenly path. The Gu clan had also been able to produce 12 mystical ones out of one faction, a pinnacle of their achievements. After Gu Tianqing rose to fame and power, making them almost standing at the pinnacle of heavenly mandate realm. I think there are reasons why those big shots valued him so much. Zhang Changqing nodded slightly and said nothing else. Heavenly thunder continued to roll where the divine mountain was at that moment. Countless below the mountain looked up, their eyes all locked on Futian. Futian was still taking on the lightning bolts at the peak. The 8 divine mountains are opened and lightning rain from the heavens to bestow foundations of the great path. The number of lightning bolts is 999. Is he trying to challenge the limit? Someone asked, thinking such an endeavor to be insane. That limit was what many called to be the 1,000 strikes of heavenly thunder. All of the 8 divine mountains had only seen 3 have such limits broken, where people took on 999 lightning strikes without falling, remaining standing until the lightning strikes disappeared. At that moment, Futian was at the Wutu Divine Mountain, and many were wondering if he was attempting one such endeavor. Qiyu looked up in the sky and felt somewhat speechless. Not only was the man, whose talents were unparalleled throughout Crimson Dragon Realm, about to break the record of Wutu Divine Mountain at the moment, but he also seemed to be out to challenge the limit of the Divine Mountains. 936. Countless people beneath counted in silence. Every single lightning strike seemed to be shocking their hearts. Their fists remained clenched when the 990th lightning bolt flashed, looking on with intense anticipation. It was no longer about breaking the record set on Wutu Divine Mountain. It was about breaking the limit. If he were to succeed, he would make Wutu Divine Mountain be the 4th having such a limit broken. Zhang Changqing, who was standing outside, no longer looked calm and unfazed like he was before. He looked rather moved at that moment. It was no longer about breaking his record. That man at the peak was about to leave him in the dust and challenge the limit instead. Prior to that, everyone would have still compared Futian to him. At that moment, however, the newcomer had overtaken him by a large margin. The elder by his side looked on with a peculiar look as well, feeling rather excited deep down. They, too, wanted to see Wutu Divine Mountain's limit be broken. 996, an elder mumbled to himself. They were not the only ones. In the royal palace of the Emperor of Purple Underground, far away from the Divine Mountain, a group of people gazed from their platforms, their eyes looking far away. Even the Emperor himself had been present and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes gazed far away. Those eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void as they looked at the Divine Mountain. Boom! Yet another bolt of lightning flashed. The robe worn by the Emperor billowed. There were many top-notch figures around him, some even being Renhuangs. All of them were of other forces of the true lineages. They were all looking far away at that moment. That would be the last, someone mumbled. Another bolt of lightning descended as soon as the line was said. The Emperor flashed a plain smile on his face. On the way, the Purple Underground, which represented the lineage of Wutu, saw the limit of their divine mountain broken. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Many bowed slightly to the Emperor, congratulating him. The Emperor of Purple Underground had just earned himself yet another superbly talented student. At Wutu Divine Mountain, the thunder clouds above the sky gradually dissipated, and that apocalyptic scene disappeared. Countless people looked at the Divine Mountain, staring at the white-haired figure standing on the top of the Divine Mountain, leaving the world behind. He seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. Today, Futian broke the poll numbers on the Wutu Divine Mountain and inherited the 1,000 ways of Tianlei. In all of history, out of 8 great divine mountains, only 3 were able to achieve it. Now, someone at Wutu Divine Mountain had done it too. This was a matter of pride for the Purple Underworld. From now on, this poll record would also include the name of Wutu Divine Mountain. Based on this alone, It would not take long for the white-haired young man that no one knew to have his name resounded in this side of the world. In the future, when anyone came to Wutu Divine Mountain, they would think of his existence, just as when they entered the Divine Mountain before, they had thought of Zhang Chongqing. Moreover, this pole number was even more impressive than Zhang Chongqing's 900 thunderstrikes. Lu Yu looked up at the sky and felt somewhat lost in his heart. Before he came, his goal was to surpass Zhang Chongqing, inherit the 1,000 ways of Tianlei, challenge the pole. However, before he even attempted it, he was kicked off the mountain by Yi Futian. Yi Futian now had replaced him and achieved what he had wanted to do. It seemed to him that his defeat was no unjust. But what a pity that the name Lu Yu could not be known in the world. Countless many were looking at the figure above the sky. Yi Futian seemed to be standing there still, digesting the strength inside of his body. This time, he had gained a lot. At this moment, flashes of figures arrived, and many showed a strange look when they saw the newcomers. That person in the lead was precisely the record keeper before Yi Futian, Zhang Chongqing. He was known to be the most favored disciple of the Emperor of the Purple Underworld, rumored to be the future successor of the Purple Underworld, its most gifted character. Today, someone not only broke his record but also created an extreme number of poles, eschewing his record. Would he be replaced? It was impossible to fathom what Zhang Chongqing was thinking at this moment. Tianlei training won't need me to elaborate. Everyone clearly understands in their hearts. Those cultivators who stood on the Divine Mountain and comprehended the Wutu Thunder Seal of the Underground, and who have refined it into their bodies may follow me to the Purple Underground and pay respect to the Master. Tianlei planted the way, and what was in his request was the screening of the Divine Mountain to select those who were suitable for the cultivation of Wutu Thunder of the Underground. These people had already had the seeds of Wutu Thunder of the Underground been planted in them, and would be very suitable to cultivate this kind of will. The 8 great divine mountains were selecting the 8 orthodox heirs. The Purple Underworld now represented the orthodoxy of Wutu. Some were happy, some were lost. For practicing the Thunder Method, the 8 great orthodoxies of Thunder Method was clearly an excellent choice. As for the best choice, there was no doubt that it would be the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, it was not so easy to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. For a person such as Yi Futian, who had broken the pole numbers, if he wanted to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, he should be able to do so in the future. But for others, it wouldn't be so easy. For those in the world of cultivation, who didn't want to enter and become part of a great principality, flashes of figures moved forward and arrived in front of Zhang Chongqing and the others. Yi Futian's figure drifted from the void. He landed next to Xiaqing Yuan and the others, then stepped forward. Zhang Chongqing's eyes fell on Yi Futian. His face was calm, but there were waves in his heart. This was the young man who had stared at him before. The head of white hair was very eye-catching, and his temperament was also incredibly outstanding. It seemed that this man had already regarded himself as an opponent and wanted to break the record he set. Congratulations, Zhang Chongqing nodded slightly to Yi Futian. To someone who had broken the pole numbers of the Divine Mountain, even as the most valued disciple of the Emperor of the Purple Underground, he still must give due respect. Today our pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain was broken. That's something to brag about in the future, little one. Going forward in the Purple Underworld, focus on cultivating, and there may be an opportunity to impact the realm of Renhuang. The elder next to Zhang Chongqing smiled and said, such a good seedling was worthy of good cultivation in the Purple Underworld. Thanks a lot. Yi Futian nodded slightly in return, somewhat indifferent. Others felt that he was a bit impudent. He didn't come to the Divine Mountain for the sake of cultivating in the Purple Underworld. It was only because of his 3rd senior brother did he do so. Otherwise, he might not even be able to see the 3rd senior brother. As for him to be fully courteous when facing the person who took away his 3rd senior brother, he was unable to comply. Zhang Chongqing naturally felt Yi Futian's attitude. When he saw Yi Futian's arrogant indifference, he said, breaking the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain's Tianlei number means that you are highly gifted in the will of Wutu Thunder of the Underground. Your potential in cultivating this method would be infinite, with great prospects in the future. But even so, you should not be too complacent. The way of Thunder method is profound and broad. There is still a long way to go. His tone was as that of an old-timer. In the future, when Yi Futian entered the purple underground to cultivate, he would be regarded as his younger brother. As such, he was qualified to teach him a thing or two. Let's go. Yi Futian spoke lightly and walked off, passing Zhang Chongqing. As soon as Zhang Chongqing finished speaking, Yi Futian bumped him and left, completely ignoring him. Zhang Chongqing's back was facing Yi Futian. His face stiffened. Those who faced him could see from Zhang Chongqing's face how embarrassed he was. This caused many to experience some subtle emotions. One was the most valued disciple of the former emperor of the Purple Underworld, who set the record for the Divine Mountain, and the other was a new character who broke the poll number. Had they started the competition even before entering the gate? The scene that just played out seemed to foreshadow that these two would certainly be unable to live in harmony. Let's go. Although Zhang Chongqing was a little humiliated, he still managed to speak and turned to walk away. Everyone flickered and moved away from the Divine Mountain. The elders of the Purple Underworld wore a weird expression. They didn't speak. The situation was somewhat delicate. Having left the Divine Mountain, everyone moved forward, walking along the Purple Nether City. Zhang Chongqing and others still came to the front to lead the way, while Yi Futian and the others followed. In the Purple Nether City, there was a sky stairwell with 8,100 steps, which led to above the sky. Over yonder, there was a sky gate. Across the sky gate was the palace of the Purple Nether City, the whereabouts of Purple Underworld. Many ancient halls were standing here, towering and spectacular. At this moment, below the sky stairwell, there were countless many from all places. Some were people from the Purple Nether City. They looked forward and showed a look of respect. Behind that sky gate, there were many on the high platform. The one in the middle had an extraordinary temperament. He was the emperor of the Purple Underworld. Beside him, there were throngs of cultivators. In addition, there are many cultivators positioned in all major directions. They were not from part of the Purple Underworld, but were from other regions. Today was not only the opening day of the Wutu Divine Mountain, but also the opening day for other divine mountains. However, all of the 8 major Orthodox forces had sent cultivators here. Obviously, it was not only because of the opening of the Divine Mountain. Purple Underworld, now that the preaching of Divine Mountain had ended, it's time to talk about the matter regarding the descendants of the Gu clan. When will we see them? Someone asked. He was extraordinary, and in his movements, he seemed to be one with the Great Path. The person who could talk to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld on equal terms had to be also existence of Ren Huang, and one of the 8 figures who controlled the Thunder Method orthodoxy. That's right. There was another who broke the poll number of Wutu Divine Mountain today, and congratulations are in order. But this matter still needed to be dealt with. Another Ren Huang piped up. It was as if they all had some ideas of their own in today's attendance. The Emperor of Purple Underworld understood that Gu Tianqing, regardless of his extraordinary method, was just one step away from the heavenly path. Even Ren Huang, who did not desire to gain the method of Gu Tianqing's cultivation, if this Gu Donglu who was captured was the only descendant of the Gu clan, who wouldn't want to discover something from him? It was just that he had already tried to no avail. The man who was captured didn't seem to know who he was and didn't understand the magic cultivation of the Gu clan. Even his genius seemed to have been vaguely imprisoned, and it was unknown whose doing it was. Perhaps it was an attempt to leave a bloodline for the Gu clan, to let him live quietly in the lower world and continue the name of Gu clan. It was just unexpected that he still came to the heavenly mandate realm. No need to worry. I will take care of it myself, the Emperor of the Purpose Underworld replied lightly. He already had a plan. Since he couldn't find anything useful himself, the attraction of the descendant of the Gu clan was naturally not as great. So he would take the initiative to turn him in. Purple Underworld, honestly, what are you going to do with him? Someone asked. They had all knew some things vaguely, and now, beside them, many people had also arrived. They have already arrived. Let's first see the one who broke the poll number of Wutu Divine Mountain, the Emperor of the Purple Underworld said. As he looked down, he saw the group of people walking along the sky stairwell. Among Yi Futian's party, he was the only one who went up. Xiaqing Yuan, Qin Xiangang, and the others stayed below. They were not allowed to step on the sky stairwell to enter the Purple Underworld, and could only observe the ceremony from below. Yi Futian glanced at the endless sea of people, then stepped onto the sky stairwell. He passed over the sky gate and saw those who were above the sky stairwell. The man at the center of the should be the emperor of the purple underworld. Finally, Yi Futian and the group stopped. Zhang Chongqing and the others flickered behind the emperor of the purple underworld and stood quietly there. The emperor of the purple underworld lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian and the others. Greetings to Emperor of the purple underworld. Your Majesty. Everyone bowed slightly and paid their respects, and so did Yi Futian, even though he was displeased about the fact that the Emperor of the Purple Underworld had sent men to capture the third senior brother. However, the strength and status of the Emperor of the Purple Underworld were what they were, and he had to pay his respects. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld smiled and waved his hands, and his eyes landed on Yi Fuchsia. He said, "For many years, only you alone were able to inherit the 1,000 ways of TLA, breaking the pole number of the Wutu Divine Mountain. Would you like to ask me to be your master?" There were endless people below, and when they heard the words of the emperor, they cheered. They were greatly envious of Yi Futian. Right after the conclusion of the trip to the Divine Mountain, the emperor of the Purple Underworld would personally accept him as a disciple. How fortunate! Of course, as the first person to break the pole number of the Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Futian also possessed such qualifications. Above the staircase, those renhuangs in positions around the Emperor of the Purple Underworld also looked at Yi Futian. It seemed that today, Emperor of the Purple Underworld would accept a good seedling, which, if given proper nurturing, would not be any less than Zhang Chongqing. This person, perhaps one day, would battle Zhang Chongqing in the future for the succession of Wutu. Around these renhuang, they had each brought some descendants here, and they looked at Yi Futian with some interest. They were all characters who had created the glory of the 8 major divine mountains. What was the true method of this person who had broken the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain? Yi Futian looked up at the figure above in the sky. He bowed to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld, saying, "Your Majesty, I trespassed in the Divine Mountain of Wutu so that I could meet your Majesty and ask for a favor." "Oh?" The Emperor of the Purple Underworld revealed a strange look, and everyone around him was a little curious as well. "Tell me," the Emperor of the Purple Underworld said. Since he intended to take in Yi Futian as a disciple, he would agree to most requests. "Forgive me, your Majesty," Yi Futian said, bowing again. Previously, the people of the Purple Underworld took away a person from Emperor Qi's territory. I heard that this person is now at the Purple Underworld. His name of Gu Donglu. He is my senior brother. Although I don't know my senior brother's past, and neither does he cultivated step by step in the lower world until today. I hope that your Majesty will not make it difficult for my senior brother and will set him free. I am sure whatever it is that your Majesty desires to know, my brother will tell you." What Yi Futian said made the vast world fall into quietude. Today, 2 of the most important events in the Purple Nether City were the opening of Wutu Divine Mountain, and the other was how best to deal with the descendant of the Gu clan. Now they found out that the one who broke the pole number at Wutu Divine Mountain had also come for the descendant of the Gu clan. Moreover, the 2 were brothers. This world was really a small place. The senior brother had an extraordinary family prestige, and his junior brother was also exceptionally talented. Perhaps there was some kind of connection between extraordinary people. Zhang Chongqing also revealed a strange look. He looked at Yi Futian and finally understood that Yi Futian's indifferent attitude toward him was not because he wanted to challenge his position. It was because he was the one who took Gu Donglu. Yi Futian broke the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain, and if he had made any other demands, Zhang Chongqing thought that the master would have agreed to them. However, he proposed the release of the descendant of the Gu clan. Clearly, this was simply impossible. Even the master could no longer dictate this situation. Looking at all 8 major orthodox of Renhuang who arrived today, who did they come for? Furthermore, Yi Futian made this request to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld on this occasion, which more or less put the master in a tough bind. After all, from the standpoint of common sense, to order people to go after a junior figure was not an honorable thing to be done by the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. If Yi Futian pleaded for his release, he should agree. After all, Yi Futian had said that even Gu Donglu knew nothing of his heritage, just like every other ordinary cultivator. So why would a Run Huang give him a hard time? But precisely because of it, it would be difficult for Emperor of the Purple Underworld. Presumably, you were also not too clear about the affairs of the Gu clan. Although he is your senior brother, as a descendant of the Gu clan, there is too much involved that can't be clarified. I won't be hard on your senior brother, but at present, I cannot release him to you. And even if he's really in your custody, perhaps, you cannot keep him for long. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld spoke to Yi Futian. Yi Futian had already guessed this outcome. He knew that with just a few words from him, the other party couldn't release the third senior brother. However, at least he needed to find out their stance. Your Majesty is a Ran Huang, one of the 8 orthodoxies of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Like the rest of the elders, you transcended from the world. I had heard a thing or two about the events involving the Gu clan in the past, but my third senior brother knew none of it. He was just a bearer of the name. It was said that those of the Run Huang realm possessed the ability to tolerate all things of the world, and so I ask all your majesties to let go of what happened in the past. Yi Futian bowed down, and his tone was extremely polite from the beginning to the end, without any disrespect. He was simply pleading. He knew who he was facing, and he clearly understood the gap between him and the others. Although his reasoning may be superior, the fist was the ultimate decider of everything. If he dared to run in blindly, he wouldn't even know how he died, never mind saving the third brother. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld looked at Yi Futian. This young man appeared polite and respectful, but he could see that Yi Futian was quite calculating. Expressing his case in such manner, it would not do to keep Gu Donglu in his hand for long and make things difficult. Otherwise, it would make them look bad. It was only that Yi Futian had ultimately underestimated the influence of Gu's descendants in the Heavenly Mandate realm. You have no inkling of what happened with the Gu clan. The Purple Underworld will take care of it ourselves. Now, Master asked if you were willing to be part of the Purple Underworld and cultivate under the Master as his disciple. At this time, Zhang Chongqing, who was behind Emperor of the Purple Underworld, spoke up. The fact was that everyone could see that because of Gu Donglu, Yi Futian might not enter the gate of the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. Zhang Chongqing's question was forcing Yi Futian to answer directly. If His Majesty could release my brother and let him stay in the Purple Underworld to cultivate, then I would also be willing to join the Purple Underworld and cultivate under His Majesty. Yi Futian bowed and said respectfully. If the Emperor of the Purple Underworld were willing to release the third senior brother and protect his safety, then he would have proven himself as trustworthy, and there would be no impropriety for him to cultivate under him. The Emperor of the Purple Underworld looked at Yi Futian, and the Ran Huang of the other 8 orthodoxies also revealed a look of interest. Yi Futian was making things difficult for the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. The person who broke the pole number of Wutu Divine Mountain but refused to enter the door of the Purple Underworld just because the Emperor was unwilling to release Gu Donglu. It would perhaps cause much gossip among people. How dare you? Zhang Chongqing chided coldly, for the Master to accept a disciple is a great event, but you take it as an exchange? The people of the Purple Underworld were staring at Yi Futian. The Emperor was accepting a disciple because of Yi Futian's talent. But Yi Futian only wanted the Emperor of the Purple Underworld to release the prisoner, his brother. Yi Futian gave Zhang Chongqing a cold glance. This Zhang Chongqing was deliberately provocative, making the situation worse. Your Majesty, it was not my intention. I only wanted my senior brother to be safe and sound, Yi Futian explained to the Emperor of the Purple Underworld. The Emperor waved his hand and said, I understand what you mean. You may go. For the person who broke the pole number of the Divine Mountain, he was naturally willing to accept him as a successor and nurture him, so that there would be another powerful existence in the future for the Purple Underworld. It was just that as far as Gu Donglu was concerned, this could not be done. Especially now, it was difficult to even for him to keep Gu Donglu. When Yi Futian heard the words of the Emperor, he understood that there was no hope for the Emperor of the Purple Underworld to release Gu Donglu today. He looked at the Emperor, then nodded slightly and retreated. If others are willing, you may cultivate in the Purple Underworld. If you don't want to, you may leave now also, the emperor said to the rest of the crowd on the stairs. Everyone knew that because of Yi Futian's request, the emperor was not in such a great mood. Let them decide themselves, without any nonsense. The vast majority of people were willing to cultivate in the purple underworld, but only a few had refused. Yi Futian returned to the ground below, standing there silently. Obviously, even if he had broken the pole number of the divine mountain, it was still not enough weight. Even talent such as this was not enough for the emperor to release the man on his account. You've done all you can. Leave it to destiny. Next to him, Qin Xingyang whispered. Xia Qingyuan also looked at him. Yi Futian was already doing his best. It was just that his status today, compared to those Renhuang who were high above him, was still too far apart. It was not enough to affect the others. Even if he had inherited the 1,000 Way of Tianlei, he had created the history of Wutu Divine Mountain. Yi Futian nodded slightly, said nothing. With his current ability, this was all he could do, and even he dared not ask anything further, for this was the gap in strength. What a pity. Although this was the time when the others decided whether or not to cultivate in the purple underground, even more people were still paying attention to Yi Futian. He had inherited the 1,000 Way of Tianlei, planted the seal of Wutu Thunder of the underground, and it was in his best interest to enter the purple underground. However, because of his senior brother, he did not, which was kind of a pity. This was perhaps the first time in history that someone who had set a record but did not submit under the discipline of the 8 orthodoxies. Purple underground, what are you going to do with the descendant of the Gu clan? Someone finally asked. Yi Futian and the others were staring at the emperor of the purple underground. How would the emperor of the purple underground plan to deal with Gu Donglu? Don't worry, it should be here soon, said the emperor, which shocked the rest of the Renhuang. It seemed that emperor of the purple underground still intended to hand him over. They probably couldn't touch him in any way. They instinctively understood that if the emperor were to deliver him, it would only be delivered there. The Thunder Method Orthodoxy of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Violet Heavenly Palace. If the Violet Heavenly Palace were to take him away, it would be impossible for them to step in again. Before, when they asked the Emperor of the Purple Underground if he had obtained anything from this descendant of the Gu clan, he did not give them an answer. So far, it was an unknown suspense. At this moment, there was lightning shone above the sky, and out of the endless clear sky, divine light of thunder had appeared. Countless many looked up at the sky. Their hearts were shaking. Flashes of lightning sailed across the sky, and in the next moment, figures appeared in the sky above the crowd. The group seemed to come by lightning, so it appeared out of thin air, and the group in front emitted a terrible breath, especially the one who led the group, who stood above the void and gave everyone a sense of irresistibility. It was as if he was one with heaven and earth, and the way of the thunder. Renhuang of the 8 orthodoxies stood up and looked above with a solemn look. Violet Heavenly Palace. Below the stairs, countless people trembled in their hearts. The world's thunder methods were all from the Heavenly Palace. The 8 major orthodoxies of the thunder method were, in fact, passed from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now, the Violet Heavenly Palace descended in person. Purple Underground, where is the man? The leader of the group asked. Bring him out, the Emperor of the Purple Underground said. Below, Yi Futian appeared a little pale. The Violet Heavenly Palace arrived, and with just a few words, the Emperor was about to hand the prisoner over. In the Purple Underworld, a group of people appeared, with one man in custody. Below the stairs, Yi Futian looked up there, and the man in custody was Gu Donglu. Donglu. There was a faint flow of knife will on the knife saint. At this moment, Gu Donglu appeared to be slightly tired. Those who cultivated were usually full of energy, especially when they entered the realm of saint. Under normal circumstances, they would not appear tired at all, unless something had happened to him. Although the Emperor of the Purple Underworld would not do anything drastic to Gu Donglu during these days of capture, it was impossible that he would do nothing at all. What did these people want with Gu Donglu? Gu Donglu looked up at the figure above the sky. His eyes were filled with indifference. Until now, he still did not understand just what he had done. After these people captured him, they interrogated him and even wanted to pry into his spiritual world forcibly. And now, They were going to hand him over to some other people. No one asked him, and he did not expect that even with his cultivation to the saint plane, that he would be this powerless. As for the principles that they believed in, they were as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of absolute power. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked at Gu Donglu from a distance and thought that his temperament was outstanding. Release your life spirit, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace commanded Gu Donglu from the sky. Gu Donglu looked up at the man and remained indifferent. Seeing him remain silent, a mighty pressure descended from the void and directly landed on Gu Donglu. Feeling this pressure of might, Gu Donglu remained standing quietly and looked up at the other without compromise. The Runhuang, who was the head of the group, frowned, and a terrible divine light shot from his eyes. This divine light penetrated Gu Donglio's eyes and rushed into his body. At this moment, the breath inside of Gu Donglio's breath roiled. His spiritual will was not under his control, and his soul shuddered. Boom! The light of the life spirit appeared, and it was an illusion of an immortal. 9 ancient characters surrounded the illusion and seemed to echo with heaven and earth, which caused sounds of whistling in the space. Indeed, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace secretly exclaimed. He was undoubtedly the descendant of the Gu clan, but this soul would be more befitting in an ordinary person. But compared to the Gu clan of yore, its power was far from impressive. In the past, when Madman Gu released his life spirit, it had eclipsed the glory of heaven and earth. The cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped forward, and the divine light in the eye bloomed once again. It was like thunder shocked the world, and it rushed into Gu Donglio's body again. Boom! Gu Donglio's body shook. His long hair was flying in the air. His spiritual willpower seemed to bloom uncontrollably, and the breath of life spirit was even stronger. The cultivator did not stop there, but stepped forward again. Gu Donglu groaned. His face was ashen. It was as his life spirit had been released to its limit. But it seemed that it still did not meet the expectations of that Renhuang character. I tried it already, the Emperor of the Purple Underground said. Gu Donglio's life spirit seemed to be limited at this point. Unless there was a second awakening, this was indeed a considerable gap with the people of Gu clan in the past. The elder is of the Runhuang plane and is bullying someone his junior thusly. This is conduct unbecoming of someone of your stature. At this time, a voice was heard, and everyone followed the sound and saw that Knife Saint looked up at the sky, his hand holding the hilt of the sword. At the moment, he relaxed his hold on the handle, but the movement seemed a bit stiff. Although knowing that the gap between them was like heaven and earth, seeing how they had treated Gu Donglu as his elder senior brother, he couldn't help but comment. The other glanced briefly at Knife Saint, and his eyes were sharp. It was as if divine thunder bloomed from his eyes. Knife Saint felt a flash of thunder, and lightning blasted his spiritual will. The lightning in his head roared with humming sounds in his head. With a groan, he stepped back. The man still looked indifferent. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all and didn't explain anything. It was as if no explanation was needed. Elder brother, Yi Futian was witnessing all this. His fists were clenched tightly as he raised his head to look into the void. He saw that Gu Donglu looking at them and said, "Don't interfere." Gu Donglu understood very well how powerful these forces were. Even though there were anger and unwillingness in his heart, he knew very well that they could not resist. If they insisted on fighting them, it would be akin to committing suicide. "I'll go with you," Gu Donglu said to the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked rather casual. This was not a choice that could be made by Gu Donglu. From the beginning to end, he had no choice. The prosperous and renowned Gu clan of yore was now extinct. The era of Gu Tianqing was the golden age of the Gu clan. He cast a glance at the other positions above the sky and said, "Since everyone is here now, show yourselves." Obviously, he did not take Gu Donglu away because of the opinions he had expressed. What was more important was that it was not the Violet Heavenly Palace that had arrived today. Below the staircase, countless looked up at the sky. Their hearts were shaken. Previously, there had been rumors that the supreme forces of principalities had entered the Purple Nether City. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Forces that could attract the attention of the Violet Heavenly Palace were naturally forces of the same level, standing at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Because it's the last descendant of the Gu clan bloodline of our celestial gate of vast heaven, he should be brought back by us. At this time, an ethereal voice came from the void, and then there was a fairy light falling from the sky, and a line of elusive figures came from the sky and appeared in the sky above the purple underworld. This group of individuals was transcendent in their temperaments. Fairy lights were released around them. It was as if they were one with the great path surrounding them, holy and ephemeral. South vast heaven of the heavenly mandate realm had arrived. The celestial gate of vast heaven, one of the top principalities in the heavenly mandate realm, was equally renowned as the Violet Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, in the past, Gu clan was one of the 3 peak clans of the celestial gate of vast heaven and was in charge of it along with the other 2 peak clans. Later, when the Gu clan was destroyed, the celestial gate of vast heaven was greatly impacted by it. However, the other 2 major clans were equally powerful, so they were still standing at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. You compromised back then, so what are you doing here now? A taunting, sarcastic voice was heard, and in the other direction, another group of cultivators appeared. The individuals who made up this group each had their different temperaments and were not as domineering and aggressive as the Violet Heavenly Palace, but also not as unearthly as the celestial gate of vast heaven. Though the temperaments of these cultivators all varied, they were all very powerful. 10,000 Divine Mountain, many people exclaimed. 10,000 Divine Mountain on the eastern region of the Heavenly Mandate realm had also appeared. Today, would the top 5 forces all come for the occasion? This was all just because of the resurfacing of a descendant of the Gu clan. What profound lesson did Gu Tianqing leave for the Heavenly Mandate realm? So much so that just one descendant of the Gu clan was enough for these cultivators to gather together. What game do you guys at 10,000 Divine Mountain want to play? A cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace asked aggressively. We like to have fun too at the 10,000 Divine Mountain, said a Renhuang figure, clad in a black and white robe with a smile. And we can also catch up with all the friends of Brahma's pure sky. When he finished speaking, in yet another direction, an elusive divine light shone. A group of dazzling figures appeared above the void. This group was made up of all women, and what was even more amazing was that all were extremely beautiful. When they appeared, heaven and earth seemed to lose their beauty in comparison. Jiuqian Goddesses has arrived in person, the cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace said lightly. The woman who headed Brahma's pure sky was a peerless goddess who seemed unattainable. She was one of the Jiuqian Goddesses of Brahma's pure sky. Beside her were all virgins who cultivated under her. Brahma's pure sky. Futian looked up in that direction and saw that all the goddesses' temperaments were ephemeral, and their appearances were not of this earth. They all served under the throne of Brahma's pure queen from the ethereal Brahma's pure heaven. That was also Futian's target. It was a place where he wanted to go. When Xia Qingyuan saw the presence of the cultivators of Brahma's pure heaven, she looked at Futian, who was beside her, wondering what he was thinking at the moment. Futian really would like to step toward them and ask them some things, but those ethereal goddesses may not even bother to answer him. Furthermore, the gathering of the top principalities today was because of the 3rd senior brother. The situation seemed to be more and more complicated. At this time, Futian felt faintly also just what kind of character Gu Tianqing of the Gu clan really was. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky looked in one direction. One last principality and the 5 peak forces of the heavenly mandate realm all arrived. The descendant of the Gu clan belongs to us. In the direction where the goddess was, a figure came out. From the sky, a group of noble figures descended. Its majestic imperial power enveloped the world, and the light released from their bodies seemed to demand worship. Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The people below the staircase trembled violently. Today, the top forces in the heavenly mandate realm had all arrived. The god of heaven was named after the heavenly mandate. They were the oldest forces among the 5 major principalities. It was said that many years ago, they were the absolute bosses of the heavenly mandate realm. The heavenly mandate dynasty ruled the central region of the heavenly mandate realm. Many royal dynasties were ruled by it, and it was the greatest power in the heavenly mandate realm. Its roots were deep and unfathomable. The extinction of the Gu clan was because of its confrontation with the heavenly mandate dynasty. "Does anyone disagree?" said the Runhuang character of the heavenly mandate realm, who had descended. It was as if he was certain that he would be in possession of the descendant of the Gu clan. The men of all forces were looking at him. They were the clearest on the confrontation that happened between the two. At the height of his golden age, Gu Tianqing had made rivers of blood at the heavenly mandate dynasty. He became an immortal and climbed up the ladder of the divine dynasty and slaughtered his way to the divine hall of the heavenly mandate dynasty. That battle was Gu Tianqing's most brilliant one. The emergence of the old emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty and joining forces with the current ruler of the dynasty led to the demise of Gu Tianqing. It was said that Gu Tianqing was injured in that battle, which subsequently led to the fall of Gu Tianqing and the extinction of the Gu clan. But for that, the price paid by the heavenly mandate dynasty was the death of the old emperor, a godlike character who ruled a generation. One could imagine how terrible Gu Tianqing was. The whole heavenly mandate realm was shocked by the aggression exhibited by Gu Tianqing in that battle. His presence made the entire heavenly mandate realm uneasy. In those days, Gu Tianqing was the other. His actions were unpredictable and unrestricted by rules, and he did whatever he wanted. The sins created by that battle were too heavy. The blood stained the dynasty, so that the heavenly mandate realm no longer had a place for him. It was obvious what those from the heavenly mandate dynasty were trying to do. Gu Tianqing and the dynasty had serious scores to settle with each other, and it was thanks to the heavenly mandate dynasty that the Gu clan was destroyed. At present, knowing that there were survivors from the Gu clan, the heavenly mandate dynasty naturally saw fit to take them away. While the dynasty suffered terrible losses all those years ago, many lives from the celestial gate of vast heaven were lost as well, and the Gu clan was totally destroyed. The feud between the dynasty and the Gu clan ended at that time. And right now, are you telling me that you people from the dynasty are unwilling even to let one descendant of the clan off? A mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said coldly, "We will bring this person back with us, whatever it takes." "I dare you to try," a mighty one from the heavenly mandate dynasty said coldly. There was no point in trying to sort out the mess that happened all those years ago. Be it the celestial gate of vast heaven or the heavenly mandate dynasty, both parties had suffered considerable losses in the end. Due to the existence of the Gu clan in the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate dynasty having a deep history and background, those two forces were at the pinnacle of heavenly mandate realm back then. Both of them had been magnitudes of order higher than the other three supreme forces. However, that one battle caused both pinnacle forces to be considerably weakened. That was probably the situation that the others wanted to see. The man is now in the custody of the purple underworld, and he is to join the ranks of the purple underworld. You all claim to want to take the man, but did any of you bother asking what the purple underworld thought about this? A mighty one from the violet heavenly palace said at that moment. They had already arrived before and knew that the other forces actually had their own agendas. They knew that it would not be easy to take Gu Donglu away. At present, any action would trigger a cascade of events. His emergence caused the 5 pinnacle forces to show up at the same time. All of them wanted to take him away. The heavenly mandate dynasty's claim of wanting to take him away due to vengeance back then was but a ruse. Instead, they were waiting to see if there was anything of Gu Tianqing left on him. The dynasty would not have bothered with just another descendant of the dead Gu clan otherwise. As for the celestial gate of vast heaven, no one knew how sincere they actually were. They might have been up to no good as well. You could ask if the purple underworld is willing to give the man up to the violet heavenly palace then, the Jochin goddess of Brahma's pure sky said at that moment. All eyes were on the emperor of purple underground within an instant. The emperor shot a cold glance at the Jochin goddess, wondering if she was trying to have the others target him. The ones from the violet heavenly palace naturally knew that even if the emperor of purple underground were truly on their side, he would not have easily made his stance clear right there and then. Offending the 4 major pinnacle forces would come with dire consequences. There was no way he would have made his stance clear. All sides wanted to take the man away, putting the situation in a deadlock. Well, if all of you want the man so badly, let's duke it out and let the winner take the man away then. It'd be nice for me to see how capable those top-notch forces in Heavenly Mandate Realm are. That middle-aged man from 10,000 Divine Mountain, who wore black and white striped robes, continued to smile and said, seemingly out to make things into a bigger mess. Furthermore, he also never said that he wanted to take Gu Donglu away. It was apparent that they were not all that interested. It was as if how he put it before. Those from 10,000 Divine Mountain were simply there to see how the event would turn out. The ones below felt rather speechless at what that mighty one from 10,000 Divine Mountain said. All of those people had tremendous power. Things would be unimaginable if they were to truly fight for the sake of one man. The scene would be utterly terrifying, enough to bring down the sky. All of the few pinnacle forces of Heavenly Mandate Realm were rather reserved when it came to having Renhuangs among them clash. If any conflict arose, the fight would be something out of this world. What happened between the Gu clan and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty back then served as a very good example. Everyone was silent again. The 8 true lineage forces, which included the Purple Underground, were unable to interfere. They simply looked at the 5 parties but heads in the sky above. Futian looked up at the sky as well. All those imposing, overbearing figures were all who stood at the very pinnacle of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. His third brother, Gu Donglu, never knew any of them, and he had no scores to settle any of them. Yet, at that moment, they were all there deciding what they should do with Gu Donglu, even deciding whether or not to kill him. Since we can't decide what to do with him, we shall end it all right here, right now. Another voice was heard at the moment. That imposing Renhuang from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had spoken. His robes billowed on its own as he cast his gaze upon Gu Donglu. The way he looked at Gu Donglu made it as if Gu Donglu was already a dead man. His eyes were filled with contempt. From the way they saw it, Gu Donglu's fate was sealed. He was to end up dead, one way or another. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not allow Gu Donglu to live. Even if they were to take him, it was only a matter of time before they disposed of him. The life of a remnant of the Gu clan was of no worth to them. They were only concerned about possible connections between him and Gu Tianqing. They were wondering if Gu Tianqing had indeed perished back then. That Renhuang stepped out and piled his might of Renhuang onto Gu Donglu. That Renhuang looked down on him and said, "Who was the one who sent you to the lower worlds to train?" The way he spoke made it seem like he was out to make others submit to him. Gu Donglu's spiritual will was rattled, and he began to see illusions. A tall, majestic Renhuang seemed to have appeared right before him, making it so that he was compelled to answer. Gu Donglu grunted and bit his lip, shutting his mouth and refusing to speak. Speak. That Renhuang of the dynasty continued to press on him. The Renhuang's voice reverberated in Gu Donglu's eardrums, wearing down on his resistance. It seemed as if the Renhuang's voice was that of the heavens, utterly undeniable. The others only understood what was going on right there and then. The 5 forces were out to determine whether or not Gu Donglu lived or died, and they were dealing with him on the spot. Read more chapter on our VIP novel. Calm. Countless voices reverberated in his mind, and his face was twisting in pain. He was able to sense killing intent from the other party's will of the great path alone. I don't know. Gu Donglu looked up, and his eyes were open, staring coldly at the one who stood tall and mighty in the air. At that moment, the Renhuang from the violet heavenly palace cast his gaze below, unleashing the terrifying brilliance of lightning from his eyes. "Have you trained in the mystical ways?" the overlord from the violet heavenly palace asked. Bolts of lightning flashed in Gu Donglu's mind, making his hair dance. His brain felt like it was about to crack. His expression revealed extreme pain. "I'm asking you a question." That person from the violet heavenly palace took yet another step out after seeing that Gu Donglu was not answering. Bolts of lightning pierced through Gu Donglu's spiritual will, causing the limit of his life spirit to be triggered right there and then. He wanted to see where the limit of Gu Donglu's potential lied, and if he had the means of pulling what the Gu clan had pulled all those years ago. Gu Donglu's body was twisted, and his expression was extremely pained. However, he held his head up high and looked at the godlike figures above. His eyes were bloodshot. Those people were of the pinnacle forces of Heavenly Mandate Realm, but they were all leaning on a saint like him at that moment. Nobody stopped them, and nobody dared to stop them. Donglu. The sword saint had demonic gleam flashing in his eyes, looking at all that was transpiring. Yi Futian's fists remained clenched as well. This was too much. Your Majesty, Yi Futian yelled, didn't you say that you wouldn't pressure him or anything before? The Emperor of Purple Underground took a look at Yi Futian with a plain expression. He was not the only one doing so. All mighty ones from the other 8 true lineages turned to look at Yi Futian as well, feeling pity for him. Yi Futian had broken the limit of Wutu Divine Mountain on that day. He should have been the one to have his name known throughout the world, yet due to the presence of a descendant of the Gu clan, everyone came to care about Gu Donglu more than him. Not only was he unable to join the ranks of the Purple Underground and train under the Emperor, but he was always forced to witness the cruel scene before him and was unable to do anything. No one said anything, and even the Emperor of Purple Underground was silent. Everything was already out of his hands. Speak the truth, and your pain shall be lessened, the Jotian goddess of Brahman's pure sky said, feeling pity for Gu Donglu, thinking that he might not know about his birth after all. But then again, his surname was Gu, and he was a descendant of the Gu clan. While it was not clear about what the others would have done, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, at least, would not let him live. Enough, everyone, a mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said, throwing down a powerful will of the great path on Gu Donglu. It turned into an image of yin and yang, repelling the pressure put on him by those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. What are you doing? The one from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked coldly. He might really not know anything. Piling what happened all those years ago on a member of the younger generation who knows nothing, don't you all think you're going a little bit too far? That mighty one from the celestial gate of vast heaven said coldly. So long as there is one man from the Gu clan alive, what happened back is still not over. The Run Huang from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said forcefully. Countless from the dynasty perished in that battle all those years ago. Their blood had stained the vast regions of the dynasty. Many had even thought that it would have been the end of the dynasty back then, and that Run Huang saw what a doomsday that day had been. On that day, all of them swore to eradicate the Gu clan. The conversation between the two men caused everyone's hearts to race. The commotion all those years ago affected the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. At that moment, they were wondering if the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would clash once again due to Gu Donglio's emergence. Overwhelming might descended from the sky as the Run Huang from the dynasty spoke, with his will of the great path clashing with that from the mighty one from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven on Gu Donglio's body. That scene made the mighty one rescind his power immediately. It would have caused Gu Donglio's body to overload from the stress and collapse immediately. You went to the lower worlds to train. So why are you here now? The mighty one from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven asked. That probably would have been the very last of the blood of the Gu clan. However, judging from the attitude of those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, they seem to have no intention of letting Gu Donglu leave alive. Spill it. The Run Huang from the Violet Heavenly Palace continued to pressure him. Boundless lightning rained down on Gu Donglio's soul. Terrifying lightning coursed throughout Gu Donglio's life spirit at that moment. It seemed as if his body would crumble at any given moment. He was out to see if that would have been Gu Donglio's limit, and if Gu Donglu had been hiding anything. Gu Donglu coughed up blood, his head lowered. He looked down and saw the Sword Saint and Yi Futian stepping out from the crowd. He delivered his voice to them using his residual life force. Don't get involved. Dao Shang and Yi Futian looked up and saw Gu Donglu looking at them with a pair of bloody eyes. He delivered his voice to the Sword Saint. Brother, watch Yi Futian. If the Sword Saint and Yi Futian intervened in this situation, these big figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm would kill them as if they were ants. They were too fragile in front of these big figures. No matter how talented they were unable to bear one stare or one wisp of thought from these big figures, who were much more powerful than them. These predominant figures might have ignored Yi Futian and the Sword Saint's presence, but if the Sword Saint and Yi Futian forcibly intervened, they wouldn't mind trampling them to death because they were weak ants in their eyes. So, in any case, Neither the Sword Saint nor Yi Futian could stand out and get themselves killed. Will of Swords surrounded the Sword Saint. Gu Donglu told him to watch Yi Futian, but he couldn't control himself. The Sword Saint reached out a trembling hand and placed it on Yi Futian's shoulder, pressing Yi Futian's body down by force. They both fell to the ground and looked up at everything happening in the void sky. "Brother," called Yi Futian, looking at the Sword Saint beside him. "Master is not here. It is my fault. I am too useless," the Sword Saint said in a low voice. Their master was not here, so it was supposed to be his duty to protect his brothers. However, he couldn't do anything. Seeing them leave, Gu Donglu raised his head and said to the figures high above the sky, "Hey." The moment he spoke, all the forces suddenly dispersed. There was only might shrouding his body, as if it could befall him at any time. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were all looking at him, waiting for his answer. Did this descendant of Gu clan know about his origin? Were there any other people of the Gu clan still alive? Did he have any cultivation methods of the Gu clan with him? He asked me to tell you that by the time he returns, the dynasty and the palace will be reduced to ruins, Gu Donglu said with a smile, but the smile was quite sorrowful. Say something? What did they want him to say? He didn't know anything. But since these people were scared of a deceased figure, full of fright even after so many years, he had to say something that they expected him to say. By the time he returns, the dynasty and the palace will be reduced to ruins. People ruminated over these words in shock. Even warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace looked pale after hearing his words, doubting their authenticity. Will he return? They wondered. "I will take him," said a Ranhuang warrior of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty assertively. A beam of dazzling divine light descended from the sky. He raised one hand and grabbed at Gu Donglio's body. He wanted to take Gu Donglu back and interrogate him. He needed to know more. If Gu Donglu refused to speak, they would find ways to control him, even using some special tactics. "You are asking for your own destruction," a warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace said coldly. The horrifying will of thunder in his pupils burst into Gu Donglio's body. Boom! Gu Donglu just felt that his soul was going to burst and shatter into pieces. He opened his arms, hair messy, his clothes blowing in the wind. Boom! His life spirit celestial shadow was being destroyed little by little, but at this moment, from his life spirit, wisps of intimidating life force permeated and rushed into the sky. At this moment, Gu Donglio's life spirit seemed to be resonating with the law of heaven. Beams of dazzling celestial light bloomed from his life spirit and connected with the great law above the sky dome. What happened? This scene made many people's eyes contract. Everyone was staring at the young man. They just saw Gu Donglio's body slowly floating up. It was as if he no longer controlled it. From his body, beams of celestial light rose upward. Every one of the 9 ancient characters emitted an unparalleled aura. These characters rotated around him and gradually turned into 9 celestial shadows. The Emperor of Purple Underworld narrowed his eyes. He involuntarily took a step forward. He was agitated by what he saw. How was it possible? He had already thoroughly examined him. There was nothing hidden in Gu Donglu or his life spirit. But why was this happening? Were there any means that even a powerful warrior like him could not detect? Warriors of those 5 top powers were staring at Gu Donglu above the sky dome. There was an extreme coldness in the eyes of the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. They knew it was not that simple. At that time, what was Gu Tianqing like? If any descendant of the Gu clan survived, how could he not make arrangements for him? Today, their guess seemed to be confirmed. The Ranhuang of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven watched the scene in shock, overwhelmed by his thoughts. The sealing technique of the 9 deities. He felt a surge of emotion. Did sealing techniques exist on Earth? When the Gu clan was at the apex of power, there were 12 deity-like figures in the clan. The sealing technique of the 9 deities required the 9 of them to seal their power in him. The power of 9 deities among the 12. Who on earth was Gu Donglu? He suddenly thought of that unprecedented war, during which Gu Tianqing set foot in the court of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty alone. He suddenly realized that at that time, numerous warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven seemed to have neglected something. The 9 celestial shadows rotated around Gu Donglu. Among them, a beam of dazzling celestial light shot straight into the clouds and resonated with the sky. Wind and clouds roared above the sky dome as if the might of heaven would arrive. The whole world was changing. The celestial light shrouded the sky. Countless people from the purple underworld sect were shocked by this scene. What just happened? How could there be such a powerful force in Gu Donglio's body? Third brother, Yi Futian murmured. They were all stunned. Qi Shuangguan showed surprise at the scene. He released his mind and could perceive that, at this moment, Gu Donglu had become one with the heavenly law. Some masterful warrior put a seal on his body, Qi Shuangguan said in a low voice. Yi Futian was perplexed. Was that person Gu Tianqing? If so, why did he do this? Was he afraid that the enemy was too powerful? Did he seal the third brother's talents and power to let him live a simple and ordinary life in the lower realms? Could the seal be removed only when the third brother encountered irresistible forces? But at this moment, he saw a wisp of hope. If, as people said, third brother was the last descendant of the Gu clan lineage, Gu Tianqing must have left something to him. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace looked up at the sky. Wind and clouds were roaring above the sky dome. The beams of celestial light were scorching. Gu Donglio's body kept rising as if it would merge into the celestial light. The Runhuang warrior of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty raised his hand and grabbed toward Gu Donglio's body. A giant palm print of the Great Law appeared between the sky and earth, covering one corner of the sky. It smashed down, trying to directly capture Gu Donglu. A beam of celestial light swung down, and the palm print was directly chopped in half. The aggregated palm print of the Great Law fell, but had not yet collapsed. The Runhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked up at the sky and saw endless beams of celestial light gather into a body figure above the sky dome. This figure was standing on the sky dome amid the endless celestial light. He stood straight with his hands behind his back between the sky and earth. His bearing was peerless in the world. Seeing this figure, warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm all had horrified looks on their faces. Even Runhuang warriors had their facial expressions distorted. Their hearts thumped fast. Overwhelming emotions surged inside them. How was this possible? How could he still be alive? Some people's legs were trembling. This face was a nightmare for warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace didn't feel any better. Their hearts shuddered violently. The Runhuang warrior had lifted one arm, but he could not stretch it out. Even though he was at Runhuang level, he didn't dare attack when he saw this face. The Celestial Lord. Many warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven saluted. Seeing that figure, many warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had the impulse to worship him, no matter what kind of role the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven played in the battle. For the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, Gu Tianqing's existence was a symbol, a mark engraved on the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He represented an era, a celestial lord who was unparalleled in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Warriors of the Brahma's pure sky and 10,000 divine mountain all looked solemn. Regardless of if they were friends or foes, they all paid respect to Gu Tianqing because he was a legend of one generation, a godlike figure. The crowd was enormous below the Purple Underground sect. Even countless people in the city looked up at the sky and were stirred. They all had a rough idea of the identity of the person. Gu Tianqing. Was he alive? Gu Donglu had just said that by the time he returned, the dynasty and the palace would perish. Was he back now? If Gu Tianqing didn't die, it would indeed be a disaster for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. It is just an illusion created by the wills, not the person himself. At this time, the Runhuang of the Heavenly Mandate realm spoke up. When he spoke, the figure above the sky turned to him and gave him an emotionless glance. The Runhuang was threatened by this one glance and put down his arm, didn't dare take action anymore. Even the Runhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty didn't dare try. Neither did the Runhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace. No one dared to move. Bathed in the celestial light, Gu Donglu constantly rose and landed next to Gu Tianqing. Wind and clouds rumbled above the sky dome. The extremely dazzling celestial light diffused in the air. A beam of celestial light swept across the sky dome, and suddenly, these two figures disappeared into the distance. They are gone. The arms of the Ran Huang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty shivered. He just watched as Gu Donglu was taken away. He stepped out and released his mind as if trying to follow the direction in which they had left. The Ran Huang of the Violet Heavenly Palace also stepped out. They also felt that that was not the real Gu Tianqing. If Gu Tianqing had come here today, perhaps nobody of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would survive. Everyone knew the grudge between Gu Tianqing and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, which would not cease without another slaughter. During the battle of that time, countless corpses of both sides lay on the battlefield. The Emperor of Purple Underground took a deep breath. He didn't even figure out the sealing force hidden inside Gu Donglu. What did that mean? However, he also secretly felt glad that he did not. Otherwise, he would have had no idea what situation he would have to face today. Gu Tianqing's appearance would probably lead to another bloody storm in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Was he really alive? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.